Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps that I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of dogs while they eat me. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind after eating.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they want to call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather. I'm the kingpin.
I know y'all excited as I am, man. I've been watching this the press conference, man, for Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis, man. It's starting to get juicy, man. It is starting to get juicy. You know what I'm saying? Don't look like Ryan is gonna pull out of this one. And I am just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just zooted for it, bro. I'm just like amped up. I'm ready, you know what I'm saying, to see your boy, you know what I'm saying, to see what Ryan Garcia actually gonna do. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, bro? Because now, you know what I'm saying, you got to put it on the line. No more backing out. You know what I'm saying? No more hiding behind Instagram followers. You know what I'm saying? You know, he got to like really get out there and make it happen. So, you know, when they had the press conference, you know, I seen where they were saying like, you know, Ryan looked a little shook, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it was a big stage fight. And I'm not going to make excuses for him. He did look a little shook when it was face to face because, you know, everybody's not good with confrontation. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you look at boxing matches, some of the fighters be looking down, you know what I'm saying? They don't be scared. It's just something about, you know what I'm saying, that's not your character. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when a dude, hold on, let me see, who is that? What's going on, King Judah? There's something about, you know what I'm saying, if you're not a confrontational person and somebody get up in your face in your personal space, you know what I'm saying, and you're not used to that, especially somebody who could smack the hell out you, you know, somebody, you know, and Tank ain't that type of dude though, but you know, he is intimidating, even though with his little short self, he is intimidating, you know, so you never know what a person's going to do, you know, so especially when they're explosive, you know what I'm saying, they can embarrass you, you know what I'm saying, you know, somebody like you walk up on Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, they take a cheap shot, you know what I'm saying, and that be headlines tomorrow, you know what I'm saying, and that's what these guys be worried about, you know what I'm saying. So you're not sure, especially when you Ryan Garcia, you've been talking a lot of crap about somebody, you know, because you always talk about, you know, like he was saying, Tank don't look like a champion, you know what I'm saying, or he, you know what I'm saying, with the rehydrate clause, you know what I'm saying, he always putting out controversial stuff, you know, that's supposed to stay behind the scenes. Now, and that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about, you know, what you guys think about the rehydration clause and stuff, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, is that a jacked up thing? Because we know we look at Canelo Alvarez a certain way because he put these stipulations on fighters where they can't get, you know, you know what I'm saying, they can't get their energy back, you know what I'm saying, because, you know, they can't rehydrate to a comfortable weight, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, it was surprising, you know what I'm saying, because I think Tank could beat him without all that, but you know what I'm saying, you know, Ryan Garcia put it out there, man. He said, this dude is, you know what I'm saying, he's putting stipulations on me. But, you know, you come from the camp of the king of stipulations. You come from the camp of Eddie Reynoso, you know what I'm saying? So is it good for one side and not the other, or are we held to a higher standard? You know what I'm saying? Because Tank is a star and he's the A side and he can make, you know what I'm saying, all these kind of demands. You know what I'm saying? Is it different, or should we hold him or keep the same energy and say, Tank, you know what I'm saying, that's wrong, bro. You can't be putting stipulations on guys like that, because Ryan feel like he was stronger at 140. He feels like he was a stronger man at 140, and Tank got him to do a catch weight at 136, which favors him. But to me, Tank was favored either way. If he was at 140, I don't give a damn if they was at 147. I think Tank would knock him out. But that's just, you know, my own personal take on it. I want to see what you guys think about that, because, you know, it is kind of interesting that Tank is putting stipulations, you know what I'm saying, on Ryan Garcia, even though, you know what I'm saying, we already know that he is the underdog in all this. You know, Ryan Garcia is the underdog because, you know, I don't care what people say, Ryan don't have the resume of Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? And I know Tank Davis, you know, don't have like this, you know what I'm saying, Sugar Ray Robinson resume. But, I mean, Tank has went out there and fought the better competition, right? And they compared Ryan Garcia to Mario's Warriors because they're the same size and they're the same kind of big guys, tall, you know what I'm saying, long, you know what I'm saying. But in my opinion, Mario Barrios, he boxes a whole lot better than Ryan Garcia, and he has more experience because he fought Keith Thurman, and you could see how well he looked in his last fight, that he benefited from fighting a top tier guy like Keith Thurman. He learned a lot from that fight because he didn't look as he was sure of himself. He was sure of himself. He was you could see the experience that he gained from that Keith Thurman fight. He looked like a more complete fighter. And for them to compare Ryan Garcia versus a guy who's taking the fights, especially in a better weight class, at a more deadlier weight class, you know what I'm saying? I just thought that was kind of weird. But because we know Ryan Garcia ducked out of half his fights, see, and that's why this fight is so important for Ryan Garcia to prove himself as, you know what I'm saying, a top guy, an elite guy at 135, right? So, you know what I'm saying? So I understand why he was nervous, because he talk a lot of shit, right? And you come face to face, you know, with the guy you're talking a lot of stuff about, yeah, you're gonna be a little put off because you don't know what this guy gonna do. He's gonna smack all the cornflakes out your mouth, right? So, you know, I mean, I don't think it's that he was scared, but it was just that it was a confrontation where he didn't know what was gonna happen. He didn't know if he was gonna be a headline, and he didn't want Tank to smack the hell out of him. So he was just kind of uncomfortable. But I think he'll be okay, you know what I'm saying? Plus, this is big stage fight, you know what I'm saying? And he's just got to be careful, you know what I'm saying? Because I think Tank is a really good professional. I don't think he would do anything to come in, because, you know, if you smack Ryan Garcia and he said, "Oh man, he broke my jaw," then all of a sudden the fight is off, and you know he'll do it. You know he'll do it, because if Tank smack him and he fall into some chairs like in WWE, all of a sudden this nigga be like, "Oh no, I can't fight because my leg broke. I twisted my leg." Then what we got? You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that he was able to do what he did, and and Tank didn't have to resort to no cheap shot, which I don't think he would do because he is a professional, and I love that about Tank. He's gonna get in the ring and he's gonna punish Ryan. You know what I'm saying? But what's going on, King Judah? What's going on, y'all? Let me holler at my panel. What's happening, fellas?
Man, what's going on, brother?
What's going on? What's going on, DJ Black Child? Let me drop the link for you, my brother. Long time no see. So I got to get the OGs up there.
Yes, sir. Had to get me back up on the panel. Baby ain't been here in a minute.
Yes, sir. I've been seeing you, though. I've been seeing you in the comments, man. It's just been crazy out here, boy. You know what I'm saying? So what you got on the King Judah? What you thought about the press conference and everything, the whole trash talking dynamic and the points they're making? You know what I'm saying? Tank throwing shit out there for Dev.
Well,
Dev. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the first thing I want to address is the rehydration clause, right? So I don't have a big problem with that because from what I understand, he was just saying that Ryan can't come in 10 pounds over, right? Which I don't think that's a lot to ask for. I mean, you already bigger than me. I'm just asking you not to come in 10 pounds heavier than the weight limit. You know what I mean? So I just feel like if Ryan got a problem with that, how heavy were you planning on coming in on fight night? If he just telling you don't be 10 pounds over. Right. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see that as a big problem. Now, as far as I'm going to tell you what I did have a problem with. I had a problem with, and I know they have to do this pull because they have to promote the fight. So the promotional company, whoever the guy was, I don't think it was Brian Custer at this moment who was saying this, but they was just like, oh yeah, this fight is a fight that boxing needs, and these are the best two fighters in the weight class. And immediately I lost my shit. Ryan Garcia is nowhere near the best fighter in the division, nowhere near. So if you want to say Tank, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You want to call him one of the best in the division. Ryan Garcia is nowhere near one of the best fighters in that division. So I didn't like that shit. And again, I know they got to boost the fight, but I'm big on words and how you say shit. You know what I'm saying? He's not the best fighter. Ryan, he is not the best fighter in the division. Then they saying, oh, this is definitely going to be fight of the year. That's bullshit also. I know they got a lot of casual fans that want to see this, but before this year's out, there will be better fighters that step in the ring with each other, fights that we want to see and fights that mean something. There will be more championship fights for actual belts after Ryan Garcia versus Tank. This is not the biggest fight in boxing this year. It's not. That's a lie. And as far as Tank calling Devin out, all I want to, I told you, I would never get mad at Tank. I'm not one of them people. How some people, they hear somebody talk trash about their favorite fighter and then they get in their feelings. I'm not in my feelings about it. He a fighter. He's supposed to say something about Devin. My point is, don't talk all this shit about Devin and refuse to send him a contract again. That's all I'm saying. Don't do all this talking about Devin Haney and you still don't send him a goddamn contract.
All right. What's going on? What's going on? Who's real? What you got on it, bro? What's going on? Good to see you. You there, bro?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's good to see y'all, brothers. Sure. I ain't gonna lie, man. King Judah, he shocked me on that one. I thought he was gonna go the other route, but I don't got no problem with the rehydration clause either. I said the same thing. Like, what you trying to come in over 150? Like, what you trying to do, bro?
Trying to come in a damn middleweight.
My whole thing is this, bro. First of all, shut the fuck up and sign a contract and fight. You the B side. Just shut up, sign a contract and fight. Period. That's it. You know what I'm saying? The A side dictate the term. We know that's a part of the game. Coming out here whining and complaining and setting up excuses for why your head finna end up in the 20th row ain't gonna work, bro. That's it. That's it. That's all.
Mm-hmm. What
Shut
about
up
you?
and fight.
What about you, Chase?
Yo, listen, that's a part of boxing. I ain't got no problem with it at all. I know Canelo did it to Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs said, fuck rehydration clause, and he came in about 20 pounds over, and he just paid a fine. Manny did it to Oscar. People been doing this since forever. So I don't see no problem with it. It just seemed like, to me, it's like a built-in excuse. As far as the press conference, I thought the press conference was good, and I think Tank already in his head. Like, it's easy to see. You can see Tank was lasered in on him, and he ain't even really want to look at Tank. So I think that's when you can already chalk up.
You think you got him shook?
Yeah, I think he shook.
What's up, DJ DJ Black Chomp in the building. What's going on, my brother? What you got on all this, bro?
Well, it's one of the fights that I'm really gonna enjoy seeing, and I agree with the commentators. I don't think it's gonna be the fight of the year, but for right now in March, so far that's the biggest fight we got as far as when we look at calendar date too. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the biggest fights. You know what I'm saying? The matchmakers handle their business on doing it because Charlo will run. You know what I'm saying? He will find an excuse, like my man said. I think that the hydration clause, that's standard. 10 pounds is standard or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He just kept the dude into standard. You know, like when you outside of that, then like my man said, how some people come in too big and you got to pay the price for that. You know, for being too big. And I'm pretty sure Bernard Hopkins and Oscar gonna tell him, gonna explain to him, you know what I'm saying, what that is. You know what I'm saying? And he put his grievance out publicly because this is his first rodeo on a big stage like this. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's why I think he had that nervousness. But Tank can do all that extra shit, trying to stare the man down and all that. But Tank a few years ago used that same dude looking nervous and afraid to talk, and Leonard Ellerby had to finish those sentences. So you know what I'm saying? That it don't really make me look at dude like he's afraid of and all that stuff. To me, how cautious he was on not even, I ain't gonna even say cautious. I say how sharp he was, pull counter, because the way he was talking to Tank was real sharp. What you mean? You know what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff. He was talking real sharp. And when the cat talk to you sharp like that, it's like, oh, this nigga want to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you can. You can act like you can. When your child do some shit, like, I'm finna go punch his little ass. You know what I'm saying? And that's how. Tank was Ryan was acting towards Tank, but Tank said, he a little older than Ryan. He actually said it, put it out there like, yeah, this nigga, he ain't say he was green, but he was alluding to it in this conversation. Overall, I like the way it looked. I know a couple of people was like, man, the production didn't look too hot or whatever, but I like the way it looked. The arena they chose to do their conference in. Now, as far as what Bernard Hopkins was saying, as far as it being as selling the tickets and stuff like that, I don't think they doing a good enough job on promoting the sale of press conference tickets. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just need to keep the doors open and let anybody come in and talk. But that's all I got on it. I can't wait to see it though.
Well, I don't think it's just the rehydration. I think it's the stipulation that's on the rehydration. Because it's not just 10 pounds. If it's Canelo, he could say you got to come in at this weight. You know what I'm saying? He could say what weight. You know what I'm saying? So when we put it out there, it's just a general statement, but there's a stipulation that's a specific weight that certain fighters want. You see, 10 pounds, being 10 pounds overweight ain't a bad stipulation. You know what I'm saying? If that's the limit. But if they saying you got to weigh 137 on the night, and that's or we're not fighting, then that's different. And that's right. The thing that's between Tank clauses and Canelo. Canelo wants you to come in on the weight he say. You know what I'm saying? And you can't be a pound over that or under that. You see what I'm saying? And see, that's the difference. You know what I'm saying? They trying to see that when they play these media games, you know what I'm saying, they always trying to, you know what I'm saying, scapegoat, or try to, you know what I'm saying, make the narrative to where it's the same thing as another fighter. Like they're saying EJ dealing with Keith Thurman is the same thing as Crawford was doing when he was dealing with PBC and Black Prime. See, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's different. That ain't the same. Yeah, that ain't the same.
It ain't the same, but they try to make it the same. They try to make it the same when they put it out there, you know what I'm saying, just to shade the other company. And I don't understand why they don't see if it's coming from somebody who's representing a golden boy like Bernard Hopkins, or somebody who's Chris Mannix. If the narrative is coming from a rival company, Oscar De La Hoya, or Blue Blood from Black Prime, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be negative on the PBC. It's not going to be anything good. They're going to nitpick and they're going to try to twist and spin any kind of narrative to make the PBC look bad. Because really, let's just keep it real. They just lost Adrian Broner, bro. You know what I'm saying? And he's not a prize, bro. If you can't get a fight for Adrian Broner, bro, what kind of company? You know what I'm saying? Why would they even be saying it? I mean, they should.
They played the game shady. That's what I was saying last year. When they played the game so shady. And I knew it was going, like, these companies can play a shutout game. You know what I'm saying? You know how that goes. Like, the type of business you in, Poole County, where if those companies wanted to play shutout and you like, how the fuck I ain't getting I'm getting these little bullshit $100 routes. Why I ain't getting no $10,000, $1,000 routes? You know what I'm saying? And they are
shutting us out. They are, but that's for another day. They are shutting us down. That's why they got their own trucks. That's why they got their own leasing company, so they can get in the spot market. You know what I'm saying?
And then when you look at, when you say, okay, these folk independent, they want to get in the game, but they ain't playing the game right. Then you look at the Zone. The Zone was independent, but the Zone played the game with these networks. That's why they ain't fall off like Triller and the other one and the rest of these places. You know what I'm saying? The Zone played the game, man.
Well, you see their rates just went up. Now it's $200 and something a year.
Yeah, dang.
Now they they want you to pay for the pay-per-view. They back on the pay-per-view side. When they came, their whole thing when they came in was pay-per-view was dead, right? They were going to transform boxing into some kind of European utopia, right? No, nigga, no, you doing what everybody else doing because nobody want to see. You know what I'm saying? All them dudes fighting that nobody know and is not competitive. Now, I'm not going to say that the Zone don't have some competitive fights. Yes, they do. They do have some competitive fights, but they got to work with the PBC because PBC got the most talent. They got the most talent, bro. And so when the Zone and PBC cooperate, it's going to be lit because they got certain the Zone got certain fighters we want to see fight. Top fighters we want to see fight, and PBC. Now, if we can get top rank and get them all working together, you know what I'm saying, we could get some really, this could be a great era of boxing, you know what I'm saying, if they just get off the ego thing, you know what I'm saying?
The top rank is ESPN, though, so you got to get ESPN the buckle. And they the top, what they call themselves? What's their phrase? Worldwide leader in sports?
Well, they are, but it ain't because of boxing, though. It's because of everything else. All the other networks, all the TV access to all that they have, it's the other things, that they have. Boxing is a small part of that. It just benefits from their name, you know what I'm saying, and the other things that they're doing. The Zone, everybody, see, boxing is small. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's into soccer and football and stuff. Those are the big sports that these networks really hang their hat on. And boxing is small. For Showtime to last this long in this huge billion-dollar industries that with everything else going on, they shining bright. They just laid out their schedule. So for everybody to put out this false propaganda that they're going out of business, and it's all tied to the PBC because they do mostly business with the PBC. So they want to see PBC fall, and they look at Showtime as a part of PBC. People just kind of group that together and see, Jaron Boots Ennis, he's with Showtime. You know what I'm saying? So they just put him along in the. I got people that come to me, hey man, is this a PBC channel? Is this a they don't even talk. You know what I'm saying? Like basically they saying is this the black channel? You know what I'm saying, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So they kind of just all group us together. You know what I'm saying? Just to hate on the business of black business or something like that. And I just think it's kind of crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. You know what I'm saying? If the hate is real out there for PBC, Errol Spence Jr. and everybody on it. That's why Jamel Charlo can't crack the the undisputed. You know what I'm saying? He can't get the respect for being undisputed like he should. I mean, and having a tough route, this man is being disrespected all over the place. Nobody's talking about Jamel Charlo, but I bet you if Triple G or Canelo, I bet you if they, they celebrate Canelo undisputed, as tainted as it is, you know what I'm saying? But now they see what Canelo's looking like, They see what he looking like. He ain't looking so good now, is it? You know, he looked like that average fighter everybody knew he was, right? So now everybody trying to spin a narrative that that man is on his way out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So everybody already knew that, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's only the casuals that didn't know. So, you know, our fighters should be more celebrated because Errol Spence Jr. right now is spinning the block, trying to see what Crawford's going to do. And once again, he's letting the whole world down by going to goddamn Golden Boy. You know what I'm saying? And we know they don't have. Go ahead.
I say he about to fight Alexis Roca. My thing is, like I was telling somebody the other day about the Terence Crawford movement is like what a lot of people don't understand when they hear us black people talking. We ain't talking about him taking care of himself. You know what I'm saying? Because as a man, he gonna take care of himself. You know what I'm saying? Getting fights and stuff like that. But when you talk about aside from that part, you know what I'm saying? Put that out your mind. Him taking care of himself, him wanting guaranteed money. Put that aside. You know what I'm saying? When you start talking about competition and history and legacy and stuff like that, and we say, man, that brother is good. He one of us, and we just, you know what I'm saying? We want to be able to talk about him years from now, you know, and not have white media. I say it like that. White media play him to the left because they gonna play him to the left. Once he retire, they gonna asterisk his name the fuck up, just like they do any other black athlete. You know what I'm saying? And the only way the only way we could counter that conversation is if he hop in the ring and, you know what I'm saying, with Errol Spence Jr.
That's his legacy fight. And see, he don't. I don't think
he say he don't need him though. He say he don't need him, and he moving like he don't.
He say he don't need him. That's because he really need him. You see what I'm saying? When you don't want to face, you don't want to face, you know, somebody who could possibly beat you in the ring. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to fight. It's like Triple G. You know what I'm saying? Triple G know he can't fight Jamel Charlo and them boys. You know what I'm saying? He can't beat them boys. So what he do? He go try to go around them. And so you try to create this narrative like, oh man, I already become undisputed, bro. You know that don't mean nothing. You know that don't mean nothing. You at 147. What you talking about, bro? You know what I'm saying? So they use these, you know, they try to give him a way out by, you know, creating, you know what I'm saying, stories that he don't need. He already going to the Hall of Fame. Bro, that's loser talk. That is loser talk, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you got a man that's sitting here saying, hey, man, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready. I don't want nobody else but you. But then you got fans out here saying, oh, man, it's Errol Spence Jr. fault. And they always hang their hat on the last argument when EJ is right there waiting for this guy, you know what I'm saying, to come on over and make a deal. It's never going to be a good deal. I'm telling you. I don't care if he get $100 million. It's going to be something wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because he don't make fights. He don't make 50-50 fights. That's just something that he's not going to do. So, you know, it was something wrong with Danny Garcia. It was something wrong with Keith Thurman. You know, hell, they had to twist his arm to fight Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So,
and that's the thing with Terence Crawford. Well, not even the thing with Terence Crawford, because I even say that with Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr., Keith Thurman got a better career than both of them to me. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know, those two people they need to box it out. Now, Errol Spence Jr., I'm one of the people that say, damn, my boy Road done ran out after Michael Garcia, Danny Garcia, and Sean Porter and Ugas. His road done that side of the street done ran out, so he got to find something to do. Cause waiting around on Bud don't want to fight him. You know,
right.
Bud know the same landscape we looking at, like, nigga, you don't fight Mikey, Sean, and Danny. Who you got next? Me. That's the big fight. If I don't fight you, then both of us got to go back to fight mediocre motherfuckers. Leonard Bundles and David Albanesians. You know what I'm saying? We got to go back to that status. And I think that's kind of, I'm gonna use this word, everybody, selfish. I think that's kind of selfish of Bud to play that game like that, you know, to not put that belt on the line against a true champ. You know,
right?
Now I ain't gonna knock Alexis Rocha. I know people probably fuck with Alexis Rocha and that watch this channel, but I don't think Alexis Rocha is a true champ like Errol Spence Jr.
Well, let me ask you this: What if Errol Spence Jr. fought David Avanesian or Alex Rocha instead of Terence Crawford? What would the narrative be then? Right? Just think about that. What's different between
PBC can't put no money together they can't afford Bud Crawford. I'm about to go down the whole story.
But I mean, just status wise, just status wise.
They would literally fry Errol if Errol fought.
Oh yeah, he gonna get extra fried.
I mean, to fight a David Abbott number 6 or somebody who just appeared on the top 10, somebody who fights we never watch, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who fights are insignificant. Somebody he had to pull off a card. He had to go through a lot of trouble to get a weak fight. You know what I'm saying? He had to go through a lot of trouble. He had to cancel that man card to come over here and fight me on a network that nobody watches, bro. You know what I'm saying? So imagine if Errol Spence Jr. did something like that. You know what I'm saying? When it got James Jamal or somebody or
Jamal James. I know what you're talking about.
James. Somebody get Jamal James or Deloach or you know what I'm saying? Somebody that nobody really watches, bro. Somebody that's not supposed to be in the ring with you. You know, Alex Rocha or come on, man. We'll be like, what you doing, EJ? It's like, bro, you can't fight them. You can't do it. And it's the same for Crawford because he's supposed to be a champion. He got the last belt. He's supposed to be pound for pound number 1, but he don't want to prove it, bro. And that's what I'm saying.
No more big fights. He don't want no more big fights. He laying out like I was telling somebody yesterday, Poole County, he laying out him a 10 to 50 million retirement street. You know what I'm saying? For the last few years until he's 40 years old, I think he's gonna try to make his way to 40 years old. For these last 4 years, he gonna he carving that road for himself.
So they kind of used to
because you got Tank none. You got Tank say he'll whoop on him. You got EJ say he'll whoop on him. It's a bunch of folks say they'll whoop on him, so he can't act like nobody don't want to whoop. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to fight him.
But they'll say it after every fight. Nobody's calling out Terence Crawford, and the whole world is calling him out, bro. I'll be like, what? I mean, Bomac is quick to say nobody's willing to fight Terence Crawford. Say, bro, if they don't get out of here, bro, that just make you so freaking mad, bro.
I think everybody is kind of used to Terence Crawford and mediocre competition. It got to the point where, people are explaining why his fight choices was good choices. Like I done had a friend explain to me why him fighting Amir Khan was a good fight over Danny Garcia when they paid Amir Khan $6 million but offered Danny Garcia $1 million, or why his Kell Brook fight was better than Errol fighting Kell, or the Mean Machine was this. I said, yo, do you know Mean Machine never had a 12-round fight before he fought Crawford?
Wow.
Like, you gotta understand, is a lot of shit that people don't look into, but they accept it because he knocks people out, and he is an exceptional fighter. He has a great skill set, but his skill set has never really been tested against nobody that's on his level. You want to say Sean Porter? Sean Porter was 1 foot out the game. He didn't really want to fight. He told you himself. I couldn't get mean for Bud. When I fought Errol, I was mean. I wanted it. But when I fought Bud, I couldn't get mean. So I think it's just a place where they used to it. They used to him fighting mediocre competition and looking like the superstar that he wants to be. He's a star boxer, but as a superstar person, nah, I can't agree with that. But his skill set, he should be a superstar, but he's not fighting the people that he needs to fight. He wants to go around all the promotional companies except for the PBC. And I don't understand that because his round robin is at the PBC. He could have signed with the PBC. He could have fought Keith Thurman. Then he could have fought Errol. His tune-up could have been Keith Thurman. I don't know. That's just my thought process. But
Bud wanted Errol. He would have signed a 3-fight deal when he fought Porter. That would have been a 3-fight deal. Porter, Earl, and a rematch.
And that lets you know right there. That lets you know he's willing to fight a 3-fight deal over at Golden Boy, but he turned down a 3-fight deal at the PBC. And let's say a 3-fight deal could have been the fight 2 fights with it could have been 2 fights with EJ and 1 fight with Jamel Charlo. He could have even got 4 fights out of that because he could have had a rematch with Jamel Charlo, right? So you know what I'm saying? That shows you he don't want to fight. Because that's 3 fights right there. If you're willing to fight 3 fights at Golden Boy, then why wouldn't you fight for the most money you would make in your life over at PBC and fight 2 fights with Errol Spence Jr. and 1 fight with Jamel Charlo? That just makes sense, right?
But check this out though, fool. Hold on. All of a sudden now we get to the fifth fight. It's not a good idea to do business with Al Haymon. But who you do business with to fight Sharon Porter? So you know the money good. But now all of a sudden y'all want to act like y'all don't know this man. Y'all ain't never did business with this man.
That's part of the bullshit. See, they when you don't want to fight, you're just gonna mess it up. You're just gonna mess the messaging up. He was so desperate to get out the fight, he came out on Instagram to put out pure propaganda, bro. You know what I'm saying? None of that shit made sense. You know what I'm saying? When he came out on Instagram and then everything, and EJ came out and confronted the man and let him know, hey, bro, you know what I'm saying? All that mess you talking, that's BS, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what it takes to get into this ring and let's fight it out. That's all that really matters. You know what I'm saying? Because if Terence Crawford beats Errol Spence Jr., then he's the man. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way boxing has always been. That's the way it's always worked. But for some reason, because it's Terence Bud Crawford, you know what I'm saying? He's some kind of anti-hero for losers out there. You know what I'm saying? They want him to change the way boxing has always operated. And all it is that this man don't want that smoke. You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't understand why they just don't call it out. You know what I'm saying? Instead of twisting and turning into pretzels and spinning all these lies. And it's like, they're not going to change. They're not going to convince the hardcore boxing fans because we see what's going on. This dude is going on to fight Alex Rocha. He went on to fight David Avanesian, bro. That's not what champions do. A champion fight the best in the division.
I ain't never heard Terence Crawford call out no nigga and go get him. If y'all can point me to the time he called out a nigga and went and got him, then I'm gonna shut my mouth. But I can't recall now fight. He said I want X, Y, and Z, and they, you know what I'm saying, they put it together for him like that.
So now what they're trying to say that if Tank, somebody mute yourself, got a little back feed or whatever. Now what they're trying to say that if Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis, they fighting, you know what I'm saying, one fighter from PBC, the other one from Golden Boy, if they could get that done, then it's going to make Errol Spence Jr. look like it's his fault somehow that the fight didn't get made. You know what I'm saying? If they could make a deal, why couldn't Errol Spence Jr. and Terence Crawford make a deal? Well, Stephen Espinosa keep telling y'all over and over, but you just won't accept what the man is saying. He said he came out there just like any regular deal, and Terence Crawford decided to do something else. People just can't accept that, even though they keep trying to make excuses that the deal wasn't good, or they keep trying to. It's never good when it comes to the PBC, which y'all need to see. This dude has a pattern of walking away from the best competition, and he's still doing it. So all this arguing they doing on all these different platforms it's pointless, bro. It's pointless. I had enough of this shit during Mayweather Floyd Pacquiao days. You know, so I used to argue, go point for point and all. I said, bro, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you're not going to convince somebody who are willfully ignorant, right, of the facts, right? I mean, we see Terence Crawford when he fought he was negotiating with a whole another network while he was negotiating with PBC. That lets you know PBC was not plan A. They were plan B. You know, really, they wasn't in the plan at all. They just leveraged the fight off of PBC for Black Prime. So this dude is doing the same shit over and over and over. You know what I'm saying? Until he retires. That's why he called himself what? What do he call himself, y'all? What do he call himself? The Puppet Master, right? That's why he calls himself the Puppet Master, because he think he's a con man, and he think he's just going to con his way into retirement, right? You know what I'm saying? But how is that going to reflect on his legacy? You know what I'm saying? You see Tank, you see Ryan, you know what I'm saying? Ryan ain't half the fighter that Terence Crawford is, but he's fighting his rivals. You know what I'm saying? And that's to be commended. That's what champions do. If you think if a guy can beat you in the ring and you want to test yourself, that's what you do. He's the underdog in that fight. You know what I'm saying? Everybody thinks that Tank is gonna knock out Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a 99.99% chance that Ryan is gonna knock out Ryan Garcia. But Ryan Garcia took the fight, even though he done ducked 11 fights. He's still getting in that ring and he's showing what he's made of. I don't know if he's going to retire after this or, you know what I'm saying, whatever. He's not thinking about that. He's getting into the ring with one of the hardest punches at 135. You know what I'm saying? And that's way more balls than I could say Terence Crawford got. If anything, it reflects on Terence Crawford on how he looks that Tank and Ryan is getting into the ring, not EJ. This does not reflect badly on EJ because we know EJ fights everybody he say he's gonna fight. And he's trying to fight Terence Crawford right now, and he's running. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to cover up, you know what I'm saying, through propaganda and narratives. They're trying to make it seem like it's some kind of way it's on EJ. EJ haven't said shit. He's been chilling, you know what I'm saying, waiting on Crawford to see what he's gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Now these young guys are starting to get into the ring, and they're gonna surpass the 147 division. They're gonna surpass the 147 because I think Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is gonna be a mega fight, and I think they're gonna do huge numbers, and it's gonna just reflect bad on on 147 on welterweight. You know what I'm saying? 154 is getting it on. Tszyu, Tony Harrison. That's gonna be a barn burner. What the hell is happening at 147, y'all? You know what I'm saying? They leaving 147 behind in the dust. You know what I'm saying? All because one dude want to be a prima donna and run around, you know what I'm saying, without facing the dude he know everybody want to see him fight. Everything else is insignificant. Everything else is dead. You know what I'm saying, to Terence Crawford. If he don't get in there and fight Errol Spence Jr., everything else is dead. Nobody want to see nothing else he do. And he should understand that. You know what I'm saying? Where everybody's starting to rock out and everybody, you know, you got Devin, he's gonna be fighting Lomachenko. That's gonna be a good fight. You know what I'm saying? All the names are starting to get it on, except for his ass. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think?
Go ahead, Doc.
It's all facts. I don't think you said anything wrong, especially with the fights that we got coming up after this. You know, you could easily see Tank fighting Shakur, possibly Haney after this Ryan fight. I mean, depending on the jail sentence or whatever, you could see Ryan fighting Shakur or Haney after this fight. I don't see whoever wins. I'm pretty sure they'd be confident in the next fight. It's kind of sad to see, but what could we do? You know, Terence Crawford is his own man at the end of the day. We could only sit back and hope as boxing fans, you know, that he grows the balls and accepts the challenge as a man, because he's never been in a fight where he has been challenged, and we still see how stuff like that go. He's gotten hurt by Gamboa, and when Errol told him he got hurt by Gamboa, his response was, "You got hurt too. You got hurt by Ocampo."
He's
And
just
it's like,
saying,
yo,
he was just saying something.
yeah, Spence knocked Ocampo out, I believe, in the first round, if not first, second. I don't know where you seen Spence get hurt at in that fight. I mean, I seen in the Ugas fight Spence take a body shot and he stepped back like that was a clean one. So you want to say he got hurt there? Possibly. We never know because these guys wear masks when they in the ring, so nobody knows when they truly hurt. But he's been hurt by Mean Machine. You seen his legs buckle. So if Mean Machine hurt you, you know, if Cal Brook was putting it on you with a jab before you turn southpaw, and Errol has literally the best jab in boxing right now. I don't think nobody has a better jab than Errol, because Errol is always on the move when he's jabbing. So he can jab and transition to sitting on his punches instantly, and he can back up and jab you. I really don't see Terence Crawford beating him, even though it's a 50-50 fight. I just don't see it. And I think somebody told that boy something. So either Bomac like, nah, you can't beat him or whatever. Because before it
Mm-hmm.
was Ugas was a killer, and now when Errol go fight Ugas ain't nothing. He lost already and all that. But you was talking about Ugas before he lost. He had 2 losses on his record, and you was like, yeah, he changed his team and he went up in weight. You know, he beat us in the amateurs, but he a killer. And I don't think Ugas lost to Sean Porter. So you can still say Ugas had 2 losses when he fought Spence. But you know, on paper he had 3. But if you go watch that Sean Porter fight, he didn't lose to Sean Porter, and he decisively beat Manny Pacquiao after Pacquiao decisively beat Keith Thurman. You know, so like I said, I don't think you said no lies. I just hope that we're able to get the fight. I mean, we have a great schedule provided to us by PBC. We still didn't see a top ranked schedule yet. We seen a DAZN schedule, and the DAZN schedule is horrible. It's pitiful at best. And you know, we got Caleb Plant about to fight David Benavidez. That's a great fight. I'm excited to see that. I'm gonna pay to watch that. You know, he just had a great fight last weekend. You got Tszyu fighting Tony Harrison this weekend. And Jamel Charlo is gonna be there as a ringside announcer. So I mean, like, PBC is building on something, and they got a whole nother half of the year to work with. And people
Mm-hmm.
still hate what they doing. I don't understand it. If you're a real boxing fan, I think you would tune in, you know. But what could I say? You know, like, people
You
hate
keep
black people.
you keep cutting that baby off, man. That baby trying to say something. You know what I'm saying? Let that baby get in a couple of balls there. Where that got that feed? Somebody got powerful mic. Mm.
That's me.
Yes.
I'm gonna go out and come back in. Probably. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
All right. So you know, we got the so with that said, man, we got Tony Harrison. We got your boy Tszyu. He said he got to get rid of Harrison. He said he got to get him up out of there, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Tony Harrison, he's smiling, he's feeling good. He got Bumgarner in his corner, you know what I'm saying? Ever since he started up that relationship. I haven't seen him in the ring yet with her in his corner. You know what I'm saying? Even though I think she's been there for a fight or 2 or whatever. I want to see what I think Tony gonna get him, man. You know what I'm saying? I think he gonna stop Tszyu. Even though Tszyu said he's gonna be the one that's putting on the pressure. He's gonna be the one that's chasing Tony. He said all Tony gonna do is run, 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 right? And I just think that's ridiculous because, you know, Tony is a hitter, man. Tony is a badass boxer, bro. I mean, he gave Jamel Charlo hell. You know what I'm saying? Really, he was winning both fights. You know what I'm saying? He just ran out of gas and slowed down just enough so Jamel Charlo could clip his ass. So what do y'all think? How y'all think that fight is gonna go this weekend? It's gonna be off the chain. It's gonna be lit. Anybody?
Harrison unanimous. Harrison unanimous. I don't think Tszyu got it.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
what do you,
rooting for. I got Tony on this one, bro. Rocking with Tony.
so I mean, what do you think? How you think it's gonna go though? I mean, because we seen Trishelle knock down Tim Tszyu. I think it was like the first round. I mean, he dropped him in the first round, but you know, of course, he came back and he put that pressure on Trishelle, and you know what I'm saying, pretty much won the fight. But I mean, with Tony, I think he's on another level. Tony said the other day that he didn't think Tim Tszyu deserved to be, you know, to have that title shot because, you know, he's from Australia. He didn't fight anybody except for Kershaw that we know that's on a high level. And Kershaw wasn't really deemed a killer or nothing like that. So he feel like Tim ain't tested. You know what I'm saying? That he's the test for Tim. And I'm feeling the same way. You know what I'm saying? But I do think Tony has been through. I don't know if he's the same fighter that fought Jamel Charlo. And that's why this fight is so good. Because we really don't know if Tony Harris is Tony Harris. You know what I'm saying? We just don't know. You know what I'm saying? And what he's been off for a while. You know what I'm saying? He has, you know what I'm saying? He haven't been as active. So will that hurt him in this fight, or will it go to a decision? Will it keep him from stopping Tim Tszyu, or will Tim Tszyu, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Will he put it on Tony Harrison? I mean, because he's been inactive, because he hasn't been, you know what I'm saying, himself lately. What y'all think? Man, y'all got to give me some energy, man. What? Y'all wake up. Can y'all hear me? Is my mic out? Hello?
Nah, I hear you, bro. I hear
Okay.
you. I'm
So
trying to
y'all smoking weed or something?
Nah, nigga be on mute.
Yeah, nigga, y'all smoking weed or something. I want some.
Nah, I think on some real shit, I think Tony, man, he got an excellent boxing game, and he know how to win fights. You know what I'm saying? He know how to make it look good for the judges. He know how to make you miss enough. He know how to land enough to win the fight. You know what I'm saying? I think that's his main focus, main goal. He ain't going there trying to stop nobody. He ain't trying to wow the crowd. None of that. He going in there to win the fight. So I think that his will and his skill is going. I think you know what I'm saying, it's going to be a mismatch. You know what I'm saying?
So you ain't tell me.
Like,
so nobody giving Tim a dang chance. God damn.
He got a chance. I just think I think he's a little on the young side, on the inexperienced side.
Yeah, Tim is inexperienced. We can't even really say who he been in the ring with. Tony Harrison been in the ring with about 3 out of 5.
Nigga beat Jamel Charlo, bro.
He been in the ring. Jamel
He
Charlo.
fucking took a belt off Jamel Charlo. That ain't no weak shit, bro.
And then on
he
top
took
of
a
that,
belt from Jamel Charlo.
He only have gas tank issues. He only have gas tank issues, and I don't see Tszyu pushing the pedal so much that it run Tony Harrison gas tank out. I don't see it. He's not Jared Hurd. He's not about to sit there and get punch drunk and take a million punches. He's not Charlo. I don't see it. Personally, I just don't see it.
Yeah, man, you know, I mean, but y'all underestimating them. That man is out there sparring kangaroos, and kangaroos are highly skilled, nigga. You know what I'm saying? He is going to Australia in his hometown. I mean, so you're gonna have a little home cooking. You're gonna have a lot of home cooking. I mean, he's gonna have the salt, he's gonna have the accent and everything. So I think Tony got the skills to get it done, but he's gonna have to be careful. Damn, the hell was that? He's gonna have to be careful. You know what I'm saying? He can't make it. It can't be close, because if it's close, we already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a celebration in Australia, even if your boy don't look good, because you know that's the fight that they're pushing right now. They want to see Tszyu in there with Jamel Charlo. Personally, I don't think Tszyu got the skills. I think he's a basic boxer. I don't think he has no special effects, straight up and down. I mean, he don't do nothing exceptionally well. He got a little bit of pop, he got a little bit of size, and he moves forward. I mean, Tony is not going to be confused by nothing Tszyu do. He don't have no exceptional speed. I mean, he's not, his ring IQ isn't exceptional. You know what I'm saying? He's just a regular, average, good boxer that they're trying to make into a superstar. And I think he's about to get exposed. I really do. I think he's about to get exposed. And you know what I'm saying? You know, no matter what Tszyu say, he got to get him out of there. If that's your only chance to get Tony Harrison out of there, because you can't box with Tony Harrison. You know, he got that long ass reach. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to get on the inside, and I don't see where, you know, just pushing your big ass body up in there and getting punched. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just don't see no way Tszyu could win unless he surprise us, unless he has another gear, because he only fights and he only fights one way. You know what I'm saying? He only fights with one gear. You know what I'm saying? And Tony, he's finesse. You know what I'm saying? He's finesse and he can bang. So he's more versatile than Tszyu. So I think it's going to be a real good fight. I mean, if he surprised me, if Tszyu goes in there and knock out Tony Harrison, I would be, my jaws, and I'm definitely going to be on live when that happens. My jaw would drop, bro. If he goes in there and knock out Tony Harrison, I would be so surprised by that. What you think, King?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. Like, I don't think I got Tony all the way. I think Tony real skilled. But I think I was on here yesterday telling you the only thing I don't like about Tony is sometimes when he had those mental lapses, he don't just give you 1 or 2 good shots on him. Like Tony will give you 3 and 4 good shots when he have a mental lapse. And I'm trying to figure out where the hell your head is at. Because it's rare to see somebody who that who that intent on being a pure boxer make that many mistakes and give up that many punches. You don't see that a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because I would consider Tony Harrison a pure boxer, but it's rare that you see a pure boxer have a mistake and they give you 4 or 5 shots on them without them responding or doing anything. Like that's the only thing I don't like about Tony.
Well, I think with Tony, I think when Tony get tired, he start doing a lot of bluffing. You know what I'm saying? He started doing a lot of bluffing. And I don't think he means to get hit by 4 or 5 punches, but if he want to psych you out, he start trying to use his mind. You see how big that nigga head is. That nigga got a mind game, you know what I'm saying, out of this world. You know what I'm saying?
That nigga head big as hell.
that nigga got psychic powers for real. He be trying to psych you out, and that's why he let you hit him, because he wants you to feel like, you know, he's so, you know, like he's so tough, he could take it. But he be fucked up. You know what I'm saying? In the fight, he be fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? He be done. But what he be doing is bluffing. You know what I'm saying? And all you have to do is go in there and finish him off. Once he start doing the bluffing, that's the telltale sign that Tony Harrison is finished. Because he start throwing his hands out wide. He start turning his back, looking to the crowd. Oh yeah, he done, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I think because Jamel was so cautious, you know what I'm saying, he didn't pick up on that. You know what I'm saying? And he was getting hit, but he wasn't going for the finish at that time because he wanted to make sure. And I think Harrison, that's his thing. You know, I don't think he has as many mental lapses as he is that he has lack of stamina, and he tries to cover up that he's out of gas and stuff. You know, trying to bluff in the fight. You know, and he's chinny, just like TZ Frank says. He is chinny. You know what I'm saying? But he's 6'1", 6 something. He's tall as shit. And it's hard to reach with a long neck, and it's hard to get to that face. It's hard to get to that chin, you know what I'm saying? Unless you got to reach like Jamel Charlo, or somebody who's got that athletic ability, explosive ability, and power to go up there. Tony Harris is a big boy. You know what I'm saying? He ain't one of them small dudes. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to get to him, and you got to get through that excellent offense to be effective. You know what I'm saying? And he gonna put it on your ass. You know what I'm saying? Why you saw what he did to Jamel. He was tearing Jamel ass up. Yeah, he gonna have to do the same thing to Tszyu.
But I was just gonna say I agree with Tony when he said that he don't believe that Tszyu deserved that title shot, because I don't know nothing about no damn Tszyu. Like, I feel like they got other guys in their weight division who probably should have had a fight with Jamel Charlo before Tszyu.
Let me see what's going on, Film Study. What you got on it?
Shit, what's up, y'all? I got Tony Harrison winning. That's how niggas be said. I got him winning. Outboxing
y'all
Tszyu.
some racist ass dudes, man. Y'all, why y'all won't pick Tim, man? Somebody got to pick Tim. Nobody think Tim got a chance. He's from the land down under. Y'all don't know nothing
I feel
about
like
that
he's
man.
just gonna be 2 steps behind Tony, man. I just feel like he's just gonna be too slow to the punch. Tony, he gonna get his shit out first.
So if Tim goes out here and knock out Tony Harrison, what y'all gonna say then?
I'm gonna give him his credit.
Y'all think he's gonna be ready for Jamel Charlo?
Oh hell, yeah, he should be, man. You gotta be. If you don't, you're gonna get your ass knocked up.
See, actually, I'm taking Tony Harrison to beat Tszyu, and I'm taking him to beat Jamel Charlo in the trilogy. I think so. Like I said, both fights he had with Jamel Charlo, he was outboxing Jamel Charlo in both fights. Now, we do know that Jamel Charlo can catch Tony, and we do know that Tony can be caught. But I just really feel like in three fights, what he showed me that he can outbox Charlo for the majority of fights. So my logic tells me in a third fight, Charlo won't get the stoppage, and Tony gonna outbox him.
For a whole 12 rounds?
You said what?
For a whole 12 rounds?
What I mean, like I said, we saw it once before when he the first fight. He beat Charlo before, so it's not uncommon to think that he can't last the whole 12. You know, we seen one fight where he did last the whole 12. We saw one where he didn't. So now we do know that he can go 12.
Yeah. Now what's interesting? Now what's interesting is that Tony Harrison said if he was Tszyu, he wouldn't accept that fight against himself. Like if he was where Tszyu was, he was one fight from getting a fight with Jamel Charlo. He said he wouldn't fight. He wouldn't have fought Tszyu. He said he would have skipped past. And I thought that was interesting. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? So he said he don't even know why Tszyu gave him an opportunity to do that, because Tony Harrison was set to fight Fundora, like LeVar Cooper said here. You know, he says Sebastian. Yeah, Sebastian is a problem, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was set to. I would have loved to see that fight, Sebastian and Tony Harrison, because you know, Sebastian looked like he the brother killer. You know what I'm
Who you
saying?
think would have won that fight, Pooh?
Man, you know, if Tony Harrison was on the
But Tony
same level,
D'Antoni.
if he was on the same level, because I don't think he could really box with Tony. But like everybody said, it depends on what version. Even Eric Lubin said it depends on what version of Tony Harrison you get. You know what I'm saying? He's almost like, he's not a Amir Khan, but he has his kind of like mentality. Like when he focused with Amir Khan focus, he looked good, boy. He looked in there like nobody could like really, you know what I'm saying, really touch him, man. But you know, it's like if Tony Harrison go in there and he's focused, yeah, he'll beat Fundora. You know what I'm saying? Because he got the long arms. He don't have to go on the inside. You know what I'm saying? He can outbox Fundora because he got enough pop to keep Fundora off him. You know what I'm saying? But it just depends what shape he come in, what kind of camp he got. I mean, it depends on him. It just all depends on Tony. Tony could win, but Fundora is hungry. It's hard to beat hungry fighters. You know what I'm saying? We see how hungry Fundora was against Eric Lubin. Eric Lubin was winning that fight too, but he made a miscalculation. You know, thinking once he knocked Fundora down, he thought he had him, and he went on the inside, and boy was he wrong. He was wrong. But I don't see Tony Harrison making that same mistake. I think he got a higher boxing IQ than Lubin. I think he's got a higher boxing IQ than Fundora. Fundora height gives him a lot of advantages at that weight class. But you got to be a fool to fight Sebastian Fundora fight. You know what I'm saying? You just be a fool to fight him on the inside. He can't box that well off the outside. You see Ocampo, how he was able to survive. And do anybody think Ocampo could beat Eric Lubin? You know what I'm saying? Hell no. You know what I'm saying? He just had a better game plan. And even Eric Lubin was doing well until he just felt himself and said, okay, I knocked this guy down. I can go finish him off. And boy, you were wrong. You know what I'm saying? You just made one of the worst, just like he miscalculated Jamel Charlo and got Falumaloon. You know what I'm saying? He got Falumaloon. So he's that fighter that miscalculate. He reads his instincts. His boxing instincts are off. He makes bad mistakes, and then he gets destroyed in the ring, right?
He leans too much into his power. Like he thinks he's like overconfident in his power. He feel like when you're named the hammer, I thought he was gonna stop. Right, and I ain't gonna lie, man. I had picked Lubin to stop Fundora in that fight. Fundora got a hellified chin, bro. Yeah, Fundora got a hellified chin. It's gonna take a Charlo punch to really make him back up.
Well, I think it's the angle where he does bend over. He don't fight 6'6". He bends over. You know what I'm saying? That's
what else he does? Mm-hmm. You know what else he does? I noticed they call moving off guard. He's not good from the outside, but since he wants to get on the inside, he uses that long ass jab to blind people. So as he's jabbing, he's stepping in. He's stepping in on you. He coming straight uppercut.
A looping motherfucking uppercut.
Straight praying man.
To your body or to your chin.
Boop, boop. All you know it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Dude done got off on you. Even if you can get out of there or whatever, you got before you know it, this dude is like blinding you with this long ass 80-inch reach.
Just keep blinding.
Next thing you know, he right in your face. And he can take your power. If he can take your power, it's a wrap, bro. He gonna do that for 12 rounds or however long he takes.
Well, he also do that.
I like Fundora, dog. Fundora got it, bro.
He loves
to frame you with that uppercut.
Well, he leans over on you like Brandon Figueroa. You know what I'm saying? He kind of leans over you, and then he be beating you while he holding you with his shoulder. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Lubin got caught on them damn ropes, and he was caught like a damn roach at a damn roach motel.
Yeah,
and he could unleash.
Think about it, dude taking.
Go ahead.
Dude taking one step to your 3 or 4. So you try to get away, he just broke, and he cutting the ring off too with it. Yo, man,
Yeah,
people better not
he is
sleep
a
on
problem.
Fundora, man.
And Fundora is a problem, man. You know, and I think he would have stopped Tim Tszyu if he would stop Tim Tszyu. But Tony Harrison is an anomaly.
That's the fight I want to see. I want to see Fundora and Tszyu. I want to see these young guys that's coming up. They need to fight each other, bro. They instead of keep reaching for the top of the mound. Dog, fight each other. That's how you build these other bigger fights with these bigger fighters. You don't just go from I'm a prospect. Oh, now all of a sudden I want to fight. Give me Jamel Charlo. Give me the undisputed champ. Dog, fight Tszyu. This nigga right here in your face.
But see, they're trying to build. They're trying to build Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to build that. They want him to be a star.
I don't see how. But I don't see how they doing it.
Thank you, Joe Van, for that $10 cash app. I appreciate that, bro, for supporting the channel, man. And but hey, somebody fight.
Yeah, somebody over there scrapping.
somebody moving furniture over there, bro. Hey man, just put on the camera so we can see it. Cut the camera on so we can see it.
Nah, man, my earpiece fell out, bro.
So going back down to Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying? They really starting to, Tank, you know what I'm saying, talking noise, about everybody want to be like him. And you know what I'm saying, he really feeling himself a little bit, but he's not bad with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he was wearing that little fuzzy coat. You know what I'm saying? And, I like that he's gotten loose with the media. He can express himself better. And he's saying, like, basically he was talking about Devin Haney wanting to be like him. Man, I can understand that because he is the star. Everybody want to see a Tank fight. Everybody want to be there. He is the dude that draw you, even when it comes to the heavier weight classes. Everybody want to see Tank fight because he's probably going to knock out. He's probably going to get a knockout. You're going to see something special in the ring. And I know it just kind of eats up Devin Haney that he don't have, even though he's just as good in the ring and he's an undisputed champion, and they have this guy outshine him as a star. You know what I'm saying? Now, I look at them as equal. But, the casual fan, when you talk about the casual fan and when you talk about exciting fights, when you're talking about seeing a knockout, seeing, the energy of the fight, Tank got that, man. Tank got it. You know what I'm saying? And he's feeling it, and he's really trolling. I think he's trolling Devin when he says Devin want to be like him. They saying that every time you look at Devin, his wardrobe, his swag, everything is looking like Tank Davis. Now, I don't see that. I don't see it, but that's what they're saying. I guess with the gold chain, with the chains, I don't know what kind of chains that he will be wearing.
Man, listen. First of all, Devin Haney is from California and grew up in the Bay Area, bro. You don't have to convince him to start. They flashy people in where he from. The people are flashy. So don't just think that don't think that he copying our Tank because he flashy. That nigga is from the Bay. They all like that. Mm-hmm. But one thing I didn't like was how he said, like what you just said, Pooh, you said he trolling. You're not doing a good job at trolling because see, somebody like me, I can see through the bullshit. I'm only listening to the facts. The fact of the matter is Devin Haney wants to fight you. What you saying is he wants to be like you. But why are you bringing that up? The only thing I want to hear from Tank is that Devin can't beat you up and you fighting him next. If you're not saying that, I'm not listening to what you're talking about because nothing else you're talking about matter. You said, I just saw what he tweeted, Bill Haney. You went off on this man telling him that you got more money than his son and you got more money than him put together. What the fuck they got to do with a fight? Because Devin Haney never got in a pissing contest with you. Devin Haney never said he had more money than you. Devin Haney said he'll beat you up. So why are you talking about your money? You see what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. I don't know where y'all from, but where I'm from, that don't fly. You're not gonna be in a gym shooting ball with somebody. A nigga foul you too hard, or you foul him too hard. He want to call your hands. He talking about punch you in your shit, and you telling him, "Nah, I got more money than you. I'm good. I got more money than you."
Yeah, that's like saying if I lose, I still got more money than you type shit.
Yeah, they thought that's what it sounds. It sounds like you trying to put it out there because you know the people want to see you fight Devin. You trying to create the narrative that, with or without Devin, I'm the man. It almost sounds like you feel like you might lose. Like why you talking about your money, bro? Like tell me that you're gonna beat Devin Haney up because he talking shit about you. Say that.
Yeah, that shit is. That shit weird.
Well, I just think it's the rivalry energy that's building up. I think that fight is building up too. You know what I'm saying? I think that fight is building up. Tank, you know what I'm saying? The walls are closing in on Tank because he's gonna make his money because he's an exciting fighter. But now everybody demands for him to fight the best. And Devin right now he's tied up, so he has to bask in the shadows of Tank. Tank, whatever he does, it's going to turn to gold right now because he's the star at 135, even though he don't have the belts. And they were saying like how the belts seem like they're meaningless. You know what I'm saying? Long as you're popular in the sport. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know how Terence Crawford get around that because he's not popular, period. But he's trying to go around, you know what I'm saying, the unification. You know what I'm saying? Unifications don't they trump regular fights? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So but he won't do it. You know what I'm saying? He won't adhere to the rules. And Tank, he's not adhering. Well, he don't have a belt like that. So it ain't like he's ducking Devin Haney. But the thing is, the expectation, you know what I'm saying, because they are both the best in the division, is overwhelming. But Tank is using that star status to like really, put it over Devin Haney's head, right? And Devin Haney, I'm pretty sure he just wants to get in there and prove that he's better than Tank. He wants to get in there, he don't want Tank to have that number one spot. And that's what Tank was saying. He said everybody wants a spot, but shit, I'm here to stay. So that means, because he was talking about retiring in a couple of fights, in a couple of interviews ago. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that Tank don't have that 1 foot in, 1 foot out type mentality like Sean Porter did by the time he meets Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson, if he fights Shakur Stevenson.
And see, another thing, Paul, I wanted to point out is that, like how you said that Devin, he throwing this in Devin's face and Devin might feel some type of way. I don't necessarily agree. Honestly, when I listen to the Haneys, I think Bill is more bothered by Devin not being a bigger star than Devin Haney is. Mm-hmm. I think Devin good. I think Devin is a pure fighter at heart. I think he good with getting big fights and trying to fight better and better opponents. I think if Devin Haney went, I ain't gonna say the rest of his career because that's a stretch, but I'm just saying for the next 3 or 4 years, if he never get that stardom, but he get the fights he want, I think Devin Haney good. But one thing I noticed is that when you talk about Devin Haney, I think he find it amusing when these guys throw things in his face. Like, for instance, before Devin Haney became undisputed, he wasn't talking about being a champion. From day one, all I ever heard Devin Haney doing was pointing fingers at people that you said was good and trying to beat them up. That Devin Haney get off on listening to who the people think is better than him and trying to beat them up. So, because that's all he was doing. It wasn't until they told him, well, we're not fighting you until you get a belt. He was like, so I need a belt for you to fight me. And it was like, yeah. So he went and got them all. And now that he have them all, he find it amusing when they find another reason to say they don't want to fight him. So at this point, everything, that's why Devin they say everything but let's fight. Every time they change the narrative, he find it amusing. And he likes to put, that's why Devin likes to put that on public display. Because they got a whole compilation I was watching of all the times Devin Haney went face to face with people and embarrassed them about ducking him on live TV. He did it to Loma, he did it to Tszyu, and he did it to Ryan Garcia. He didn't do it to Tank yet. But Devin finds this amusing, bro. Like that's why I say I don't think he bothered by Tank's star power. I think he like poking holes in Tank's facade in front of the whole world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That make a lot of sense. That make a lot of sense right there. But it's gonna be hard for Shakur Stevenson to get into that mix right now. With 135 having so many damn different promotional companies, you know what I'm saying, tied to different fighters and different networks, it's just going to be a headache to make those kind of fights. And I was reading something the other day where they say Tank is still promoted by Mayweather. I wonder how true that is. You know what I'm saying? Is Mayweather still over Tank, or is that just some kind of, you know what I'm saying, some kind of little publicity stunt that they put out there? You know what I'm saying? Anytime they have a problem with Mayweather, is that some kind of attention they bring to the fight, or do y'all think Tank is still promoted by Mayweather? Anybody.
No, but I don't think Tank or Calvin Ford understand the business to move completely independent of Mayweather and Ellaby. They not like that. They saying I mean, far as what Tank did was he just put his big boy pants on and said, I want to make my own decision. That's all he did because, like I said, he's not knowledgeable about this sport. And I don't think Calvin Ford is either. I think Calvin Ford is good at bringing up boxers, training boxers. I don't think they knowledgeable about the business of boxing though.
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway. Not yet.
Yeah, and I was just shocked. Go ahead.
On the press conference, I was just gonna say at the press conference, they said they mentioned GTD promotions and the TBE whatever that PBC promotions is, and Golden Boy promotions. They ain't say nothing about Mayweather promotions. You know what I'm saying? You know how when they do that little announcement, they be like, brought to you by GTD promotions and TBE promotions and Golden Boy promotions. They ain't say nothing about Mayweather promotions. I know that much. But we'll know when the fight happens, and you gonna see it in the ring. You already know what it is.
Well, can Tank pay Ellaby directly to work with him without Mayweather?
Say that again.
I was saying that since he said Mayweather promotions wasn't in it, I'm wondering, can Tank just pay Ellaby directly to kind of do his promotion without Floyd Mayweather?
I don't know. I don't know how that works exactly.
But Ellaby really fuck with Tank like that. Like, go ahead, Paul.
No. I was just saying, I really don't know how that worked, but I don't think he would fall too far from the tree of Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I really don't know how that particularly works. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if they all working together or are they working as separate entities. You know what I'm saying? In boxing, but I would love to have some clarity on it. You know what I'm saying? You know, because it would tell us how Tank is able to move, and I think that's the problem behind the scenes. Everybody got an interest in the fight, and you know, things don't get agreed upon if Mayweather's involved or Ellaby is involved, or if versus if they're free. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna have an interest. They're gonna want to be the A side. They're gonna want these size gloves. They're gonna want this kind of weight stipulation or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they got to figure all that out. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm totally surprised that Ryan Garcia, Golden Boy, and Tank. I'm just surprised that they came to an agreement. I'm really shocked by that, and I just think that this is gonna open up some things for future fights between Golden Boy and PBC. You know what I'm saying? I think that really is going to open up some things. I just don't see Tank them as their own entity right now. Say what now? I don't see them. I don't see them.
So what you saying there? How you feel about Bud going over to Golden Boy now that Golden Boy and PBC building a relationship, getting some money together?
Well, I mean, I think Bud is intimidated by the PBC. I think he's afraid of getting screwed over. You know what I'm saying? By the PBC. I think he knows that he can make the fight, but I think he don't understand. I think he understands that he's overmatched about getting as much as he wants out of them, and he need representation. So he tried to go to Black Prime, and Black Prime are not professional enough or know enough about the business to represent him. So he went to Golden Boy. So he went to Golden Boy because they got Oscar De La Hoya, and he's familiar with what to ask for. So if you go into a fight and you're your own guy, you don't know all the angles. You don't know where all the money at. So you might be missing out on certain monies, right? So when he went over there Raw, he wanted to test the waters, right? You know what I'm saying? But this is just on the business side. He went over there and he realized, shit, there's a lot of shit he don't know. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff that he don't know on the business side. So you need representation. You need to get under a promoter who knows the game. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's still going to get screwed, you know what I'm saying? But at least he'll have somebody looking out for his own interest so he can get in on the rest of the money. So for some reason, Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, he come to this realization late in the game. You know what I'm saying? You should have had representation before you took your ass over there. You know what I'm saying? You should have known that there's a lot of money to be made on the table, and that you needed somebody who could at least have an advisor. How are you a consultant, my nigga? You know what I'm saying? How are you an agent that knows, you know what I'm saying, the questions to ask, and you know what I'm saying, where all the money at. That's, you know what I'm saying, hey, this is what the network deals look at. I'm pretty sure if you would have asked Steven Espinoza or anybody, they would have said, hey man, you know what I'm saying, when they open up the back end, you know what I'm saying, that includes all that stuff, and have you somebody to look over it and say, okay, this is the percentage. This is what you can look forward to if you win or if you lose. This is what you're going to get. And Terence Crawford is just a horrible, horrible businessman. He's a horrible businessman. He don't want to do all that. He's always had Bob Arum to look into those kind of things, and now he's leaning on Oscar De La Hoya. So I don't know if he's gonna go back over there and have Oscar De La Hoya look at that for him. But you know what I'm saying? To me, the way he's going about everything, it's just ass backwards. You know what I'm saying? It's like that retarded cousin. You get a job, and he goes on the job and just fuck it up and fuck up your whole reputation for bringing him on. You know what I'm saying? And he's just messing up the whole deal, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like he always does. And you know, hopefully we could get this fight through Golden Boy. I doubt it, but that's just wishful thinking. If he fight Alex Rocha, Blair Cobb, it's going to do damage to his reputation as a pound for pound fighter. You know what I'm saying? Who wants to see Terence Crawford if he goes in there and Alex Rocha give him a good ass fight? Or if Blair Cobb, you know what I'm saying, go upside his head a couple of times and drop him.
Hey, it's funny
Blair Cobb, bro.
Hey, it's just funny that Bud, we all know, we came to the conclusion that Bud didn't like tough competition, right? And it's funny that Broner came out and said that the PBC wants you to fight Godzilla, and that's the one company Terence Crawford refused to work with. It's just funny, bro. It's funny because I mean, everything I say about this dude that people say I'm hating, it always get verified later down the road. But I'm hating though. I'm just making this shit up.
Yeah, man. You know that like you hate Tank. They say that like you hate Tank, King. They say you hate Tank.
They can say what they want, bro. But I'm glad you brought it up because I want to point something out that's funny, bro. As a Haney fan, what's funny about Tank fans and their energy, right? It's sad because they sit up there and tell you that they believe that Tank can knock Devin out 10 times out of 10. Devin ain't shit. He got pillow fists and he got all that. That's the one fighter, bro. They get highly upset at the mention of Devin Haney fighting Tank. I ain't listen to what I'm telling you, fool. I never go to them and I don't even start the argument by saying that Devin is better. All I said is I want to see them fight and people lose their shit, full counter. They lose their shit at the mere thought of Tank fighting Devin Haney. But Devin Haney is so trash though. Like who does that? Well, niggas tell you Devin ain't shit. Y'all need to stop talking about him. That's just, all I did was mention that they should fight. I never even said he was better.
Well, I guess you know what it is that Devin got the belts, and he's perceived. You know, once you got the belts, you perceived to be the best in the division, and people think that Tank is the best in the division. So people get pissed because you know what I'm saying, they think that Tank is a better fighter, but because Dev got the belts, it's just kind of ass backwards to them. You know what I'm saying? And then when you think, you know, Devin, he don't knock out nobody. He just goes out there and just kind of, you know, beats him in a 12-round unanimous decision. You know what I'm saying? So they don't like his style. You know what I'm saying? They don't like his style. And they like Tank's style.
But listen, put what I'm saying, brother, is this here. I'm calling out bullshit. That's what I'm doing because in their hard pull counter, if they really felt like Devin wasn't shit and he was just pillow fisted and chinny, they would love to see Tank get in there and knock him out. They love to watch Tank knock out bombs pull counter. Am I lying? They love this shit. They love if Tank right now tell the whole world, man, I'm fighting Rolly again, I'm gonna knock him out. Tank fans gonna go crazy. Oh, we getting us another knockout. Oh shit, we about to get us another knockout. If you thought Devin was so trash, why you just don't want Tank to jump in there and knock him out too?
They do. It's just they don't want his reputation. They don't want their reputation to be over Tank. Just like Bud Crawford fans don't want Errol Spence Jr. just because like they be hating on his pay-per-views. You know, that I don't want to talk about business. I don't talk about the business side because it don't favor your opponent. You know what I'm saying? It don't favor your guy. right? That's why they don't want to talk about pay-per-views. Now they done start saying the pay-per-views are fake. You know what I'm saying? So they just try to knock everything that, you know, your guy has over, you know what I'm saying, Tank or Tank has over him. They'll knock that out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it ain't that they don't want to see the fight. They just think Tank, they just think that Dev reputation, you know what I'm saying, is too much. You know what I'm saying? And they don't think it compares to Tank. And they, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of a ego thing. You know what I'm saying? That your guy is better than that guy. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you see this tearing down and see you an advocate of Devin Haney. You know, you and Dub right side. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are defenders of Devin Haney online. You know what I'm saying? And that's y'all just been stamped with that, and they're gonna come at you. Tank fans gonna come at you. You know, so I'm surprised your damn channel ain't blowed up by now. You know what I'm saying? Cause shit, you know, so they know these things. You know what I'm saying? So for me,
Yeah, I'm
it's
cool
just
with that. I'm cool, Paul. I'm cool with them like not liking me. I'm cool with them calling me a Tank hater or a Devin fanboy. But my thing is, what I'm not, I'm cool with you even saying Devin ain't shit. I'm cool with you saying Tank will knock him out. What I'm not cool with is you saying that Tank don't have to fight him at all. That's what I'm not cool with.
I don't think nobody's saying that. I don't think because that's those fights there he's locked into. That's going to be his legacy fights right there. So I mean he cannot duck those guys, and those guys can't duck him. You know what I'm saying? Only the problem Devin has is he's going up to 140 because he can't keep making 135 like this. But he said he's going to stay at 135 to face Tank, and I think that's cool. Devin, you know Devin want that smoke. He never changed up.
I just
So I'm
want people to keep that same energy because we hear Tank insinuating because we all heard what he was saying about people trying to be like us. We all kind of feel like he's talking about Devin, and we just saw him recently tweet to Bill Haney about the money they broke and this and that. Don't be doing all that bullshit if you're not sending Devin Haney a contract next. That's what I'm saying. Because if this fight is over with and Tank Davis sends anybody a contract but anybody named Devin Haney, don't tell me shit about Tank Davis again ever. Yeah, I'm gonna look at Tank Davis the same way I look at Terence Crawford.
Well, I wanted to switch it up because I saw what kind of being is talking about. He need a fight like now. He need a fight like super fast. And I'm like thinking to myself, bro, you just came back from being testing positive, right? For PEDs, right? So I'm thinking that anybody who want to fight kind of been like, bro, you still got the effects of cycling in your system. Of course you want to fight somebody because now you want to use that superhuman strength while you still got it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nigga, you done ate 30 eggs a day. You know what I'm saying? To prepare for a fight. Whoever gets in there kind of being, he still got that shit in him. You know what I'm saying? He still got that PEDs, the effects, and I don't think he's cycle off, and he's trying to get a fight super quick. He's talking about fighting Manny Pacquiao. He's talking about fighting Adrian Bronner. He's talking about fighting Errol Spence Jr. Bro, nobody wants to fight Bam Bam in the ring. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody want to wait for you to cycle off that crap. You know what I'm saying? And wait for you to get back skinny. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, you know what I'm saying, you're looking like Conan the Barbarian or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to fight you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Eddie Hearn, he's all happy that Conor Ben has been reinstated. And bro, I mean, you're a national disgrace on one hand. Then on the other hand, they let you back, you know what I'm saying, here to destroy somebody's career. You know what I'm saying? Look at Van Heerden. Van Heerden, you know what I'm saying? He's complaining. Everybody he beat, that dude he knocked out, Algieri. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's complaining. Was that PED induced? You know what I'm saying? So who wants to get in the ring with Conor Ben? You know what I'm saying? Even Errol. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you operate on a whole nother level, bro, with them PEDs in your system. And you talking about you want to fight now? Everybody looking at you sideways, bro. It's
And
like,
you know they say
no.
Manny. So you know they say Manny trying to give him a fight. You heard about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, with that being said, bro, like, because I think I heard Blue Blood talking about it. He was saying he don't believe that Conor deserved that fight. I don't either. But we know how Manny move, bro. One thing about Manny, you know, Manny gonna fight. Manny don't want to fight bums. I got to give it to him, bro. I did not like Manny Pacquiao at first, but I can say that Manny Pacquiao would rather fight an elite fighter than a bum in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
So he want to go for who he think is good, and I respect it.
Yeah, but my thing is, you know what I'm saying, he could fight Manny Pacquiao because you know Manny Pacquiao, you know, he ain't gonna call for no test. So it's gonna be on and popping. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna call for no test, just like and Keith Thurman made that mistake. You know what I'm saying? By not getting that dang test, and you look what happened to Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? So, but with these two, you know, the fight. I mean, between
They
two
both gonna be on
steroid monsters.
steroids, fool.
Yes, sir. Steroid for steroids. But I think them steroids in the Philippines is a little bit better than
Oh
they
yeah.
got. Then they got up there in the land. Well, not the land now. Up there in the British Crown shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be a fight because the belt ain't on the line. But I mean, Manny is like 44 years old, man. You know
So
what
if
I'm saying?
Manny can beat him, is y'all cool with watching Manny get back in the mix, trying to be a champion again, or y'all think he need to let it go, even if he beat Conor though?
No, I think what's happening is it's going to lead to another Floyd Mayweather Manny Pacquiao fight because Floyd's staying active, Manny's staying active, and I think they're going to go for another one because that fight is going to generate. They're going to take over boxing again. You know what I'm saying? Once them two clash, because Floyd, you know what I'm saying? You know, people want to see Floyd lose. You know what I'm saying? They want to see him lose the actual crown. You know what I'm saying? As the all-time great in boxing. And I think they both staying active, and I think they're going to meet somewhere and fight again. It's just to take over boxing. All two old heads taking over boxing and never passing the torch. And you know, well, Manny kind of, you know, he lost to Ugas, but you know what I'm saying, he still got that status. And if they link up with Mayweather, they're gonna take over boxing again, man. You know what I'm saying? I think the pay-per-view is gonna be off the chain. It's gonna be bigger than anything. You know what I'm saying, that these younger fighters can produce. And you know what I'm saying, I don't really want to see Manny fight again. I don't want to see Floyd fight again, but they are stars in boxing, and they do carry a fan base, a huge fan base. You know, I think it's going to happen. But for Conor Ben need to go sit down, bro. 'Cause we know you still juiced up. You know what I'm saying? You just passed. You know, you just slid somebody a couple of envelopes, and now you back in the game. Nobody's really trying to touch. Not really trying to touch Conor Ben, bro. You know
Do
what I'm
you
saying?
think do you think Boots need to go for that fight, Conor
Hell
Ben?
no. Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, after the fight, because the reason I asked you this is because I don't see Bud fighting him. I think Spencer move up before fighting him because at this point it don't make sense for Spence to stay at 147 just to fight Boots, who offers him nothing. You know, so I just feel like who else is it for Boots?
Well, I mean, Boots is going to be fighting Villa, right? That's going to be a hell of a fight.
Oh yeah, that's a
That's
good one. I want to see that. Yeah.
that's going to be a hell of a fight because Villa is the dude that knocked out Rasheed Ellis. You know, not
Right.
that Rasheed Ellis was all that, but Rasheed Ellis was putting it on Villa. You know what I'm saying? He was really, and Villa don't move. He don't move like that. So that's perfect for Jaron Boots Ennis, who just coming off a fight with Karen, and Karen was jumping around like a damn jumping bean. That'll
Right.
be a that'll be a fight. See, Boots, he do better with somebody who's gonna stay in front of him and bang it out. And I think
Right.
that's the perfect opponent. But I think Villa is tough. So
Man,
it's
Villa might be the slowest welterweight I ever seen in my life, bro.
yeah, but
I
he got
never
that
seen somebody
power.
move so slow.
He got power though, bro. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully he got a chin, and that's gonna be a really good fight. So he got him an opponent. You know what I'm saying? We know Terence Crawford ain't interested in fighting somebody who can fight him back, somebody who can put combinations and got power. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's looking for weak dudes. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he sucks as a champion. Because you gotta have that fighting spirit to want to be the best, to be a really good champion. And Terence Crawford don't have that, bro. You know what I'm saying? He just don't have that. Everybody else is trying to, you know what I'm saying, get into the mix. But Spence got 3 of the belts. And I wish they'd go ahead and announce that Keith Thurman fight because it's really making me anxious. You know what I'm saying? Waiting on Terence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep speculating. You know what I'm saying? He keep pulling these moves like he's going to go with the Golden Boy. Or is he just trying to leverage the Golden Boy situation to get a better deal with PBC? I wish they just came out and just said he need a publicist to come out. Not Bo Mac. Not Bo Mac. You know what I'm saying? Talk about nobody want to fight Terence Crawford. He's a horrible publicist. You know what I'm saying? He need to be saying, "What's up, man? We negotiating with the PBC, but we want our work." You know what I'm saying? And that would put him back in the game, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And instead of messing around with Alex Rocha, and getting them to getting the WBO to make him a mandatory, that's weak as hell, bro. That put him right back at square one. You know what I'm saying? He would never advance as a great champion if he keep fighting those kind of fights.
And
You know what I'm saying?
I want to bring something else up. I don't know which brother said it, but I was doing something earlier, but I heard him talking. He was saying that he believed Keith Thurman have a better resume than Errol Spence. I don't agree. The reason being is that Errol Spence beat Kell Brook. Keith Thurman didn't even fight Kell Brook. He beat Sean Porter, and Errol also beat Danny Garcia, who Keith Thurman beat. But Errol Spence also has Mikey Garcia on his resume and Yordanis Ugas, who was a champion when Errol Spence beat him. So I think Errol Spence's resume is better than Keith Thurman's.
Well, I put it like this, my briggity brother. If you can have a better resume, but if you duck the guy that want to fight you, you know what I'm saying? What that say about
I
your
didn't
resume?
agree with that either.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you got a better resume, but you duck the dude, you know, you know how many times, you know, the reason Errol Spence Jr. fought Kell Brook is because Keith Thurman wouldn't fight him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can have all these accolades, bro, but if you don't get in the ring, if you keep avoiding the guy that you say you're better than, you know what I'm saying? It don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean nothing. Yeah, you could go if you can't make a dude get in the ring with you. You know what I'm saying? And they keep saying this about Terence Crawford. People don't want to get in the ring with him. These are lies, bro. Everybody wants to fight Bud Crawford at 147. Everybody. And I mean everybody wants to fight him. Blair Cobb. When Blair Cobb wants to fight you, bro, you got a problem. You got a problem. Blair Cobb talking about, I'm the only one at Golden Boy that can beat Terence Crawford. I thought that was hilarious. I thought the whole screen was going to blow up when he said that. And I was like, bro, you know what I'm saying? You got people, you got these lower tier dudes, and I know it's about the money. Some of it, most of it is probably about the money for Blair Cobb. But you got people putting that on your name, bro. You got to come out here. You got to solidify yourself. You know, you the oldest champion at 147 that need a step up fight. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that's hilarious. You know, you got to have a step up fight, bro, for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I honestly don't take Terence Crawford serious. That's why I don't know if you know this, bro, but when his name come up, you know what I'm saying? I talk to y'all, you know, just to have a conversation, bro. Once I lose respect for somebody, I don't see Terence. I'm waiting on Terence Crawford to retire at this point. I don't even see him. I don't take him serious as a fighter or a contender or anything. I just think he here to talk. This man talked himself into a video game and a movie within a year of saying Errol Spence's name with no intentions on actually fighting him. I
said it in my last live stream. They picked the wrong person to represent boxing in that movie. Because I mean, if he did what he do in real boxing, then we would have never had Creed 3 because he wouldn't have faced his rival. He would have ducked. You know what I'm saying? The nigga would have ducked. You know what I'm saying? You know, for him to be showing, you know, it's no threat, you know, to be a consultant. You know what I'm saying, on a movie, and everybody's saying that they didn't pick Errol Spence Jr. They didn't pick Errol Spence Jr. I'll say, bro, you know, Errol Spence Jr. trying to get a real fight in. He's not trying to do no damn movies. You know what I'm saying? Right. He's trying to get this man in the ring for legacy. And Terence Crawford is always messing up the legacy. Can you imagine how great the fights would have been if Terence Crawford had not re-signed with Top Rank? How many good fights we would have had? You know what I'm saying, over at PBC, if he just would have signed back in 2018, he would have fought Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, and all them guys. You know what I'm saying, Sean Porter. He would have had them back to back. You know, and they're saying there's no guarantee he would have got the fights. Bro, that's all they had in the division. He would have fought somebody, somebody. He would have been solidified as a champion. But now, you know what I'm saying, since he's on the fringe, you know what I'm saying, he's avoiding the PBC, and everybody could see it. Now they're going through drastic measures to cover up for this guy. And like you said, it's frustrating, but he's still an integral part because he got that WBO belt. You know what I'm saying? That's really the crux of it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to see EJ get that WBO belt to become undisputed. And this sucker here is blocking undisputed. And it's all for some BS. You know what I'm saying? It's all under some BS, you know what I'm saying? And they so happy that this dude is acting petty like this. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't like the PBC. They don't like Errol Spence Jr. And they want to see them denied. that accolade. You know what I'm saying? They want to see him denied. You know, Tank don't have those problems because he don't want the belts. You know what I'm saying? But I do think. Say what now?
I had to go out and come back in. I just wanted to check my microphone real quick.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
But I agree though. With Judah though, I don't think how can Keith Thurman have a better resume than Earl and Keith ducked Earl? How does that make sense? Like y'all said, you know, Earl back door and fought everybody he fought and beat him and wanted to pick up belts off people he didn't fight. So I mean, what was bro talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he at Errol went and got the belt that you didn't want to get because apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, but Keith Thurman wasn't undisputed, and another belt that he needed was one that Kell Brook had, and you didn't want to try to go get it, but Errol Spence did. So
which one of them belts did he drop so that he didn't have to fight Earl? He dropped a belt. Was it the WBC? It was a belt he had that he dropped. Because he was.
Oh, you talking about Keith Thurman?
Yeah, Keith Thurman.
It was the what? WBC. He kept the WBA. That's the one Manny took off of him. WBC had to drop him because he was inactive, man. Yeah, but they kept saying he had a hand injury or elbow injury or some shit. You know what I'm saying? For all those years, that's when you saw him playing flutes and playing all in the streets with people and stuff. You know, it's like, come on now, Key. You know what I'm saying? Now he got nothing to lose. Now he wants to come in and act like and put the pressure on like EJ don't want to fight him. Man, EJ will destroy you, bro. He will destroy you. You know what I'm saying?
So do y'all believe that EJ back negotiating with Bud, and that's why they haven't announced the Keith Thurman fight? Because I heard that too, that they might be negotiating directly, him and Errol Spence, which I don't know why EJ keep fucking with that dude. But I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm like, that's just me. I'll be on some stuff like, look, bro. Then I'm mad as hell that Boots didn't make it. Well, I think that was you told me, Paul, that even if he became Bud mandatory, there's no guarantee he would have got that Bud fight. But man, I mean, bro, like. I just feel like a lot of people dropped the ball, bro. Terence Crawford wanted to do some whole shit, and a lot of people helped him do some whole shit.
Well, think about it. If Boots would have been, think about it. Boots is with Showtime. He got a sure thing where he can eat. You know what I'm saying? Now, are you gonna mess up your deal with the Showtime to go deal with BLK Prime? You know what I'm saying? They talking about doing a crossover with BLK Prime, Showtime. You know what I'm saying? You know, they're not gonna give BLK Prime that kind of publicity. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So either Terence Crawford, he could come over to Showtime and he could sign with them. You know what I'm saying? He could do that. But see, he can't go through BLK Prime. He can't go through Golden Boy. Well, I don't know. He might be able to get something done with Golden Boy. I don't know. It depends on the relationship between the promoters. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they can't send a contract over there because your boy signed with Showtime. You know what I'm saying? But if they go to if Bud go to Showtime himself, he could get something done. He just can't bring another promotional entity like BLK Prime with him because that's janky promotions. You know what I'm saying? You got to be like a top rank or somebody they can like really have lawyers and they can meet on an equal status to get something done that's fair. You know what I'm saying? But he could sign. He could definitely sign with PBC. He could definitely sign with Showtime. He got moves to make. He just don't want to take the risk. You know what I'm saying? It's like for some reason to fight a 50-50 fight, this man got to have the moon, the sun, the stars, and everything else. But really, it's just that he don't want to sell that O. He don't want that O to go. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Benjamin Franklin, thank you for that $1.99, bro. He said same guy ducking Shakur. He said, oh, so they think Devin is ducking Shakur Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? These guys are tied up right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like nobody's ducking nobody at 135. You know what I'm saying? All these guys are tied up. Everybody got fights, man. You know what I'm saying? So really, you know what I'm saying? Shakur, he's good. And Shakur's tied up in a fight too with a dude I never heard of, Yosho, whatever guy. You know what I'm saying? You know he's going to beat him up, right? So, you know, I don't see, you know, Devin ducking Shakur. You know, he just got a Lomachenko fight, Then we got to see how he moved after that. After that, then you can say if he's
Nah,
looking.
what it is. Let me tell you what it is. Deep down inside, Tank fans not stupid. They see that Tank Davis has never fought a pure boxer, and they see that he has no plans on fighting a pure boxer. And the one time that a pure boxer was mentioned with him, who not even pure in my opinion compared to Devin Haney, but Lomachenko, he openly stated that he wasn't ready for him. And what it is they know that Tank probably they feel nervous about Devin and Shakur versus Tank, so they try to pit them two off against each other, as if Devin did everything he did at 135 to skip an opportunity to fight Tank to fight Shakur, who offers him nothing. That's what they want to see. They don't want to see Tank fight either one of those pure boxers. That's why they say that.
Well, I'm pretty sure Top Rank going to want to keep those belts over there, and so they're going to try to push for after that Loma fight, because Loma most likely is going to lose to Devin. You know what I'm saying? And Devin is just all he's gonna do is grab a little cachet from beating Loma, but then they're gonna want to keep those belts over that Top Rank, so they're gonna push that Shakur Stevenson fight. You know what I'm saying? Believe it or not, so they can keep those belts at Top Rank, and I think that's how that's gonna go. I think. What y'all think? Y'all think Top Rank gonna push that fight, that Shakur Stevenson versus Devin Haney fight? I think that's what's gonna happen.
I think as long as Tank still, whenever this legal shit happen, if he's not in jail or if it's possible for him to fight Devin, that's what I think gonna happen. That's what my faith is anyway. Because I just think that I think that Top Rank would try to force it, but also I think that Bob Arum been in this sport long enough to see how this shit shaping out. He know that Devin not gonna be at 140 forever. He know Tank don't care about belts. He know that eventually them belts gonna end up with Lomachenko or Shakur Stevenson anyway.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the comments. Eden the Remix, he said the only person afraid of Haney is Loma after he got his ass whipped by Spanish-speaking athletic fighters. Let's see what's going on, JV. He says plenty of smoke at 140 for Devin Haney. What's the problem? You know what I'm saying? Well, the problem is the expectations. You know what I'm saying? He's undisputed champion at 135, so they want to see him clean out. You know what I'm saying? 135. And so, you know what I'm saying, before he could go up to 140, you know what I'm saying, it's going to have to be a champion. You know what I'm saying? It's going to have to be somebody, you know what I'm saying? I don't see him just fighting anybody up there. You know what I'm saying? He's going to have to face a Regis. He's going to have to face a damn Sabri Matias. You know what I'm saying? He's going to have to face what's his name? Albert Polo. He's going to have to face somebody like that when you're coming off undisputed champion. You know what I'm saying? You get your choice of who you want to fight up there. But right now, he's still got business down at 135. People want to see him get done. And that's the thing right there. Mano the boss, he said Bill Haney called Kevin and Tank broke. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, I don't know. You know, people have a lot of status on people's pockets nowadays. You know what I'm saying? I don't care nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? It's good. It's good. I don't like that when fighters, you know what I'm saying, buy all this stuff, you know what I'm saying, and then end up broke at the end of their career. I'm glad that, Tank them keep it kind of, he got his cars and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But, it is what it is. He that's a status thing. Carl Brown says, you notice Devin having a problem with a left hook because he leaned that way too much. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, yeah, he does, but, he gets caught in exchanges, you know what I'm saying? So, and any fighter could get caught in exchanges. It's just if he get hit by Tank exchange, you know what I'm saying, we got to see how he reacts. You got to see what happens, you know what I'm saying? He can't get caught, you know what I'm saying, repeatedly. You know what I'm saying? But Tank got them damn Ryan Garcia problems, so he's got to watch out for that left hook. You know what I'm saying? Tank got a chin, but they keep saying Ryan can hit. They keep saying that he, what's his name? Said he hit harder than Tank. Ryan hit harder than Tank. That was what's your boy name? Damn,
bro, I think that was Rolly, bro. You can't listen to what Rolly be talking about, bro. Like, man, Rolly is, bro. Nah.
Yeah,
First of all, I don't care what nobody say. I don't need y'all know I'm not the biggest Tank fan, but nobody at 135 is hitting harder than Tank Davis. Nobody.
Mm-hmm. But he be hating and shit. Mac World, what's going on, Mac World? He says, LB is Mayweather Promotions. Mm-hmm. LB is Mayweather Promotions. And Zach, what's going on, Zach B? Long time no see. He said, who Devin fought? He said Tank, Shakur, and Frank are calling for smoke. He said he may have wanted to fight them, but he has fought no one. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, they all tied up. And Maul, let's see what Maul talked about. He said this might be Devin's last fight at a lightweight for all we know. He says, Shakur, no joke, but I agree. He's likely to have trouble getting a shot. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's not gonna have. He's the under. Everybody's waiting on Devin to come up. You got Richardson Hitson who's talking shit. You know what I'm saying, that he wants to fight Devin. You got he got a lot of fights he can make up there. You know what I'm saying? He's the golden boy right now because he got that undisputed title. You know what I'm saying? So, he's going to get his pick of any champion that he want to fight. Hopefully he picks somebody good once he get out of his lease with Top Rank. Maul says Devin last fight in Top Rank, 3-fight contract. 3-fight contract. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. He, he still got obligations to Top Rank, and that's gonna dictate what he can do. You know what I'm saying? What will he be able to get a fight with Tank? You know what I'm saying? And Tank them, they're using that, saying that Devin may, he may Bob Arum may not let that fight happen. But I think it's probably they're gonna push that Shakur Stevenson fight. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what they want to keep them belts over there at Top Rank. He said, let's see. Carl Brown says, nah. They asked him if Tank's still involved with Mayweather. He said no. And let me see. What's going on? Tiger X Boxing in the building. He says there's an interview with Leonard Ellaby says that Tank is not with Mayweather Promotions anymore. He said he was there for support. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It'll all come out if he ain't. He says, Mr. Miles says, give Tank his credit. You know what I'm saying? Tank got his credit. You can't take nothing away from him. You know, say you can't take nothing from Tank. You know what I'm saying? Tank knock out every damn body. So, except for Eastside Cruz with that hard ass head. He really is that exciting fighter. He's the face of boxing right now. Greeks with fire. He says Haney ain't he says Haney ain't ish at the end of the day. He said no one cares. You know what I'm saying? There go your rival right there, King. And Tank versus Riley says following Tank versus Riley is following money, but hopefully this assigned Tank gets in the champion mix. And I agree with that. And LeVar Cooper, what's going on, LeVar Cooper? He says Ryan had no choice. This is a money grab fight. I agree. You know what I'm saying? But people are really making it look like Ryan is a better fighter than I think he is. You know what I'm saying? He's a better fighter, even though Tank is going to boost his star status up so high. He get in there and knock out Ryan Garcia. But I still don't see Ryan Garcia as that dude. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. You know what I'm saying? And Moss says only fanboys hate on the man holding all the belts and stuff. Well, you know what I'm saying? The popularity now in boxing is starting to take over. And, you know what I'm saying? The sanctioning bodies are making it hard because they're not putting in good opponents like, George Kambosos. He won the belt off George Kambosos. So it don't look good, you know what I'm saying, to get undisputed off of George Kambosos. You know what I'm saying? It just don't. You know what I'm saying? So the belts are starting to, then you got Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, fucking around with one of the belts, and you can't make boxing history when you got people running and dodging. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of frustrating, you know what I'm saying? So he's not getting all the credit that he deserves, you know what I'm saying, for beating George Kambosos for undisputed. And Tank is a star in his own right. So, he don't even want the belts. So it's just kind of a weird place in boxing right now. What's going on, Master Khalil? Oh, let me read Carl Brown first. Carl Brown says, Bud know that the PBC is a good company. He just mad that Spence is the A side, and that's what I think. You know what I'm saying? I think so. I think it's a lot of that jealousy and envy, you know what I'm saying, going on. Master Khalil says, nah, Pool. He says Crawford is intentionally avoiding PBC. Of course he is. I mentioned that earlier, Master Khalil. Yeah, but I just think, when it comes to the business, when he start thinking, I think he's back and forth. I think he knows that that's his legacy fight. And I think in the end, he keep going back and forth. He wants to make sure that he gets all the money. He knows he's going to go in there and be fighting for his life. You know what I'm saying, against Errol Spence Jr. And he just, he wants it to pass. He wants the pressure to pass, but yet he want to take advantage of it at the same time. So he's just kind of, saying in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I got to go over here and make a deal with the PBC, but on the other hand, I got to fuck with EJ. I got to fight EJ. You know what I'm saying? Who's gonna probably beat me? You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to emotionally deal with that kind of stuff. As a champion, everybody been telling you pound for pound best all your life, that you're the best boxer in the world, and you go over here and you get destroyed. You know what I'm saying? By Errol Spence Jr. He's trying to make sure that don't happen. You know what I'm saying? Eden Remix says Terence Crawford's out here like Lamar Jackson. Oh my God! Well, let me get you in there, King. There you go. Let me see. Jerome Lewis says, "This is a TMT and Golden Boy promotion. Tank ain't free. You know what I'm saying? And nobody don't want Tank to fight. He ain't gonna fight no free fight. You know that. You know what I'm saying? Tank is a star. You know what I'm saying? He's doing big numbers now. You know what I'm saying? He's doing bigger numbers than anybody right now. You know what I'm saying? So he is the A side. You know what I'm saying? So Devin, that's going to be a big thing that they're going to have to work out between each other. You know what I'm saying? Who is the A side, even though he got the belts, and it's going to look kind of bad. You know what I'm saying? For the undisputed champion to be the B side. You know what I'm saying? The fight just for him to get the fight. Let me see. Haney.
Honestly, I don't think Devin. I don't think that's going to be a problem, Paul. I really believe if Tank had that fight with Devin, I believe if Tank sent the contract, I believe Devin gonna make it as smooth as possible. Because he already conceded to being the B side. He's already said this out his own mouth. I don't think that's gonna be an issue.
Okay, but now see, you talk about pre-Loma though. See, now if he go in there and he beat the shit out of Loma, his star status is gonna raise. See, and that's a fight that Tank didn't want to take. You know what I'm saying? If he go in there and he beat Loma, now he's on another level. You know what I'm saying? His star has you know what I'm saying, has rose a little bit more. So it's gonna be weird, but I could see Devin making concessions to your boy, to Devin. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Devin making concessions to make that fight. We saw him do it before to get undisputed, so it's not a problem. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I think he really wants that fight.
Hey, let me clear some of a guy in the comments. He was saying that Devin is seen as the boogeyman because he got all them belts, but look where he got them from. And I keep hearing that a lot of people that hate Devin, they saying that they think that this term that he the boogeyman came from the fact that he have all the belts. They haven't been keeping up with boxing long enough to know that Devin was called the boogeyman long before he ever got undisputed. And it wasn't because he had all the belts; it was because all the lightweights ducked him back to back in the public. That's why he was called the boogeyman. He got ducked by every single lightweight back to back. All of them. Lomachenko, Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, and your boy Tank also said he didn't want to fight Devin Haney. All of them ducked him back to back. That's why he was called the boogeyman.
Mm-hmm. And those are facts. You know what I'm saying? Maul says Bud wanted that Spence fight, but also wanted to fight in 2022. He said when Spence delayed, Bud squeezed in a paycheck. What's FFS mean? Y'all know what FFS mean? Yeah, y'all know I'm old. I don't know what FFS.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. FS is. I don't know. My boy Mom must be young. You know, we're not hip like that, bro. I'm getting old. I'm 34 now. I'm not hip like that.
Man, that's young as hell, man. Yeah, see, Ostrom Fanatics is he said Bud squeezed in a paycheck but didn't sign. He said y'all know that laugh out loud boy scared. He said y'all know that boy scared. Bud squeezed in a paycheck but didn't sign y'all. Yeah, of course. You know, what's going on, PGH Big Dog? What's happening, my brother? Of course, man. You know, Terence Crawford full of shit, man. He just trying to get a little bit of money here without, you know what I'm saying, having to put his reputation on the line. Anytime it comes to proving, you know what I'm saying, he's the best at 147, he's not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it means he got to take a L. You know what I'm saying? Because can you imagine what the face-off would be like with him and Errol Spence Jr.? You know, Errol Spence Jr., man, he is The dude is a beast, man. You know what I'm saying? See Terence Crawford, he could put on that act in front of everybody else, but when he square up against somebody who could like really beat him in the ring, it's different. His whole confidence is gonna his whole psyche is just gonna be destroyed because EJ ain't afraid of him. EJ really, knows he could beat him. So, he don't want that, man. He don't want that equal footing. You know what I'm saying? He don't want that where he have to dig deep, you know what I'm saying, and find another level to beat somebody. He just want to get in there and know he can outwill somebody and use his athletic ability on them. He can't do that with EJ. And that's why we ain't gonna get that fight. Maul says, man, he said, man, Spence versus Bird ain't worth the energy, regardless who we blame. It's over marinated, shaking my head. You know what I'm saying, bro? You got to be a real boxing fan, bro. You know what I'm saying, to know that this fight is it. This is our Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hearn, or Tommy Hearn versus Hagler. You know what I'm saying? That's this generation fight. And Bud won't give it to us. It's frustrating. And you know what I'm saying, that he don't want to give us that kind of fight in boxing. He's destroying boxing. Just like, he didn't fight none of the other guys. Just like he didn't fight Danny Garcia, none of those guys. This could have been a great boxing era, a golden boxing era. But he denied us that shit because the niggas suck. You know what I'm saying? Armstrong Fanatic says, how could one think Tank is good but Devin isn't? You know what I'm saying? They nobody thinks like that. They just don't like the dude because, you know what I'm saying, they vying for the same spot. They want to be the number one hand. They fighting for the number one headband. Is 1 and 2. And you could place either one until they fight. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have these discussions. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have these discussions. Maul says Spence versus Bud long overdue. I moved on next. You know what I'm saying? So, we got other fights going on too. You know what I'm saying? We just hoping that somehow when Errol Spence Jr. usually just quiet and he's not saying anything and he's not like making appearances, they're not announcing the Keith Thurman fight, he usually pop up with something. Like the last time it was the Manny Pacquiao fight. Nobody was expecting that shit. And it was like, damn, he's fighting Manny Pacquiao? Where did that come from? So now we might get this Terence Crawford fight because they probably working on it. They probably giving the nigga all kind of incentives and they probably throwing all kind of money at him, and you know what I'm saying, they trying to get him on track, you know what I'm saying, so they can make the announcement. I'm pretty sure that's what it is because he really adamant about not fighting Keith Thurman. He really hates Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? He do not like him. He don't want him to make any money off his name, and that's what that is. Armstrong says I'm the only one that fans of both of them dudes. No, I think everybody's fans of them. It's just that look how these dudes move. You know what I'm saying? And it's causing the fans to take sides. You know what I'm saying? So everybody got their own perception of what Tank is, and everybody got their own perception of what Devin Haney is. When I think they just two dudes on different promotional companies that they just got to meet in the middle when they can. You know what I'm saying? It's just too much promotion, too many promotional companies that not really cooperating on certain fights because they want.
I want to ask you a question, Paul. I don't know if you remember or not, but I think it was a few weeks ago on your channel. We was talking about. I had an argument. I think it was John Norrie about him saying that Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia is bigger than a potential fight between Devin Haney and Tank Davis, and I said that was a lie. I said we talk more about Devin Haney versus Tank than Ryan Garcia, and they are in negotiations. I want to fast forward to now, how that is still the case, where anytime you talk about Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, you also find conversations about Devin Haney versus Tank. And even Tank himself, his very first press conference when he was supposed to be talking to Ryan Garcia, who did he bring up? Devin Haney. I just want to point that out.
Well, they tied together because they know that's the fight people want to see. Ryan Garcia, he's good at selling the fight. You know what I'm saying? He talks a lot of shit. He's like a troll. And I think Ryan Garcia got that hatred. You know what I'm saying? He got people riled up. People want to see Ryan Garcia get knocked out. He got that going on for him. You know what I'm saying? Because, he's got that little entitlement, that rich boy entitlement look. And but he do have a lot of Mexican fans though. You know what I'm saying? He really do. They stay on code when it comes to Ryan. Now, and people are saying that he got abilities that I don't think he has. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people say he just throw punches hard and fast. A lot of people think he got that skill from the amateurs, because he mixed it up with Devin Haney. Devin Haney even saying that Ryan Garcia hits hard and that he's good. You know what I'm saying? So he got that stamp from Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? That he's good in the ring. So you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of thinking that he could catch Tank. You know what I'm saying? And maybe hurt him, but can he finish Tank? Can he? I mean, I don't think he has a higher boxing IQ than Tank, but you know what I'm saying? If he's taking Ryan Garcia too lightly, hopefully he won't take Ryan Garcia lightly and let him get off, you know what I'm saying, on something and hopefully be an upset. You know what I'm saying? But I think Tank is taking it seriously, and I think he's totally confident that he can knock Ryan Garcia out. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Um, Eden the remix says, "Man, we could be talking about the spaceship challenge exploding in 1988, and he find a way to blame those niggas for Devin Haney, no getting his credit. Well, right now, you know what I'm saying, when you got somebody that shines like Tank, and you're a pure boxer. I ain't gonna say just a pure boxer, but you're a pure boxer, bro. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna gravitate towards the style they like. People love Mike Tyson didn't win none of his big fights, bro. You know what I'm saying? Except for the championship of the world. You know what I'm saying? But when it came to Lennox Lewis, when it came to Holyfield, but people loved Mike Tyson because of the power, because of all the knockouts, you know what I'm saying? Because of the menace, because of the expectation of him getting in there and knocking you out. That's why people love Tyson. That's why people love Tank. You know what I'm saying? He got that knockout star power, and Devin don't. Not, and that don't say that Tank is better than Devin, but y'all know what I'm saying. It's charisma. You know what I'm saying? He could go in there and none of them have much of a personality. It's just that Tank Tank got the power, and you know what I'm saying, he just got the swag. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That power makes the difference when it comes to stardom, when it comes to selling tickets. Trap Media USA says Devin ain't on Tank level, and Armstrong Fanatic says, "I'm not mad. No matter who wins, they both are good. I swear." Yeah, I think most people think that. It's just that a lot of people don't like Devin's style. That's all. I like his style. I just think boxers, you're not going to go in there and try to be a power puncher if you ain't got no power. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be, you know what I'm saying? If you not a pure boxer, you know what I'm saying, you're not just gonna rely on totally your boxing ability. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna do what makes you great. You're gonna win by the way you fight, by what your best attribute. You know what I'm saying? Tank mix it up. He's a good boxer, but he's got a really great high boxing IQ, and he's gonna continue that. Devin is a great pure boxer. You know what I'm saying? He has talent. He has guts. You know what I'm saying? He takes chances. So what I'm saying? It just depends. What style do you like? What fits you? You know what I'm saying? In the ring, who do you like? Moss said trash talk is overrated too. He said just fight already. Shaking my head. He says Devin. He said if Devin moving on after Loma, if can't make weight no more, so be it. Well, that's a good point. You know what I'm saying? But see, he got a lot. See, Devin got a lot of competition up there at 140. So it ain't like he's going to be running from 135 because he's going straight into the fire when he go at 140. He got a lot of motherfuckers up there that's bad. So he got a lot of bad competition up there, and it's going to be he's going to have to muscle up. He's going to have to like really keep them bigger dudes off him because they're already going to look at him like, you know what I'm saying, he's a chihuahua or something, and he's going to have to show him. He's going to have to show him that it ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what Richardson Hitson is he's want to be one of the first to test Devin up there, but Devin told me, say he got to do something. Clean cut in the building, one of the 300. He says, Bud going. He said, Bud going get Falumaloon by Golden Boy De La Hoya, a snake. You know what I'm saying? It would be something if Alex Rocha go in there and whip his ass. You know what I'm saying? And I doubt if that's going to happen, but you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure people are going to watch just to see what Alex Rocha can do. You know what I'm saying? Because they waiting for that slippage. The nigga is 35 years old. You know what I'm saying? And he's already past the point where, you know what I'm saying, fighters start to slip. And you know what I'm saying, Alex Rocha is a straight up Mexican style fighter. You know what I'm saying? So there's no specialties when it comes to Alex Rocha. He's just really good at an average boxer, I think. You know what I'm saying? I don't see nothing special. He got beat by Rashid Ellis. So that tells you a lot right there. Well, maybe I'm pretty sure he's gotten better, but not on no Terence Crawford level. Maul says he's on point. He said Tank versus Dev. And let's see. Wendy, what's going on, Windy City Assassin? He says the cycle is about to end. And Armstrong Fanatic says Bud Pussy already rich crying and shit about money to fight, knowing he's scared of Spence. And let me see. Moss says, I swear most fans here for drama instead of actual fighting nowadays, shaking my head. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's because these fighters are not fighting enough. You know what I'm saying? They're not fighting enough. You know? Shit. You know, if they get in the ring, we wouldn't have to worry about that shit, right? What's going on, Knockout TV in the building? We dropped the link in case you want to come on. Let me see. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. Jerome Lewis say, I'm biased like Tank. He said, but I always liked Dev over everybody from time he was being trained by Mayweather. He said, I'm biased. I like Tank, but I always liked Dev. Yeah, Dev, man. I mean, Dev got a lot of mentors. He got a lot of mentorship, you know, in this business. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's why he's undisputed now. The dude is nice. You know what I'm saying? A lot of fighters give Dev his credit. You know what I'm saying? And he's got that fighter mentality. So that's why people want to see this fight between him and Tank. You know what I'm saying? With Tank, you know what I'm saying, not fighting Loma, I think that kind of hurt the way a lot of Devin Haney fans look at Tank. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, Loma's more of a pure boxer. Since Devin's more of a pure boxer, now people think that Tank don't like to fight pure boxers. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think that's all just bullshit. I just think they 50-50 for me until they get into the ring. They both got their attributes, and I just think it's all going to work out in the end. Moss says Ben got caught. Now complaining wasn't supposed to be that PED tester instead of this, shaking my head. Well, he had me rolling when you talking about he was about to commit suicide and stuff when he got caught and everything and stuff. I'm like, bro, why are you still talking about that, bro? You know what I'm saying? Why are you still in boxing? You know what I'm saying? Just like he was pissed off with EJ when EJ called his ass out. And it's just true, bro. They're just letting too many you know, PED users in the sport. You know what I'm saying? You know, these guys, I mean, 6 months for Canelo, most fighters don't fight but once a year, once or twice a year. That wasn't no punishment. You know what I'm saying? So they're encouraging these guys to keep on using, especially when you raise the Combliterol level, you know what I'm saying, up to what Canelo was using, right? What he got caught with. And, you know, now if first it was meat, now it's goddamn 30 eggs, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to be happy until somebody get hurt in the ring, and then they're going to have to change the laws, you know what I'm saying, in boxing. And then it's just not going to be a sport anymore that we all want to watch. So Eden Remix says many over there. He says single handedly building the poor with boxing checks. Yep, that's true. You know what I'm saying? That's true. That's what it is. Let me see. What up, Dub? Right side, respectfully in the building. What's happening with you, my brother? I caught some of your program the other night when you was debating Terence Crawford, but I was so tired, bro. I had to go to bed, bro. I was gonna come on, man, on your show, but I listened to you, you know what I'm saying, when you was debating over there, bro. You know what I'm saying? That was pretty cool. Clean Cut says, I'll be glad to see that Haney versus Tank rumble at 135 for all the belts to settle this debate. You know what I'm saying? It's a good it's gonna be a good one. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a good one. You know, we just got to see them get it done. He says, I said Boots versus being a quality fight. I don't know, man. That dude, he gonna have to be tested daily. You know what I'm saying? Because he will cheat. Once the fighter show you he will cheat, bro. You know what I'm saying? I think Valor needs to just stay. They need to put a Valor station right outside their damn house. You know what I'm saying? Because that nigga is gonna slip something in. You know what I'm saying? And once you are caught and it's shown that you'll cheat again. You know, look at Tyson Fury. They don't care if they go out there and bust your head to the fat meat. That's just what it is. Schizo Paul says Boots versus Villa is the fight. I want to see. That's gonna be an underrated fight right there, bro. That fight gonna be hell. You know what I'm saying? Villa coming out with that shag, bro. You know what I'm saying? And Boots, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully he's tightening up and on his craft and everything, you know what I'm saying? So he don't go out there and you know what I'm saying, get hurt. So Ben need to sit his ass out to those roids out. That's what I'm saying, Cash Crypto. He talking about he need a fight fast. Nigga, nobody ain't trying to fight you with that shit in your system. It's like, bro, that ain't cool, bro. It's like you trying to hurt somebody and stuff, man. You done already beat up everybody on that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't trying to get in the ring with you like that. What's going on, W Nibbles in the building? He says, Crawford's a joke. Look who he took the belt from. Another nobody. Yeah. And nobody don't want to see the next fight either. He knows that. Mao said politics over the corruption. The corrupt as fuck though. He says, Pac-Man really is the people's champ. Man, Pac-Man need to go sit his ass down, bro. Too old. He's 44 years old, man. Then when he get hurt, that's when everything's gonna shut down. Everybody gonna have what you call them things, you know what I'm saying? Where you hold candles and stuff for Manny Pacquiao. He need to go sit down, bro. He need to. I wouldn't mind if Manny fought some exhibitions like Floyd Mayweather and go make some money, and then he fight Floyd Mayweather. Because then you have two people in the same class category. You know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to fight these young killers out here who might be on damn PEDs. You know what I'm saying? It might be poetic justice. You know what I'm saying? It might be poetic justice. Mom says Spence versus Thurman still quality fight. Yeah, but they won't announce the shit, man. We sitting around waiting on EJ. Now I'm getting a little pissed with EJ because you know what I'm saying, he's waiting for Crawford, and we know Crawford, the prima donna, you know what I'm saying, gonna have everybody ain't saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? Spence ain't saying nothing. So, you know, that's why I'm inclined to think that the fight is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Because EJ, he don't just be sitting back not working on nothing. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully they're throwing some offers at Terence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully they'll drop that shit on us. Or he need to go ahead and fight Keith Thurman because Keith Thurman ain't working out for nothing. You know what I'm saying? I keep seeing the videos of Keith Thurman over there working out hard. So that means, you know what I'm saying, he's gonna be on their undercard, and that'll be hard too. What if they had Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia on the undercard? That shit would be awesome, bro. If you had Errol Spence Jr. versus Terence Crawford, then you had Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia on the undercard. Oh my God, bro, that would be that would be the card of the year. And you know what I'm saying, maybe have Boots fight Villa on there or some shit, or Boots fight somebody. You know, we need something, bro. Clean Cut says Manny back on them roids too. Talk about Manny back on them roids. You know what I'm saying? So more people forget Thurman has one loss on his record, and that's ATG. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know what I'm saying, Keith Thurman, he just take too many breaks because he's not in the mind of fans right now. But if he fight Errol Spence Jr., it'll shoot him right back up there. You know what I'm saying? I just wish they go ahead and make the fight. Now, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We want to see what's going on with EJ. You know, I know what's his name? Derek James is training what's his name? Anthony, man, I'm getting old, bro. I can't remember the nigga name.
Anthony Johnson.
Yeah, he's training AJ Johnson, and now that's kind of make you kind of excited about EJ because you want to see what Derek could do with AJ and how that will affect what he got going on. Because right now, man, his reputation is in the dirt. You know what I'm saying? So he's got to go out there and fight that young man, Jermaine, whatever, you know what I'm saying? He sucks. So AJ got to put on a good performance to get back in the heavyweight swing of things. He need to go ahead and fight Wild and stop bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the fight we really all want to see. You know what I'm saying? Since he walked Deontay Wilder around the corner. You know what I'm saying? Him and Eddie Hearn. You know what I'm saying? So that's a fight that will make the heavyweight division exciting again. Let's see. Corn on the car with Don Carton live. He says, "Corn on the cob calling Bud out hilarious." Yeah, isn't that funny? That nigga talking about I'm the only person at damn top rank at Golden Boy that could fight Crawford. I was like, man, get the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? You know, Oscar ain't gonna send your ass no contract unless he wants you to get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? But he probably put you in there against Virgil Ortiz. He says, Eden the remix says, he said, I agree. I don't take him seriously either. I don't either, bro. No, I don't think nobody take Crawford seriously at this point. You know what I'm saying? W. Niver says Crawford literally tricked everybody. That's lame and never fought nobody. And that's the devil. That's the devil's workshop. That's what the devil do. You know what I'm saying? He don't do shit. You know what I'm saying? He just hang back and act like he gonna do something and go do something else. He says W. Niver says his best fight was in the amateurs, which he lost more competitive fights and didn't try to get that win back when he became pro. I mean, all the dudes on the PBC beat his ass. You know what I'm saying? At least twice. Mikey, and much as, you know, this is the funny shit. Much as they talk about Mikey Garcia, he beat him in the amateurs. Mikey Garcia beat Terence Crawford in the amateurs. Much shit as he talk about, why didn't EJ knock out Mikey Garcia? Well, why didn't Terence Crawford fight none of the dudes at the PBC? They all beat him in the amateurs. You know, Ugas, Danny Garcia. I think maybe not T. Thurman. I think Keith Thurman was too probably not Keith Thurman, but the rest of them, they beat Terence Crawford in the damn amateurs, and he didn't want none of that smoke. What that tells you a lot right there. But that tells you a lot right there. So Cash Crypto says Crawford is a single-handed holding up. Yeah, exactly. But somehow it's going to be EJ fault. Somehow it's going to be his damn fault, right? It's like Schizopaw says Thurman is still alive, dog. He said the skill level was up there versus Barreros. Well, the problem is once Keith get going, he takes another layoff. You know what I'm saying? Once you give Keith some money, he's like a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? It's like once you give him one of them things, you know what I'm saying? He gonna come back. You know what I'm saying? 30 minutes, you know, well, not like a crackhead, because that would be a bad analogy, because they'll come right back. Keith takes too many layoffs, bro. You know what I'm saying? Once he get a little bit of money, he gone. You know what I'm saying? And then his whole thing was, I'm gonna get me a tune-up. And you know, he almost lose to the tune-up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Riverside Rocky almost knocked his damn lights out. You know what I'm saying? Then he came back again. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit, say what you want to say. Maurice Barrios gave him a couple of problems. You know what I'm saying? He had to cough up that damn mouthpiece. You know what I'm saying? He had to flip that mouthpiece a couple of times. And I was like, come on now. I said, don't do this. You know what I'm saying? But he's rusty because he's inactive. You know what I'm saying? But if he get a couple of fights behind his belt, then we'll probably start seeing a little bit of the old Keith Thurman. But you got to stay in the ring, bro. You got to fight. You know what I'm saying? You can't be taking these goddamn layoffs. That's his problem. He ain't a bad fighter. You know, so we know he's an elite fighter. It's just that he don't fight enough, bro. He don't fight enough. And you know, we all know you got to be active, bro. You just got to. Let's go on Mike Rhythm in the building. He said it isn't about Crawford's will. He know the lower class individual is going to make a big mistake in the fight. He said he can capitalize. He's not a slow starter. He's a bum fighter. and that's true. And that's true. You know what I'm saying? Because he's know they're not going to be as sharp. They don't have the experience. You know what I'm saying, to guard those holes. And that he got all the experience because he could take advantage. It's like playing a chess master in chess. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, you might be good, but you're gonna make a mistake, and the chess master gonna close your ass out because he do this. That's what he do. He's on one level and you on another, so he can take advantage of all the mistakes that you make. And Terence Crawford know that. He don't want to fight nobody like EJ, who's another chess master, somebody who could match him. You know what I'm saying? Skill for skill. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. What's going on, JB Sports? What's happening, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Poor Counter?
Oh, nothing much, bro. Just talking a little boxing,
Yeah,
man.
man.
What's happening?
Oh man,
What you got
ain't
on?
too much, man. Like I said, you gotta stop. Huh?
I said, what you
Can you
got
hear
on
me?
everything? What you got on it? This Terence Crawford mess, and talk about Ryan and Tank, and
Hey,
Mhm. I'm listening.
yeah, Like I said, I don't believe nothing. Crawford says. I know Michael Capinger came out about a week ago talking about that. They've been talking on the phone. They agreed to the purse split, but they both gonna have interim fights, and the fight gonna happen in 2023. I didn't believe none of that. There ain't nothing but Crawford doing what he did when he was getting ready to fight the adversary. He was doing all that talking about Errol Spence Jr. trying to promote the fight with the adversary off of Errol Spence Jr.'s back. He trying to do the same thing. He finna fight Alexis Rocha, and then they probably gonna set up a fight with him and Virgil Ortiz, or maybe he take an intro, maybe take a Blair card or somebody like that, man. But he gonna be over there fighting Golden Boy fighters, man. He ain't gonna get in there and fight Errol Spence Jr. He ain't gonna get in there no time soon. What I kind of wonder is what's the hold up on the Errol Spence Jr. and Keith car accident. So I don't know what's holding that fight up. But they should be getting
Spinning
that
the
fight
block.
announced hopefully in the next week or two.
Spinning the block.
Huh?
He's spinning the block. He's spinning the block. He's leaving room to see if he can negotiate with Terence Crawford. He's trying to see if he can get that fight because he knows that's the biggest fight to be made. You know what I'm saying? Why fight? I mean, Keith Thurman, don't get me wrong, that's a good fight. That's a good fight. But people want to see the Terence Crawford fight. He knows that, so he's spinning the block. You know what I'm saying? And he's not trying to be out in the public and make, you know what I'm saying? Because he don't want to say the wrong thing to this sensitive ass dude. You know what I'm saying? This dude, you say the wrong thing, then all of a sudden he got an attitude. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He don't want to make the fight if you say the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? So he's trying to leave room, I believe, to trying to spin the block on Terence Crawford, and he really don't want to fight Keith Thurman. He don't want that fight. He want to fight Terence. So you know what I'm saying? That's the hold up on it. EJ, he holding up that fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know
You
EJ.
don't.
He really try. Yeah, he trying to live by his words. He want to be undisputed, and he say, he's got one fight left at 147. That's with Crawford. He want to be undisputed before he move up to 154. But the guy just don't want to make the fight, man. He just, I think I don't know if Crawford is actually scared of Spence. I just don't think he's gonna take the fight with no guarantee. I think he's so used to making guaranteed money with Top Rank, he's not gonna. He feel a fight of that magnitude between him and Spence. There's no way in hell he gonna take no guaranteed money when he fighting guys like Igor Gavalaska's getting guaranteed money, guys like Thomas Delerme and all these old guys like that and getting guaranteed money. He feels that he should definitely get a guaranteed fight in Errol Spence Jr. And that's
But
not the PBC model. He's not looking at the big picture.
but he turned down the guarantees that they did offer him. They offered him a couple of guarantees at the time, and he didn't think it was enough. So you know what I'm saying. So that's how the back end, no guarantee back end came. That was something like the fourth offer or something that they offered Terence Crawford. He was offered a guarantee. And see, the problem with Crawford is he think he's bigger than he actually is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he came from Top Rank. You know what I'm saying? He don't sell tickets. You know what I'm saying? We saw what he did with David Avenesian. You know what I'm saying? Even if the 120,000 pay-per-views were real, that's not enough. That's not enough to get you a great guarantee. Why not just take the back end money and then have a second fight and then you make the terms? You see what I'm saying? Or are they
Yep.
just making the whole deal, you know what I'm saying, in one signing? You know what I'm saying? He could do 3 fights with the PBC, I mean, and make all the money instead of running all around trying to piece it together. He can make all that money at the PBC. I think he's just using that as an excuse, you know what I'm saying, not to fight a competitive fight because we never seen it. We never seen him fight a competitive fight that's a 50-50 fight. You know what I'm saying? So I think he just don't want to lose that O. I think that's the gist of it, because if he really wanted to be the best, he'll do what it takes to make the fight. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be about no business. We know he's not a great businessman, so it's definitely not that shit because he done took some horrible deals. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's taken horrible deals, you know what I'm saying, with Top Rank. And he's taken some horrible deals with BLK Prime and you know what I'm saying. I mean, if he could make $40 million with on the back end, or however millions, a lot of money on the back end, why not do that? Why keep saying that you ain't gonna get no money, or you don't understand what's going on? If I can understand it, he can understand it. And I just think it's an excuse not to make the fucking fight. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is. He just don't want to fight a competitive fight, a fight that he may lose. And the Danny Garcia fight fell through, the Keith Thurman fight fell through, and all these guys were great competition for him. And he turned, something always happened where the business wasn't right. You see what I'm saying? So you get the pattern of it.
Yep.
What's going on, Don Sapansky?
Yep,
I see you with that super sticker. Thank you for that 99 cents, Don Sapansky. So that I just see the pattern of it. You know what I'm saying? Anytime it's somebody who have a chance to beat them, the business never going to be right. You know what I'm saying? His fans cover that shit up. And it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? He just don't want to lose. You know what I'm saying? He don't want to lose. He's the big dog over there in front of Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis. They all look up to him. He gets smashed out by Errol Spence Jr. He can't show his face in that gym tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? If he get destroyed after talking all this stuff for all these years, and EJ go out there and knock him out in the second round, now he looking stupid. You know what I'm saying? He's like the world's oldest teenager. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I look at him. He's like the world's oldest teenager. You know, he's Jermaine Wood says maybe Spence. Go ahead. What you said, bro? What you was gonna say, Jermaine?
Yeah.
Jay?
Yeah, you're right. You got some good points. He ain't never been tested. He never has really been tested. What is it? His toughest fight probably what it is. I guess it's Gamboa, but that's been like 10 years ago. And it was a guy that was coming up in weight. He was explosive. That was a prime Gamboa. I can't take no one for that was a prime Gamboa, but it was a guy coming up in weight that he had the size advantage on, and he had rocky moments in that time. He got caught. He got hurt multiple times in that fight. But he was able to get the win. That was a good win. I give him that one. But like you said, he ain't been tested really. He sure ain't been tested at 147. That's for damn sure. He ain't been tested at 147. At 140, it just wasn't a lot of good competition at 140. He did what he had to do to get the undisputed, but it wasn't really a lot of quality fighters at 140 at the time. I can't knock him for that. You know, you're in the era you're in. You know, that time 140 didn't have no Ann Pryor. You know what I'm saying? It didn't have a Danny Garcia at that time, you know, at 140. So he did what he had to do, man, but he just ain't found nobody since Gamboa, and that's a shame, man. We would like to see him against Errol Spence Jr. to see what he, you know, it's one time, you know, you look good against certain fighters, B-level, C-level fighters, you be like, oh, this dude is a pound for pound, but it's hard to gauge it because he ain't in there with the creme de la creme. He ain't in there with the top people, you know. Then we can get a real good gauge. So we know you're good, but how good are you? You ain't been in there with the top dogs, so we really don't know how good. All we know is you're good. We don't know if you're elite, and that's a shame, man. You would think he want to test his skills against the top fighters. The top fighter at 147, that's Errol Spence Jr. So find out if he is that elite fighter. But I guess we'll never know, man, because he's gonna fight Alexis Rocha and guys like that. We still never know how great he is. We just know he's good right now.
Well, at this point, you know it's by design. You know what I'm saying? There's no way you're gonna be at welterweight, you know what I'm saying, for 5-6 years and you ain't fight Ugas or Danny Garcia or, you know what I'm saying, Keith Thurman or Errol Spence Jr. There's no way, bro. There's no way. You know what I'm saying? If you had the will to fight somebody, you would try to make it. Bob Arum said that Terence Crawford never asked for the fight. You know what I'm saying? He said he never asked for the fight. Right? Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like nothing adds up, bro. He never wanted to fight Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? He never wants to prove himself. He never wants to be the best. He just wants people to call him the best. So if you got a lot of people calling you the best, then you feel like you don't have to prove it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody already giving him pound for pound, number one, and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? So he don't have to go in there and do nothing. The expectation, in his world, the expectations, he's already the best at 147. And nobody's going to make him go out there and prove it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how he looks at it. That's how that's how he looks at it. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's cool with that because, you know, if you don't have to go out and prove shit, then it'll never be known. It'll be unknown. People just say it, but you know what I'm saying? You know, he could go ahead and retire and fight these little Alex Rocha fights, Blair Cobb fights. You know what I'm saying? And he know there's a segment of the boxing community that's gonna roll with that. You know what I'm saying? While everybody else is gonna be like, man, that shit is lame. That is totally lame, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ain't fighting nobody significant at 147. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, if he cool with it, I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just he's holding up everybody else though. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else who's trying to get in and get that WBO belt, they should strip his ass. You know what I'm saying? If he fight Alex Rocha, but the WBO seem like they on board. Seem like they on board with it. You know what I'm saying? If they willing to mandate Alex Rocha, who is Alex Rocha better than Boots Ennis? You know what I'm
Nope.
saying? Is Alex Rocha better than Virgil Ortiz? Who is Alex Rocha? Where did he come from, bro? I mean, we know who he is, but is he worth a Terence Crawford fight? You know what I'm saying? When he fought when Bud Crawford fought David Avenesian, right? He said Boots Ennis' name didn't come up. It's like, bro, we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie. Because Boots been calling you and Spence out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Boots see the writing on the wall that Terence Crawford is not gonna fight him. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna come over to Showtime and make a deal. He gonna go where all the weak competition is. He's gonna go to where all the weak competition is to avoid confrontation. You know what I'm saying? And if people don't see that now, let's see, somebody gonna have to see that the background feed. If people don't see that now, you're never gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? You're just willfully ignorant, and you know what I'm saying. So it just is what it is. The dude is not gonna give us what we want, and he says it. He says it on his social media. You know what I'm saying? That he's not gonna give us what we want because he know he'll get that ass tore up. He'll get that ass knocked out. JV says they want more money when they try to make the fight. Christopher Shaffer says, which Danny deserved, especially when Khan made all that money. And see, they never bring up the obvious, right? They never bring up the obvious. They know they paid Khan to lose. They paid Khan to lose. They knew Khan had a weak chin. They knew he had a weak disposition as a fighter. So there's somebody he could cave. Khan went in there and just laid down for them. He didn't even fight a whole fight and got paid $7 million, whatever it was, $6-7 million, right? But that's the kind of fights Terence Crawford wants. He don't want the fight where you hit a nigga and he coming back and hit you harder. You know what I'm saying? Errol Spence Jr. ain't finna lay down for Terence Crawford. And so he's not interested in that fight because he may expose him. You know, so he may make him look bad in front of his family. And he said that, you know, he can't lose in front of his family, you know. So, you know, that he just got a lot of pride, man, on the line. Let's see, he says, Keith Perry says, Poole, I don't believe Bud want to lose. Yep, in front of friends, family. He says, hey, man, he knows he can't beat EJ. If he could, he would have been jumped in the ring. Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's exactly, bro. JV says there's at least 6 boxers that's better than Rocha. At 147. He know Rocha don't have no business in the ring with him. You know what I'm saying? So he could look into the camera. That's why every time you see him look into the camera, he's always, you know what I'm saying, you can see the fakeness, you know what I'm saying? Like he's always trying to pump up these no names like David Avenesian, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he's good. He's good. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You know what I'm saying? David Avenesian is not good, bro. If he was good, he would have been at the top. You know what I'm saying? So we're just tired of the BS that's going on in boxing. We just want to see the best fight the best. And Terence Crawford ain't interested in that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. What you think about Conor Benn trying to get back in the sport, JB? JB, you there? He must be doing something. JB. Yeah. But yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I had muted you because it was like some feedback on there. You know what I'm saying? I had muted you because there was some feedback. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, but you know, Crawford, it just is what it is, bro. He's the sorriest ass champion that I ever seen. So I'm just kind of tired of talking about the dude, you know.
Hello?
Bro.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? My bad, I hit the mic, but can you hear me now, full count?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I heard the interview with his promoter Eddie Hearn on IFL TV. Did the interview. They say they got 3 opponents that they looking for kind of being the fight. But I'm like, what a B sample at? You know, you out here saying that it's a misunderstanding and he really innocent, and he took a bunch of tests that came back negative, and it was just one test that came back positive, and okay, cool. Then let's see the B sample. If the B sample come back negative, then we can all sweep this stuff under the rug. But they don't want to look at the B sample because they know the guy is dirty. The WBC come out here, but Mauricio Suleiman, they all about the money. They come out here saying, well, it was credible. He got credible excuse, with the egg. So, as long as you got some kind of viable excuse, well, it could have been the egg. We don't know if he ate some eggs. They got the same ingredients that the PDs, plural, not singular, that were in his system, so it's plausible that he did eat some eggs, and that's what caused the PEDs. Come on, now. The man is dirty. The man is a disgrace. She should be a disgrace to the UK boxing because he's dirty. And he tried to get away with it and got caught, and he out here trying to, get people's minds to be changed and on some BS because the guy is dirty. But again, like I say, his promoter, Eddie Hearn, is out here, he's out here, basically saying the same thing, saying the guy's innocent, and his name gonna be cleared when more of the evidence come out, this, that, and the third. But like I say, all you gotta do is release that B sample, and that'll clear up everything. If it come back negative, then okay. Come back positive, like the A sample came back in, then ain't nothing else need to be said. Man, you guys dirty, and he needs to be suspended. He needs to pay the consequences for being dirty and trying to get in the ring and put Chris Eubanks Jr. Health at risk. You come in there looking like like Mr. Olympia out there and stuff like that. And just a year ago, we look at you and you were nowhere. Your body was nowhere like that. Your body transformed seemed like overnight. So so he's dirty. But I know his promoter Eddie Hearn is out here saying that they're gonna fight. I think in July in Saudi Arabia. They're looking at Chris Eubanks Jr., Manny Pacquiao. They say they got a mystery opponent, a third opponent. I would suspect it's probably Kell Brook because the guys they're looking at. And I'm just listening to Eddie Hearn talk. I'm like, didn't Chris Eubanks Jr. just activate his rematch clause with Liam Smith? So I don't even know why y'all even talking about Chris Eubanks Jr. That fight's not gonna happen. He's finna fight Liam Smith in a rematch. He activated the rematch clause, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And Manny Pacquiao, Pacquiao ain't getting back in the ring unless he getting at least probably 20 million guaranteed. So if Saudi Arabia be able to pay him that money, he probably fight Conor Ben. But outside of it, I think it probably end up being Kell Brook, because Kell Brook he'll take the fight for 3 or 4 million, maybe get some back end money, and that's a big name over there in the UK. That's probably the fight that actually going to happen. He says it's a mystery name, mystery third opponent. It's going to be a big fight for Conor Ben in July. So we'll see what all happens, man. But the guy is he needs to clear his name before all this happens, in my opinion. Or at least attempt to come up with a good reason why. Don't be at least admit that, hey, okay, I made a mistake, and it'll never happen again, and I'll be willing to pay the consequence of whatever that is, suspension or whatever.
So how you feeling on this David Benavidez fight where Caleb Plant, Caleb Plant is trying to play all kind of mind games to get up on the David Benavidez skin. They trying to make it personal on the David Benavidez side. They really, really don't like Caleb Plant, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, who you got?
Yeah, I'm still trying to make my. It's a competitive fight. I think people sleeping on Caleb Plant. He's got sneaky power. He can box. It's just gonna be it's gonna boil down to, can he hit Benavidez with a shot to get Benavidez respect, to kind of make Benavidez not as active as a fighter per round. If he can get him to kind of not be as active, not let his hands go as much because he's worried about what's coming back, then you have a better chance, because this fight's gonna basically come down to pace. If it's a real active type of fight, a high pace type of fight, a lot of punches being thrown, and that's a fight that favors David Benavidez. He's a guy that throws a lot of punches per round, very, very active. I think Caleb Plant wants the fight to be a little bit more methodical fight, as far as more of a chess match. I'm throwing shots, I'm moving around, I'm hitting you with my jab, I'm hitting you with the 1-2, I'm controlling distance. You try to get close to me, I'm grabbing you, I'm tying you up. If it's that type of fight, that favors Caleb Plant. So it's going to be boiled down to what style of fight it is, and it's going to be based off of, can Caleb Plant hurt David Benavidez and get his respect with his power to make him keep his hands at home more, and that'll basically enable Caleb Plant to fight his style of fight. So it's a good fight. I kind of lean toward David Benavidez kind of taking over in the second half of the fight with his activity and his body punches. And I just think I've seen Caleb Plant kind of slow down in the second half of the fight. He slowed down against Canelo. He slowed down in some other fights that he actually won. So I think David Benavidez kind of takes over after about round 7. He starts to kind of take over the fight and maybe get a late stoppage or get a decision. So I kind of like David Benavidez, but don't sleep on Caleb Plant. He got bread man over there too, man. That he showed some good power against Anthony Durrell, knocked him out with the one hitter quitter with a shot, and then about to shove out on him. So David Benavidez got to be careful. He can't let him catch him with a shot he don't see, and he's got to be a little bit more defensively responsible than he been, because he's got a guy, he don't mind taking punches to bring in that pressure and get his shots off. So he might not be able to do that against a guy that with sneaky power like a Caleb Plant. So it's a very good fight, a good stylistic matchup. You got the Bull versus the Matador. It's a good fight. It's a good stylistic matchup, and I like this fight. And I just think David Benavidez is gonna probably take over and win it in the second half of the fight.
And one thing that surprised me, bro, is that the WBC ordered Arthur Beterbiev to fight Caleb Smith next, bro. You know what I'm saying? I thought they was working on the Arthur Beterbiev Bivol fight, but Bivol must be going to fight Canelo. So they're gonna keep Beterbiev busy. You know what I'm saying? To fight Caleb Smith. Callum Smith. You know, he's going to be fighting Callum Smith. And I thought they was going to fight each other next. So, you know, they making some weird moves, you know what I'm saying, over there at the WBC. You know what I'm saying? But Canelo, whatever Canelo wants, he going to get, you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking, you think Beterbiev going to beat him at 168, Canelo? You think he's going to beat him at 168? I think he is, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I don't know if Bivol will. I mean, Bivol, you know, that'll be a good fight if he could beat Canelo and move up to fight Arthur Beterbiev. You know what I'm saying? I'm just surprised that they're not fighting each other next. That's all. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think about that?
Yeah, like I said, everybody want to see Beterbiev versus Bivol. That's the fight at 175. That's a 50-50 fight. That's
they leaving room for that Canelo fight. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? They leaving. I don't know why, because Canelo look like shit right now. He don't look like he's into boxing. I don't even know why they're gonna, you know, put that on. You know what I'm saying? I just think that's a bad move. That's a bad move. You know what I'm saying? But I'm surprised they're making it. You know.
Yeah, it's you know, they looking at, you know, Eddie Hearn want to keep Canelo up with matchroom boxing, so he's trying to give Canelo the fights he want. Canelo, he do want to fight Bill, even though he's gonna get beat again. He won't run it back. He want to get that revenge, attempt to get that revenge, but I don't see it. It's just a bad matchup. Guy just a better overall fighter at this point in time than Canelo. Just a better overall fighter. Got a good jab. Good 1-2. Defense is good. Knows how to control distance. More busier fighter than Canelo. Canelo wants to fight at a certain pace too. He wants to fight at his pace too, and Bill ain't gonna let him do that. Bill gonna make him have to fight at his pace. He's gonna make him have to throw more punches that he want to throw to try to keep up with the pace that Bill is fighting at. So it's a bad matchup. I think, like you said, he probably gonna try to get him down to go to 168 and weight train him, and hopefully, you know, use that to beat him. You know, he be weight trained, then maybe after rounds 6-7 rounds, he start wearing down, fade, because you know he ain't used to fighting at that weight. He ain't fought at that weight in probably a long time, so he probably looking to do that. But what I see from Bivol is he's not a big light heavyweight. You know, you seen him when he was talking with Charlo, when Charlo was talking crazy about wanting to fight him. He's not a real big light heavyweight, so I think he can make 168 comfortably. So, but if he does be able to do that and don't be weight trained, he should beat Canelo in a rematch more decisively than he did in the first fight, because he already seen what Canelo brings to the table. So he'll be much more comfortable, much more confident. I think he'll beat him more decisively.
He may knock him out too. You know, he may knock out Canelo. What you guys? I want to pose that to. What's going on, Charles Young? What you think about that?
What's going on, Paul? What you talking about?
Talking about Arthur Beterbiev is going to be fighting Callum Smith, and I think Beterbiev is going to be fighting Canelo. And you think Beterbiev is going to beat Canelo?
Yeah, I think so. I think I don't know what is it about Canelo at that weight, but his power don't carry up on that weight because Bivol was taking his hits and Bivol was eating it, and I think it's gonna be the same, probably worse with Beterbiev. I think that it'll be interesting to see how Canelo can take his power because he be throwing some heat. So
Yeah, he's not. He don't have like a wide variety of movement and shit. Like, well, I ain't gonna say that. He knows when to move. He knows he just what he does with his volume punching. He does well. That 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, he's just like excellent with his timing. He's
he
a
real good
master.
with distance too.
Yeah, man. I mean, that dude, he's at the top of his game with it, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to beat a fighter that's sure of himself. And
Hmm
you know what I'm saying? And Canelo look like a fighter right now that's unsure of himself. Somebody, he's so used to fighting them setups that it's hard for him to compete in a real fight now. So I think he's gonna try to wheel himself back in and try to win against Bivol, and it ain't gonna work because Bivol's just a better fighter. I think Bivol is a really, really great fighter, and
Yeah,
Canelo's an average fighter. That's what I think. You
and
know what
you
I'm
know
saying?
what? I think Canelo has issues with fighters who are fundamentally sound too.
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
same thing with Floyd Mayweather, same thing with Bivol. Bivol. That's one thing about Bivol. He ain't flashy. He ain't got no highlights or nothing like that. But one thing about him is he got the fundamentals,
Mhm.
and he stick to it too. He don't stay away from it. I mean, no matter what happened in the ring, he keep them fundamentals intact, and that's why you need with Canelo. Because sometimes Canelo, what he tries to do, he tries to fake jab to that body to make you react, so he can go for that overhand to the head to the jaw. But with fighters like Bivol, they fundamentally sound and they know when to react to certain things and when they know it's a feint or not. So
Mhm.
that's just my take on it, though.
What you think, King? You still here, King?
Yeah, about Canelo.
And Bill and Bivol.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think Canelo the weakest link. If you're talking about Canelo or Bivol and Beterbiev, man, I mean, the dude the weakest link, bro. Canelo was good. He had a little run. To me, he had a small window of being the best fighter in the world. It was very small, bro.
Mhm.
And that's over with.
Mhm. So you think it's a bad move for him to be trying to get that a win, get that win over Bivol? Because you know he's gonna come in with all kind of stipulations and shit.
Oh, I was shocked. I mean, I don't think he gonna fight him. I'd be surprised if he fight him again. But yeah, I don't think he gonna beat Bivol. I don't think he can beat Bivol.
I mean, he got to be fighting him because Arthur Beterbiev is fighting Callum Smith, and they supposed to have been working on the fight. So the only thing I can see holding up the unification up there is that Bivol's going to take that fight with Canelo, and Canelo needs to get that win back. You know what I'm saying, to get his reputation back. Because Canelo really don't give no rematches like that. You know what I'm saying? If you whip Canelo ass, he just move on. You know what I'm saying? He moved on from Trout. He moved on from Laura. You know what I'm saying? He just moves on. You know what I'm saying? He don't care if it's controversial or not. But for some reason, I don't know what's different about Bivol that he feel like he got to get that W back. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Maybe because he lost, because the way he lost, and everybody questioning his, you know what I'm saying, his dominance, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So, maybe it's pride, you know what I'm saying? Because he got really humiliated in the way Bivol, you know what I'm saying, took him to the task and stuff. He showed himself to be the better fighter, and Canelo can't handle it. You know what I'm saying? So he'd rather take another risk like a real fighter and get in there and really get that win. You know what
Hmm
I'm saying? I just think it's a bad move for him because I think Bivol is just an all around better fighter. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad he's doing it because I want to be there. to see Canelo, fight like a real fighter and not try to have all the advantages and somebody who's actually could beat him in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's going to be a high drawing fight right there. One of his biggest fights right there, because now his opponent is actually can win. You know what I'm saying? So, but what I don't want to see is the Arthur Beterbiev, as y'all call him. You know what I'm saying? Fight Callum Smith. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, that's a knockout. Before the 7th round, that fight ain't gonna make it past the 7th round.
That's right. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to see those regional fighters fight in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they are. A bunch of damn regional fighters that they make up these belts over there and give it to them. What's going on, Tank Ryan? What's happening, bro? You in the building? Tank Ryan? Hello?
Hey, Paul, you know what else too? I think if Canelo gonna do that, if he gonna fight Bivol and Bitter, man, let go of them belts at 168, man.
Yeah.
Like, don't be just holding them hostage if you're gonna be fighting at 175.
But see that it's selective outrage because so they allow.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. Yo, what's going on, bro? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, what you got, bro?
Yo. This fight's massive. Tank, Ryan Garcia, bro. Listen. I hope you can hear me.
Man. We know who you are. What's going on, man?
Come on, bro.
We know who you is, man.
If you're not looking forward to this fight, bro, you must be crazy, bro. It's gonna be that is a good fight to be. It is like, I know it's me, but that is a really good fight to be mentioned, bro. Come on.
What fight you talking about?
This fucking Tank fight against Ryan is fucking major, bro. That is a really good fight. Like, anyone who's fucking getting shit about this or dissing it, this is a fucking major event, bro. Fucking major event. Every motherfucker's gonna be drinking. They're gonna be hoeing. They're gonna be fucking. They're gonna be doing whatever they're doing, bro. If you think this fucking event's a fucking bullshit event, every motherfucker's gonna be doing everything on this fucking fight, bro. And I'm sorry to troll your channel, but it's gotta be trolled, bro, because this fight's major. This is like major fight. Have you watched the press conference?
Yeah, I did. Who you think gonna win?
It's a 50-50, bro. It is what it is. You got like a tall guy, rangy guy coming out, 200 amateur fights. You got Tank. He's probably had 200, 250 amateur fights. He's banging dudes out for fun. He's like knocking dudes. Come on, bro. This is kind of a... It is a nice fight. It's a really, really nice fight. And if people think this fight...
It's not a really nice fight, bro. Like, I mean, you keep saying... I heard you say why it was big. You talking about people going to be fucking and drinking. What you got to do with boxing?
Well, they obviously are, man. You must be a Christian, bro. I'm not a Christian. No.
Yeah, man. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Like, I mean, what you saying? We talking about boxing. You telling me why this is a big fight? Because you came here and said you don't want to troll the channel because we said it wasn't a big fight. So I guess you came here to prove why it was a big fight. Now you talk about was fucking and drinking.
But it's going to be a great fight. That's like
people do that without a fight, man.
Yeah.
Facts. No, facts. But it is a good fight.
It's gonna be entertaining. I mean, I like to watch Tank fight, so yeah. I mean, that's gonna be cool.
Which leads me to my next thing. Like, who now? The person that win this fight, are they gonna be the biggest star in boxing?
Yeah. I think 100%.
No, because let me tell you why. Tank. Okay, if you want to say that, all right. The only person that stands to be the biggest fight in boxing is Tank Davis, but he don't need Ryan Garcia to do that. So if you want to say that, yeah. But people keep saying, oh, everybody going to be watching this because of social media followers. Ryan Garcia has all these social media followers and has yet to do a pay-per-view. He has never been a champion. He is not a pay-per-view star. So how is that translating to him being a star in the sport of boxing?
You know what? This is a big fight when it comes to casuals. Because
Yeah, it's the casuals that's going to like it. But you talking about, oh, is that going to make him a huge star? No, because the same casuals, the same girls that follow Ryan Garcia on Twitter is the ones who going to see this fight. Or who gonna know? I mean, cause especially if Ryan lose, I mean, Tank beating Ryan not gonna make him more famous than he is already. Tank is already as famous as he gonna be.
Yeah, it don't matter. Listen. It don't matter how good looking Ryan Garcia is. The fight's happening. Listen, for once, the fight's happening. It's going down. We're gonna see what happens. If Tank knocks him out, fair enough. He probably will. Let's just see what happens, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what type of numbers they do with this, this legal streaming and all that type of stuff. I heard them talking about doing 2 million and all. They're not gonna do no 2 million. They're not gonna even do 1 million. I think probably something that's more plausible. Maybe if they do 500,000. That should be the number they shooting for this fight. Around 500,000. This is going on the million pay-per-view.
Mayweather was telling you why it's gonna be big. I'm gonna tell you why it's gonna be big. Because this fight. Let's say I was wrong. This fight will be big, and the reason is because those same Twitter followers that don't normally buy a Tank fight, buy a Ryan fight, they probably will buy this one because of who he's fighting, right? And on top of that, you have the Hispanic fan base that's gonna come out, period, just because Ryan Garcia is fighting. So yeah, this fight gonna be big. Before saying that this fight is gonna make a star, the only way a new star is gonna be born is if Ryan Garcia beats Tank Davis. That's it.
It's a massive fight.
Yeah.
It is a nice fight. So
Well,
it is what it is.
Well, I think whoever wins the fight is going to be a big. Both of them got good name, but obviously Tank is the bigger star. But if Ryan gets to upset, you don't have to do. He got to run it back and give him a rematch. But if he beats him in a rematch, he's going to be one of the faces of boxing. You got to give a guy credit, man. He's going to be one of the faces of boxing. He's going to be the guy everybody going to want to fight in and around 140 pounds and 135 pounds. He's going to be the lottery ticket. You want a big fight, you want to fight Ryan Garcia.
Let me tell you something, bro. It don't matter how much people try to, how much new casual fans trying to restructure fighters and the way we see fighters. At the end of the day, right now we got caught up in the social media area, the exhibition fights. We still stuck in this era, but that era coming to an end. So what I mean by it is, it don't matter how people, this is gonna be the face of boxing because they did this. Neither one of them dudes have a belt, and at the end of the day, it always come full circle that the guy with all the belts becomes the one people talking about. People not talking about Clarissa Shields because she a major draw and she a big star. They talking about Clarissa Shields because she always becoming unified. That's why her name ring bells. That's what matters.
Yeah. The belts. I give. I like. Whoever. Top dog at 135 to me is Devin Haney. He's the guy with the belts. But the biggest name at 135 is obviously Gervonta Davis. That's obvious. He's a cash cow. He's a guy that Haney want to fight. Shakur want to fight. Ryan Garcia is getting ready to fight. He's the top dog. If you're talking about money and getting your biggest payday and bringing eyeballs to the TV sets, it's Gervonta Tank Davis, and that's what Ryan Garcia is trying to take over if he's able to get the win over Gervonta Davis and beat him in the rematch.
Yeah, but the skills at 135 of Devin Haney, bro. He's like undisputed champion at one.
Oh, I ain't saying he's gonna beat Devin Haney. I'm just saying he'll be a bigger name. I'm not saying he could beat Devin Haney. Don't get me wrong. We talking about apples and oranges. I'm saying he'll be the biggest draw.
Devin Haney's like 20 years old, bro. Like, what's the disrespect to your country?
20 years old.
I'm about to say 20 years old. Okay.
So why are you disrespecting? You love Wilder and all these other guys. Why do you disrespect Haney, bro? I'm gonna dip out of your channel. You know why I'm dipping? You got no respect for Devin Haney. You're all bitches.
What are you talking about, man?
He might have had one too many. He done had one too many.
I remember when I was down and I ain't have nobody coming to my channel. Pigeon would come through there toe up, bro. You know what I'm saying? He would come through here toe up, bro, with that glass, bro. He'd be always drunk and shit, bro. Let me see. What's going on, Renault Mitch? He says, I can't agree with that. He said, I'm not about the belts. It's or in a way would be one of the biggest stars in boxing. Of course. You know what I'm saying? At this point, the belts are more political than anything. But I do respect Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? Because he's nice, bro. He deserves the belts. He deserves what he got until somebody can beat the man with the belts. When Tszyu had the belts, they respected him. When Lomachenko had belts, they respected him. Only time when somebody they don't want to respect the belts is when, you know, Devin Haney or Jamel Charlo, somebody they don't like, the system don't like, get the belts. Then all of a sudden the belts don't matter. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we all recognize Tank as the cash cow. You know what I'm saying? But he's going to have to take that next step, and he's going to have to do like all great fighters do. He has to fight them dudes that's hard to beat, which is Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson. And once he do that, I think that will solidify him as the all-time GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Down there at 135, just like we look in other divisions like 147. Jamel just cleaned out his division. Now he is the man. You know what I'm saying? He's the man, no matter if he lose or not. You know what I'm saying? He had a tough road to undisputed, so we respect it. You know what I'm saying? So now we got to respect Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? But he's just got a couple of more dudes he got to fight. You know what I'm saying? He got to beat Loma, and he got to beat him convincingly. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he could just go in there and win a close fight against Loma, because I don't think they give it to him. You know what I'm saying? I think he got to go in there. He got to beat the hell out of Loma like he did George Kambosos, right? And I think he's got to fight Tank. He might meet Shakur up at 140 or 147 at some point in his career. I just think Shakur coming in late, or if he re-signs with Top Rank, that'll probably be the next fight they push for him and Shakur, to try to keep them belts at Top Rank. I really believe that. Zach V says not true. He says no one thinking about Dev. He said if they were everyone wouldn't be so upset that this fight is happening. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why everybody think that nobody wants to see Dev fight, man. He's the top dude, man. He is one of the top guys, you know. If you like him or not, he's undisputed champion at 135. I don't know why people, you know what I'm saying, don't really respect that. It is what it is. You know, and Devin, he wants to smoke, so there's nothing really to hate about Dev. I mean, he wants to fight these guys, you know. He said the best got to fight the best. That's what I say. That's my whole moniker. You know what I'm saying? The best got to fight the best. And I like the fighters that want to get in the ring. And says, Grease with Fire says, Haney ain't no Jamel. Haney getting mauled that 140. Grease with Fire, bro. And so Ronaldo Mitchell says, Benavidez and Plant is a great fight, and no belt is on the line. You know what I'm saying? That's all cool, but we got to fight this weekend. You know what I'm saying? That fight is this week. The fight weekend with Tony Harrison and Tim Tszyu.
And why is that fight so big, bro? And why is that fight so big? Because the winner's going to fight the undisputed champion, and we know that. That's why that fight is so big.
That's right. You know what I'm saying? So the belts do matter. It's just that the popularity thing has crept its way into the sport. And, you know what I'm saying, people are looking, you know, for their favorite fighters rather than the dudes that's got the belts. You know what I'm saying? And the belt's been so political lately here, you know what I'm saying? People not getting shots, picking people, you know, picking over the rankings and stuff. So people done lost a lot of confidence in the belts, you know what I'm saying? Because it's all political, who they want to see get a shot and that type of stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why the belts are becoming obsolete, and Devin just coming in during the time when this shit is happening. So, you know, but he got the belt, so you got to respect it. You know, that's the way boxing has always been. You shoot for the belts, not the popularity. You know what I'm saying? And the dude who's fighting everybody is that dude that's lead the division, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like Errol Spence Jr., he's fighting all the top guys at 147, so he's the man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we got to stay consistent, you know what I'm saying, in the way we look at all this, you know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. People like different fighters and stuff for different things, and they put them ahead of the champions, you know.
You know what I think, cool? Let me tell you what I compare the climate of boxing right now to rap music. What I mean by that, if you look at how rap change over eras and different generations, that's what's happening in boxing. Like you say, the popularity thing, right? Like, I don't know if you remember, but a couple years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, the most popular rappers, they were these weird, nerdy-looking dudes with hair color in their head. They look half gay, but these were the top rappers. They were selling everything out. They was the most popular, right? So a lot of the old heads, we was looking at this shit like, man, well, since when did becoming gay become gangster. And how did that become cool? So what happened is, if you look at the era of current rap, they tried to get away from that image. They didn't want to be the weak dude. So all these dudes is drill rappers. They rap about how they killing people. That's why they're getting all these RICO cases. What I'm trying to tell you is, right now we in the era of popularity in boxing and not accolades. But that's slowly gonna change to a point where people is gonna go back to what the fuck you got. Who you saying you this and you that, but you ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? And and the era gonna change again to where people gonna want to prove I'm the best because I have the belts, or I'm the best because I beat this dude. The popularity not gonna carry people no more. That we coming to an end of that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree, but
that's what they're trying to do too. I think they're trying to make it seem. I hope it don't change to that, but the way it sounded like with this Ryan and this Tank, man, I've been hearing it a lot. Is this will be like, whoever win this will be the biggest. I hope that this new wave of boxing don't take away of a champion, having belts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, well, with Tank, saying being influenced by Floyd Mayweather, they don't want to pay those sanctioning fees. These guys are greedy. If you got 4 of the belts, I mean, you paying a lot of money, bro. That what is it, 3% for each belt? You got to pay, and you got to pay all kind of fees and stuff to keep these belts. And Ring Magazine asked for their belt back because Devin like, take your shit, man. We don't need no Ring Magazine belt. You know what I'm saying? So they keep adding all these belts, and they don't mean, that they don't have no meaning because they don't really celebrate. They only celebrate certain champions that they want to celebrate. And so, so we just got to get boxing back the way it used to be, where the belts actually mean something. You know what I'm saying? Instead of them trying to inject some foreign fighters who they protect all the way to the top, you know what I'm saying? They got to fight their way to the top and fight the names that we want to see them fight, instead of them being strategic and letting them fight these easy fights to get to a belt. You know what I'm saying? Then they put them in a box so no real fighters can fight them, and let their legend grow. We're tired of seeing that. We're tired of seeing built fighters, manufactured fighters. We want to see, somebody like Sabri Matisse. You know what I'm saying? He's going through fire. You know what I'm saying? We see that. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to be a great champion. He's a great champion as an IBF champion. He's going to be a tough out. And if you go around him, we're going to notice it. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get back to that. And I think Devin is the type of fighter, he's going to bring boxing back around because he wants to fight the top names. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about the popularity. I don't care about how many seats you sell. You know what I'm saying? All I care about is who could beat who. I want the best fight the best.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Shakur is one of the best, but he's coming in late. You know what I'm saying? Up to 135. So he can't be fighting these he got to fight the Abdullah Masons. He's got to fight the Frank Martins. If he fight them dudes, he's gonna be that dude. Right now, if Shakur Stevenson fight Frank Martin and beat him, that's a big deal. That's a huge big deal at 135, because Frank Martin can fight his ass off. Even though he's nobody to the casuals, but to us, we know that Shakur is a high-level fighter. He's got to fight somebody that's supposed to be in the ring with him. You know what I'm saying? And that's the point. We're getting too many fights where it's outmatched, and they're moving them along like they're big time or something. And you know what I'm saying? I just think Devin, because he beat George Kambosos, he don't get the respect because nobody really thought much of George Kambosos, even though we know Devin has the skills to beat all these guys, and Tank got the ability to beat all these guys. But Tank, he's not looking at the belts like that. He's just cruising on popularity, even though I think he's a star that could become a champion. He could get one of the belts. You know what I'm saying? I think he could beat Devin, and I think Devin could beat him. It's just that,
I gotta address my boy Zach. Zach, you in the comments where you said, would we give Tank the same? Would we give him full credit if he beat Kambosos? You gotta cut it out with the bullshit. Y'all give Tank full credit for beating Rolly for nothing. So y'all would have gave him full credit if you would have beat. Y'all would have gave him way more credit than y'all giving Devin for doing the same shit. Keep it a stack.
Well,
I think people don't understand. Oh, my fault, Paul. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think that's the wrong metrics. You know what I'm saying? I think it showed how weak boxing is because George Kambosos had the belts. You know what I'm saying? I think it should, because he shouldn't have been there. George Kambosos shouldn't have been there. He's not a good enough boxer to be a champion like that. He just came along at the right time, like Triple G came in the middleweight division after all the killers was gone. You know what I'm saying? You can land in boxing during the time, like Terence Crawford. You know, he got undisputed at 140 when it was no killers there. You know what I'm saying?
We can't knock Kambosos, because Kambosos did exactly what diehard fans said we want you to do. We want you to go fight the guy with the belt and take it. And he did it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of people say T.O. threw a lot of stuff in the wind. Man, my fucking throat was hurt. My throat blew up in there. I ain't never heard no shit like that.
T.O. wasn't supposed to be there.
T.O. supposed to be fighting Devin in the first place.
Right.
But
T.O. wasn't supposed to be there. He jumped out of the tournament. You know what I'm saying? So, they're strategically fighting. Let me kill that up background. Yeah. They're strategic, long as they're strategically, you know what I'm saying, they're not fighting each other like in the Super Six, everybody fought each other. That's the type of stuff we're looking for. And so if you don't face everybody, then all of a sudden you look down upon, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying that Devin Haney shouldn't be respected. I'm just saying he's not looked at as a real champion because it was Kambosos. It wasn't. He would have got more credit for beating Teofimo Lopez. He would have got more credit for beating Loma. You know what I'm saying? George Kambosos is not looked at as a real killer. You know what I'm saying? He's not looked at that way, and it's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Because he did beat the man, but I'm just saying it's George Kambosos from Australia. You know what I'm saying? So and nobody really look at George Kambosos. That's why he's now. See, if Devin was the one who beat Lopez. I mean Vasil Lomachenko. That's what I'm trying to say. I keep saying Lopez. If he would have beat Loma, then he would have got more credit. You see what I'm saying? Then he really would have been respected as a undisputed champion. And because it was George Kambosos, people look down. Now I don't look down on him. I just looked at that was the dude that ended up with the belt because he beat who he was supposed to beat. But most people look at George Kambosos like, man, he wasn't really nothing. You know what I'm saying?
This is my thing, boy. I think this is what I think. Okay, let's say T.O. wasn't supposed to be there. Cool. But I actually think that Teofimo Lopez, I think Teofimo Lopez is better than Ryan Garcia. And George Kambosos showed that he can beat Teofimo Lopez. So I know he can at least hang with Ryan or beat Ryan Garcia. But you have people telling me that Tank versus Ryan, that's a tough fight for Tank. So why wasn't Kambosos a tough fight for Devin if Ryan Garcia is a tough fight for Tank Davis? And I believe Teofimo Lopez and George Kambosos can beat Ryan Garcia.
Hey, King Judah, can I add to that? What made that fight with Kambosos even more tough is, for one, people forget, man, they gave Devin a bold contract, man. He went over there. Like, I don't think people realize how hard it is to, for one, train for a fight and be in shape, but then you have to fly over to another country, not once, but you have to do it twice. Beat this man in his hometown. You had to beat him in a fashion to where the Australian judges can't cheat you out the fight. You have to do this twice. And at the same time, you had to maintain your weight. You had to deal with traveling. You had to deal with passports and all that other stuff.
And they tried to keep his daddy out the country. I ain't mean to cut you off, but make sure you add that. They tried to keep his trainer out of the country.
Yep, then try to keep his dad out of it. Yep. So people got to put all that into it. Like, it wasn't like Kambosos was here in the U.S. and Devin had to go through a lot. Even with the contract, he had to travel. He had to go over there twice. Not only y'all got to understand that he was in Kambosos' hometown, Australia. You know, this is the same Australia that robbed Pacquiao of the fight against Jeff Horn. So not only did Devin have to go over there and do his thing, but he had to beat Kambosos in a good enough fashion to where the judges couldn't cheat him out of the fight. He had to do that two times.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think it's a great feat what Devin did. You know what I'm saying? But to most people who know boxing, you know what I'm saying, they don't look at George Kambosos as somebody to overcome, even though Devin had to do it two times, and it was highly political because he had to do it in his country, you know what I'm saying, and get it done in a fashion where they can't cheat him. So that's a huge feat, and people do downplay that. They do downplay that because, you know, they want to see Devin fight Shakur. They want to see, because they don't think Do you think Shakur could beat George Kambosos, or do you think Tank could beat George Kambosos? Do y'all think that?
Say it again. I'm sorry, I missed it. Who can beat Kambosos?
Do you think Tank or Shakur could beat George Kambosos?
Yeah, I think the only people that can beat Tank and Shakur and Devin is Tank, Shakur, and Devin.
Right. And see that's why he don't get the respect from a lot of fans. Now he get a respect. I think he get the proper respect for people who respect the belts and still respect the belts and everything. But most boxing fans look at George Kambosos like, you know what I'm saying, that he wasn't supposed to be there. Him or Teofimo Lopez. The only way he was gonna get the respect was by beating Loma. You see what I'm saying? But Loma carried more cash.
They not gonna give Devin Haney respect, period, bro. Because they say Devin didn't fight him and didn't fight him as if Devin didn't try to fight all those guys that duck him. So now that even now that he's staying at 135 and the whole world saw he looked like a zombie at his last weigh-in, he's still gonna stay here to fight Loma, and he want to fight Tank, and Devin's still not getting credit for that.
Well, I think if he beat Lomachenko, I think he's gonna get respect. You know what I'm saying? I think he's gonna get respect if he beat Lomachenko, even though he's, you know what I'm saying, he's not looking like the old Lomachenko, but I think he will get credit off that name. I think that's what he needs. You know what I'm saying? It's about who you fight, right? You know what I'm saying? And George Kambosos ain't going into no damn Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? He's not seen as one of those kind of fighters. And I think that's all it is, you know what I'm saying, until he beats somebody. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, honest, I'm not just saying this from the bottom of my heart. I think Kambosos will beat Ryan Garcia.
Oh yeah. I think Kambosos. I don't think of Ryan Garcia like everybody else. I don't think of him as this some kind of like prodigy. You know, I mean, he got some good power. And I think that's what keeps him in the game, because people are so enamored by power. You know what I'm saying? And he's fast and he's long, and so I think people give him a lot more credit than he deserves. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think he has the. I think he got some boxing IQ, but I think most people can't take advantage of his athletic abilities, right? You know what I'm saying? But when you talk about the top guys, you know what I'm saying? When you talk about the Frank Martins and other fighters that got equal athletic ability and boxing IQ, I think he loses every time. I think he loses every time to those guys because he's just not on that level. You know what I'm saying? I think Ryan ain't a great fighter. I think he's a good fighter, but I don't think he's a great fighter. You know what I'm saying? And I think Tank gonna show us. I think he's gonna expose Ryan. You know what I'm saying? I think he can do what he can do. I think he's gonna be trying to catch Tank with that fast ass left hook, and I think Tank gonna catch him with a goddamn uppercut like he did Leo Santa Cruz. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna walk his ass down. He's gonna break his spirit once he hit him to the body a couple of times like he did Hector Garcia, and I think Ryan is gonna be cautious. He's not gonna be coming forward anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I think he's hanging it up, Paul. And the reason why, because you remember we was talking about a while back. We was talking about. You remember at first when I was saying I don't think Ryan gonna take the fight. I said why would Oscar De La Hoya risk, having people like a lot of his top fighters losing, like Valdez and all these other guys. I said why would he throw Ryan the Tank? That's why Oscar De La Hoya was against this fight happening. It's Ryan Garcia who really pushed for it. But I think what's happening is I think Ryan Garcia about to cash out and hang it up. And because you remember Canelo and Oscar said Ryan don't take this sport seriously. He don't take it seriously.
I was thinking the same thing. I said he is actually going. Just the fact that he's actually going through with the fight should have your antennas up. You know what I'm saying? Because Ryan always said that he always acted like a kid that really didn't want to be in boxing long. He was talking about retiring. About a year or two ago, he was already talking about retiring. You know what I'm saying? So that tells me that he's just out here trying to make some money, you know what I'm saying, and get rich and haul ass. That's what he want to do. So, I don't know if he's going to now if he win this fight, that's going to shake the world. That's going to shake the world up. If he beat Tank. And he knows it. You know what I'm saying? This is his one shot. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see him being able to beat Tank. But it would make him a huge star, and he knows it. You know what I'm saying? And go ahead.
You see what your boy Grease said. The realest shit ever said by Judah. Haney would never get his respect until he beats Boots or Errol Spence, because he said he's better than both. Show us what we want. That is a Tank fan through and through, Pool. When you bring up Devin Haney name, they say he need to fight anybody but Devin Haney. Oh yeah, he need to go fight Spence. He need to fight Deontay Wilder. But yeah, Tank can beat his ass though. I'd rather see him fight a heavyweight though. But Tank can beat his ass though. That's their mentality.
What's going on? Life is good. He says, well, he said the belts were over there at Top Rank. Cambosos did what Top Rank wanted them to do. Right. And it just kind of waters down the melee of the sport when you just input names that don't deserve to be there. You know what I'm saying? You know, because, you know, it's all political. You know, once they grab the belt at Top Rank, or once they grab the belt at PBC, or once they grab the belt at the Zone, you know, they try to protect those fighters. You know what I'm saying? And we're tired of that shit. It's killing the sport. Greeks with Fire says, the realest shit ever said by Judah. Haney will never get my respect until he beats Boots or Errol, because he said he was better than both of them. Let me see, it went up. Because he said he was better than both. Show us what we want. That we want that. Y'all crazy as hell. Life's good. Oh yeah, I read that. Oh boy, y'all crazy. Mr. Miles says, because Haney just said he wants these fights, he just talking, man. How come nobody is looking at that?
Do you believe? So, with that being said, well, I'm gonna ask you, because I hear people say stuff that sound crazy to me. Do you believe Haney is just talking, or do you believe Haney will fight everybody he ever said he would fight?
I think he'll fight everybody. I think he'll fight everybody. I think he wants to prove he's the best. I think he shows that in his dedication to the sport. I think he will. Like this is what. Okay, I read that. Let's see. Let's see. Y'all crazy, man. So life is good. Says Tank gets Ryan, Devin gets past Loma. We will have Devin versus Tank by the end of the year. Yeah.
Hopefully. Because to me, that fight is just as big as Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford in my book.
What says Brian Bradley says, "Fool, is this an extent?" I always try to extend it as long as I can, because I don't get to come on as much as I like. You know what I'm saying? If I had the chance, man, I would come on every day, bro. But I can't do it. I got to get out here and chase after these loads. Zach B says, I can't stand Ryan, but he has had over 200 amateur fights, and I think he can beat Tank. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why though. Why people think he can beat Tank? Maybe it's his athletic ability. Maybe it's his speed. You know what I'm saying? But he hasn't done anything for me to think that he can like really go in there punch for punch with Tank. And his style is tailor made for Tank. If you think about it, he likes to come forward. You know what I'm saying? He's not a disciplined boxer. You know what I'm saying? He can box, but what he really likes to do, he really likes to press you. You know what I'm saying? If you try to press Tank, it's going to be night. It's going to be night. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Molly says, Tank said he wants to retire in 3 years after he fights Devin, Shakur, and Loma. That's what I saw that interview. And I think that's reasonable. You know what I'm saying? If he wants to do that, that's about right. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all. I don't see Tank doing big things up at 140 or 147. I think he can beat a lot of guys up there, but his dimensions, you know, won't allow him to go up so far. You know what I'm saying? You know, he's not like Devin or Shakur, got them long bodies where he's gonna grow into a 147 pounder or 154. You know what I'm saying? He's at his peak right now, I believe, in his growth. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Molly says, somebody tell me when Devin sent Tank or Shakur a contract. You know what I'm saying?
Let me address that, Paul. The thing is, a lot of people, Bill Haney himself addressed that on BFTB. He went live for almost 3 hours with BFTB addressing it. He can't. If you saying he gonna send Tank a contract, that would mean Devin is the A side. That means in that contract it'll be all Devin's terms. He can't read Tank mind, bro. How could I send the A side a contract if they the A side? It's gonna be all of my terms. I would be wasting both of our time to send you a contract when you the A side. Everything I offer you is gonna be too low to you. Because I don't know what your numbers are. I've never made as much money as you. I've never been a draw as you. Anything I send to you is gonna seem low to you. You're gonna reject my contract every time until you send me one as the A side. That's why Devin haven't sent one.
So JV says we got some good fights in the next 18 months. He says 135, 140, 147, 154, maybe 168 and 75. I know, man. And they just got to keep it real like that. Hopefully nothing falls through. You know what I'm saying? Because we really do got some really great fights, and I'm gonna be all over on this one this weekend, man. I just think that shit is gonna be fireworks, you know what I'm saying? Because Tony got pride, Tim got pride. They're in Australia, and I just think he don't want to lose in front of his people. And Tony, you know what I'm saying? I think he don't care. I know you don't care about no being in Australia. I think he'll beat Tim anywhere. You know what I'm saying? He got that Detroit pride, and he done been in there with Jamel Charlo. I think he wants that trilogy. You know what I'm saying? And I think he'll go through Tszyu, who I don't see nothing special about him. I mean, can anybody pick out anything special about Tszyu? You know what I'm saying? That what's going on, Bowley? I know we ain't been hitting on you. What you think about that, Bowley? Let Bowley get in.
You're asking about Tszyu?
Yeah, what you think special about him?
I haven't watched enough of him to pinpoint, one particular thing. Like I said, the last fight, I like the pressure that he put on Errol Garcia, and I think it showed a lot for him to get up in the first round after that knock. That was a pretty heavy punch that got landed on him. I mean, he dropped quickly and fast. I mean, I was really surprised by that. I'm not surprised by the fact that. I'm not surprised by Garcia's power. I was just surprised as to how quickly Tszyu fell to the ground, and he got up just as quickly. And I don't know, man. Boxing is kind of funny sometimes. I don't want to get into the whole conspiracies and things like that, but I've seen things like that before. So it's a wait and see. It's a wait and see. I think that. I feel like I'm leaning towards Tszyu in this fight. I hate to admit it.
Oh, right. We got one for Tszyu. One for Tszyu.
I hate to say it because of the home, the home court advantage. You remember? I think it was with you yesterday that I was saying that, like, how much he's loved in Australia, and that Horn is not on that level. Tszyu is a next level. And man, I see the media, and I've been reading the comments in the YouTube videos and the live streams when they have when they have the face-offs with Harrison and Tszyu, and man, those guys are thirsty. Like they're bloodthirsty for this fight. You know how it is. Like you might see this because you travel all around the country. Like, when something special comes to a small town, and I know Australia is a big country, but they feel like the whole world's watching them, right? It's a big deal. It's like their NBA finals or whatever. I mean, they feel like that's that next step, and they want to feel that same magic that they had when Costa Tszyu fought. So I mean, Harrison has to be spectacular, man. I mean, if he does what he did last fight, I believe he'll get. I mean, if he's able to perform and outshine Tszyu the way he did in that last fight against Garcia, then I think he'll get the win. But if not, and it's one of these deals where you look at that fight and you're like, I think Harrison's winning. I got Harrison winning 7-5 or 8-4. You just brace yourself for it. Don't be mad at me for saying it. I don't want to admit it, but I got to be realistic after watching boxing for so many years.
Well, I'm just glad somebody, to pick Tszyu to win, because everybody else, going for Tony Harrison, because we know he's a bad MFer, man. You know what I'm saying? And I just can't pick out nothing that Tszyu do in the ring besides putting pressure on you and throwing, combinations when you're on the ropes. That's not special. That's nothing that Tony hasn't ever seen. You know what I'm saying? That's what everybody tries to do to him. You know what I'm saying? So he's seen it before. So I don't think Tim he has any special techniques or no special power or nothing like that. So I just don't think he could beat Tony Harris. But you know what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying, him being in Australia and having a home season and, you know what I'm saying, having the home cooking, you know what I'm saying, that might favor him. But like you say, Tony Harrison is going to have to go out there and separate himself. It's going to have to be plain apparent, you know what I'm saying, that he's dominating the fight. Because if it's a close, say what I'm.
You know who you just described when you described Tim Tszyu?
What?
And you might have just convinced me to bet on Tim Tszyu. You described Brian. You described Brian Castano. Because I mean, when I watched Brian Castano, I didn't see. I mean, what I saw was the pressure, the relentless pressure, and I didn't see too much special. Yeah, I mean, he beat Spence in the amateurs, but I mean, you know, that was in another country. Who knows what happened during that time? And that was when he was a teenager. I didn't read into that too much. I looked at his last fights, and I'm like, I don't think he's got anything for Charlo. But you never know how a guy's going to come out that night. And I did not like how Harrison got there only like I think he was like 2.5 weeks ahead of his fight date. I would have preferred 3 weeks to 4 weeks. Like Devin did. Devin gave himself time, and his performance showed. Devin looked great against Kambosos, both fights.
Now Castaños, he boxed way better than Tim Tszyu. He can do. He's more versatile than Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? Tim Tszyu ain't no master boxer. You know what I'm saying? He's a good pressure fighter. I think he do a little bit of everything well. But I think Castaño, because his hand speed, his foot speed, he's on another level than Tim Tszyu. He gave Jamel Charlo hell, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because of his speed, his ability to fake. You know what I'm saying, and get on the inside. I don't think Tim Tszyu got none of that. You know what I'm saying? He's a dude that come at you. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of a caveman type of strength type of boxer. You know, he relies on his size and his strength. You know what I'm saying, to wear you down, and he constantly coming forward. So you know what I'm saying, I don't see him. Castano got a lot more going on, man. You know, Castano fought Derevyanchenko. You know what I'm saying, in the amateurs. You know what I'm saying, and that fight was look here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Tim just, I think he's inexperienced. I think Tony got the experience. If Tony is in great shape and he's sharp, he's going to beat Tim Tszyu easily. I don't think it's going to be close.
Let me give you another historical example.
Before you go, let me say I wanted to answer that too when you were saying about he was like Castano. The reason I disagree is because I put Castano, because some of these pressure fighters, yeah, they both pressure, but some of these pressure fighters do this to a high level, and I don't think Tim Tszyu is on that level. I'm gonna give you another example. Marcos Maidana. He was an extreme pressure fighter, but he was so good at it that I believe that only the elites could beat Marcos Maidana. That's how good he was at being a pressure fighter, and I believe that's how Castaño is. You know, not just anybody is going to beat Brian Castano.
Mm-hmm. You remember Kelly Pavlik versus Jermaine Taylor?
Oh yeah.
Damn, I hated that. Let me just state that I hated that fight so much because I really like Jermaine Taylor, but man, that fight took me out.
I don't know why he reminds me of R. Kelly or something when I see him. I don't know. I mean, I know.
Yeah, I can see that in the face a little bit, maybe. And I think Tim Tszyu kind of looks like Kelly Pavlik in the face a little bit. But, you know, I didn't. I mean, what was special about Pavlik was that big punch. But he also had that relentless type of pressure where he was like always up in your face. And that's kind of like what Tszyu does too. So if, let's say, like, Tszyu is able to somehow neutralize Harrison's jab somehow, you know, maybe with the high guard and you know, some head movement and some subtle pressure, that fight could get real interesting because Harrison does tend to gas late in the fight.
And that's his chance right there. That's his chance to win. Because you already know he's going to be up on the cards when it comes to the early rounds. And, you know what I'm saying, like I said, it's going to depend on if Tony Harrison is sharp. If he's sharp and he boxes, he's going to beat him. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not going to mix it up. He's going to be like Jamel Charlo was in the first fight. You know what I'm saying? When he's just trying to get the knockout. Because let's face it, that's what Tszyu going to need. He's going to need a knockout. Oh, let me get this super chat. Thank you, Rami Emily Jones, for that $2 super chat. He said just showing some love to the channel, and I appreciate that. Pillar of pull kind of boxing. You know what I'm saying? You know how we get down here. We all family. So, but go ahead, continue, Bowley Bowley.
Yeah, I just I'm not really convinced with Harris. It's not so much about Tszyu. I'm just not convinced Harrison is going to be ready for that environment. I think that environment is going to be much more similar to when Horn and Pacquiao fought. These people are going to be going out of their mind. Even when Tszyu misses punches, they're going to be cheering, and that can have a large effect. And then you got the crowd, all that pressure. Like, I don't know how many members of his team are there. Like I said, I didn't like how I felt like he got there later. You remember when another foreign fight? You remember when Rahman and Lewis fought in South Africa?
Oh yeah.
And Rahman had been there for like a month ahead of time, and I think
isn't that when he didn't he knock Lewis? What was that? That was the second fight where Lewis knocked his ass out the ring, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, he knocked him onto the Don King logo, and it looked like he was wearing a crown, and his arms are spread wide. It looked like almost like a religious motif or something like.
Is that the fight where he had that big hematoma on his damn head when he hit him?
No, that was against Evander Holyfield.
Oh yeah,
that was ugly, man. You thought,
man, had that fat knot on top of his head, man.
That was like another forehead growing. But yeah, like Lewis got there late. I actually been to Johannesburg. I believe the fight was in Johannesburg, and they have high altitude there, and I don't think he got adjusted. And if I remember correctly, I think Lewis got countered off a lazy jab, and Rahman threw that overhand right, and he didn't stand a chance. And the announcers were talking about it beforehand, and I didn't want to believe it. Like, man, Lennox Lewis ain't gonna lose this fight, man.
He got Falumaloon. Yeah. He damn sure
did. Yeah. So, like, stranger things have happened. I don't think the gap is that wide between Tszyu and Harrison. And actually, Tszyu right now is the betting favorite as well, which means that he's the betting favorite. He's like a minus 275, I think. I can check it for you right now on my other phone.
That is mind blowing, bro. They don't. Do they know who Harrison is? They must be. That's what it is. It's those Australians. They don't know who Tony Harris is. All it takes is one quick Google. You know what I'm saying? And that bet should start changing. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, if they know what they're looking at, you know what I'm saying? Unless they think Harrison is, he do have kind of a weak chin, but I don't think Tszyu got the skill set. You know what I'm saying? To like take it. You know what I'm saying? To be able to execute. You know what I'm saying? That because Harrison is probably the best boxer at 154. He's probably the best boxer at 154. Far as skill wise, and just having the long arms, the reach, you know what I'm saying, having the movement, boxing IQ. I think with him and Jamel, it's just more personal. You know what I'm saying, that he fights a certain kind of way. I think with everybody else, I don't think they can really touch Tony Harrison because I just think he's highly skilled. I think he's the man. I think he's highly skilled. I think he's the man. And I think he really wants that third fight with Jamel. He's going to beat this inexperienced, you know what I'm saying, this kangaroo boy. You know what I'm saying, kangaroo man. You know what I'm saying, and I just think he need more experience. I think Tszyu, if he got more experience, I think he'll be a beast. You know what I'm saying, but right now he's pushing it. He's this is his shot to shine for sure, but. I think he's going to have to take another run at it because right now, Let me see. I'll drop that for you again, Ringo.
You know, Kostya is Russian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not Australian technically.
I mean, I know that's his son and everything. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying. But he, he don't fight like no damn Kostya. He looked like
minus 280. Minus 280. Tszyu, Tony Harrison plus 210.
Yeah, that's because they don't know what the hell. You know what I'm saying? Kostya, you know what I'm saying, was a bad. He could move that head. That motherfucker. His son ain't got no kind of skills like Kostya at all, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's a good fighter. Now, don't get me wrong. I ain't trying to say he's a bad fighter. He's just fighting Tony Harris. That's all. Just compared to Tony Harrison. And so Tony Harrison, don't go out there and make me look bad, bro. Because I done came out here and bragged on you and shit, and go out there and get your ass knocked out. You know what I'm saying?
I'm hoping he wins. I'm hoping he wins.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just don't see nothing special that Tszyu that he could present that Tony Harrison don't see. You know what I'm saying? King Mr. Miles says King want to make make it seem like Devin Haney ain't one calling out everybody calling everybody out. He said it's easy to send a contract to show you're serious than given to their demands. But my thing is, the amazing thing about that, is that Devin ain't free, Tank ain't free. You know what I'm saying? So, but everybody still they want to fight so bad. You know what I'm saying? So it really, the call outs don't matter because they already got a lot of business in between them right now. With Tank and Ryan, that's one of the biggest fights, bro. You know what I'm saying? Tank got to get by that guy. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no foregone conclusion that he will beat Ryan. I think he will. You know what I'm saying? In my personal opinion, I think Tank is a way better fighter than Ryan Garcia. But Ryan Garcia is still a fighter, man. Anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? In boxing, I've seen it. You know what I'm saying? Rockman knocked out Lewis. Do you know how big that was? You know what I'm saying? Buster Douglas knocked out Tyson. Man, do you know how crazy that was? You know what I'm saying? So if Ryan come in here and beat Tank, man, I don't even know. They may stall the rest of the fights because everybody won't believe that shit. Everybody gonna be like, "What the hell happened?" You know what I'm saying? It's like, what happened? But they do have a rematch clause, don't they? I think they got a rematch clause. So, if Ryan beat him, he got to go again. So, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully they don't do no Tyson Fury shit where he try to do like a world tour before he gets that second fight in if he beat Tank. And I doubt if he beat Tank. Be that guy says, I didn't think Hurd would beat Tony when they fought me neither. But, I'm going to tell y'all the truth on what I think about Hurd. I think Hurd was on them damn PEDs. I think Hurd was on PEDs and because he always got punched in the face 1,100 times. And I just think he got wore down. He couldn't do it no more. You know what I'm saying? He got beat. All the vitality got beaten out of him. So he didn't have the stamina to withstand and just keep punching and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Just like Big Baby. You know what I'm saying? If he ain't on that stuff, he can't throw 1,200 punches around. You know what I'm saying? And I think Hurd got to the point where he just couldn't keep it up. My bad, bro. Let's say I dropped the link for you though, just to let you know that was happening. Let me see. What you think about Hurd and his getting destroyed by these no-name people, Bowling? What you think about that?
Man, I think the guy gave what he could at the division. The fight, the type of style, the style of fight that he chose to employ, it caught up with him. Mm-hmm. And I think I said we might have talked about this last time. He needed. He wants to employ that James Toney style, but he's not slipping the punches enough, and he's not throwing enough either because James Toney was active. Also, when he slipped, he made his counter punches count, right? So like even if he wasn't throwing the punches, his movement was so slick that it was almost like he was throwing the punches, and he was slipping, he was dipping, he was diving. And he was putting pressure on guys, and Hurd is just too easy to hit. And he was fighting a guy who was 24 years old, and you know that guy was hungry, man. I mean, he's when you see a guy like Hurd, who's the ex-champion, and he's ex-unified champion, and he has the name and the cachet, and you don't know him, and this is a guy who's like looking to make his name, and it's the first time that most of us have seen him on national television. You know, if that guy takes his career seriously, man, he's coming with everything. Now he didn't technically, I mean, he didn't knock him out. He didn't knock him out and drop him to the canvas, but he sure did bust his lip enough to where the doctor said, you know, that's it. So I think, I don't think Hurd was. I don't like speculating about guys, and PEDs and things like that. I mean, he's not the only person who fought at that 154 division who's fallen out because they just took too many punches. J-Rock is not the same. Rosario's not the same. A lot of these guys are falling by the wayside. In terms they're not hanging around. But that's the result of fighting tough fights. Like that's what we wanted. So I'm not gonna criticize him too much. Like for the fights that he gave us, man, I enjoyed him a lot. He was one of my favorite fighters to watch for sure. A lot of classic fights. And that's the life of a fighter. One way or the other. Me, some shorter, some longer.
Yeah, that's true. And it could be that. But, what I'm saying, when I look at, I'm looking at the overall work and, when you fall off, so some fighters do turn old overnight. That is true. But when I look at the overall, whether I'm looking at Pacquiao, whether I'm looking at, what's his name, Brandon Figueroa, I'm looking at these fighters, and if they doing all these superhuman feats, and all of a sudden they just fall the hell off, bro. It's like just fall the hell off to nobody, bro. It could be, you could see, I just can't believe it, bro. I just can't believe it. The way, I mean, he was unified? I think Hurd was unified, and then all of a sudden he just dropped off the face of the earth, bro. And to me, that's suspect to me. It could be very well what you said, Bowley. But, to me, hey, when he got called out to fight, what's his name? And he asked for the drug test and he didn't do it. I forgot who it was. He's supposed to be fighting, and he asked for the drug test and he didn't do it. So it ain't just me looking at him and saying, saying maybe he's on drugs. He did avoid drug tests. And Hurd.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Right, So it ain't just that I wanted him to be a drug cheat. It's like, I mean, I always look at fighters like they're on the up and up until they do something, to evade a test, or just like Manny Pacquiao evaded the test. We could have had to fight, for the first time if he wasn't afraid of needles. They see all this shit start throwing, stuff into, to be questioned, once people start avoiding tests and stuff like that. And some of our favorite fighters, avoided tests. So, but they still here and they still haven't got popped. So, that just tells you something, about the fight, about how they move in the sport.
It could be. I mean, anything's possible, but I mean, I see him not throwing as many punches, and he's definitely, and when he's getting hit, see, what I'm noticing is when he's getting hit, he's not coming, he's also not coming forward as much. Like it's causing him pause. So, either way, he doesn't look like the same fighter, right? I mean, that's for sure.
But before, he was taking them shits to the face and kept coming and kept throwing punches, right?
Well, until that J-Rock fight. In that J-Rock fight, I mean, he got dropped early. He got up and he kept taking those punches. I mean, you can only last for so long. I mean, and it's not like it was a small amount of punches too. It was I don't have the numbers on it, but you're not gonna last long.
J-Rock with Ultra Instinct on his ass on that fight. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, but see, he didn't last long after that fight either, because what people tend to forget about that fight is he was taking heavy damage in that fight. And then in the next fight, he got knocked out by Rosario.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so I mean, it's a real. I mean, we're talking about a real blood sport. So,
but that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing about that division. You know what I'm saying? They're not all so dominant over each other that one can't lose to the other. You see what I'm saying? And they're fighting each other, and everybody's fighting and losing, and that's boxing. That's the beautiful thing about boxing. Then you come back, train on your flaws, and maybe you get the victory the next time. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I love about the 154 division. You know, they're not dodging each other. They're not talking shit and not fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? They're actually talking shit and they fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? And losing and winning against each other. And that's the way boxing should be. The way 154 is, you know what I'm saying? Not trying to exalt one fighter and keeping them away from everybody. No, everybody should be up in the mix. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be over at top rank, you know what I'm saying, talking shit about nobody wants to fight you. You know what I'm saying? No, you need to be in the mix where everybody else is fighting, bro. Your fight coming up next, you know what I'm saying? And this guy, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's what I love. Even though Herb fell out the pool, he made it exciting when he was there. So, I ain't got nothing against him, you know what I'm saying? It's just he's falling far, and I wish he retired so he don't go in there and become a human punching bag. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's tired of seeing Herb come back and get his ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? You want to see Herb kick some ass in there. You know what I'm saying? Be that guy said, I picked Tony and Laura and J-Rock to beat Herb. He said J-Rock got it done. No, he said Herb was never good or had any skills, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people think about that. He was just tough as hell. You know what I'm saying? JV says Herb was a 168 pounder that could make 154 with 154 power. The excellent punch resistance with almost zero defense. Good analysis. J-Rock, Tony's gonna have to bite down. If he does get tired, Tszyu only has a punch. That's what I say. I think he's only has a punch chance. But I'm glad that Bully got a different opinion. You know what I'm saying? I hate when everybody just has the same opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know.
Another thing is like you better enjoy these Matias fights while he's able to take punches too. That man is an animal. He is a straight animal in that when he fights. I can't recall another guy who's like just so brazen. He's more vicious than Herb was. I mean, he just comes forward and is like, I'm gonna give you mine and you can give me yours, and I don't really give a damn.
But he's gonna have a problem when he face a mover. When he start facing the Devins and he start facing the guys that can actually move in the ring. Right now he got some bangers. He got some bangers in there right now.
I think the punchers are the real elite punchers. I think are the ones that are going to give him a hard time. Like a Devin, like to be honest, I don't think Devin at this point. Like I know Judah won't like me saying this, but you know I don't think he could beat him at this point. Like if Devin, let's say Devin beat Loma and was able to immediately move up and fight for the IBF title, which is possible. I don't think he would do it. I don't think he would beat Matias. I really don't. Because he does move well, but he's just willing to take everything. He'll take 3 and 4 to give you his 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care. And I just think that like eventually if you're not willing to, you have to have the footwork to hang with him, and you also have to have the power too. You have to give him something. And even when you give him something, there's no guarantee that you're going to do something to him. So, you know, I'm just saying it's possible Haney could beat him, but I'm just saying I haven't seen it yet. That's all I'm saying.
But a lot of people say that about fighters that's not like, you know, I hear that like, oh, you know, this fighter here, man, you're gonna have to have the power. You can't keep them off you. That has never been true between two elite fighters. I've seen that before. If you're dealing with a very powerful elite fighter, and he fighting a guy who is not as powerful as him, doesn't have power, and he's not on his level to begin with. Yeah, I've seen elite power punchers walk straight through non-elite fighters and destroy them. I have never seen an elite fighter walk through another elite fighter, even if they lack the power. An elite fighter won't let you walk through him regardless of what you bring in, period.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And you know, because what's his name? Matisse, that dude power, man, and speed. He got power and speed, but he don't have the foot speed. You know what I'm saying? So he's missing something that's going to be detrimental to him. You know what I'm saying? When he fight a pure boxer like Shakur Stevenson or somebody with those kind of skill sets. You know what I'm saying? It looks good against folks who will bang with him, and he's going to look great. You know what I'm saying? But when he fights somebody that can actually move in the ring, it's going to be different because he ain't going to be able to connect all those combinations. He's not going to be able to connect. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to have to be patient. And I think he do have the skill level for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he can rock your world. You know what I'm saying? So I think he got the boxing IQ too. So that's why that's going to be such a great fight. Because we're going to have to see him fight a different style against somebody who's not coming to him like that. Somebody who just wants to score and move and stuff. Because you'll be crazy as hell. Devin Haney be crazy as hell if you try to trade with Matisse or somebody like that. He'll be crazy as hell. You know what I'm saying? Because that dude is a beast on the inside.
I'm just excited, brother, to finally, after all this done, because of course I want to see Tank versus Devin. I think that's the second biggest fight, if not on the same level as Spence and Crawford to me. Like I got it almost on the same level. That's how bad I want to see it personally. But I can't wait to see Devin move up because all these people, like a lot of people, he's scared of 140. He don't want Russell. He can't beat him. They too big and this and that. And I feel like Devin Haney is one of the most skilled fighters in boxing, regardless of weight class. I feel like when he go to 140, he one of the best at 140 instantly. I feel like no matter wherever Devin can make weight, I feel like he instantly one of the best fighters in the division because Devin Haney is one of the best fighters in the world. That's me.
So you got you pound for pound number one.
Now I got him at least. I do have him top 5. I got Devin top 5 right now.
Hey, Jude, I'm surprised you weren't celebrating this week, man. You guys got that shout out from Tank Davis. You know, a lot of people might have read into that Tank mentioning Bill Haney as a negative thing. I looked at that as, man, in my mind, that sounds like Devin is next. He's telling them get ready. That's what I heard when I read that tweet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, hold on, that must mean, and I heard him say, he said, after I fight Ryan, I'm gonna fight Devin and Shakur next.
Right, listen, that's what I was saying earlier. You wasn't on here, but that's what I was saying. I was saying, like,
okay.
when he said that, I'm like, okay. All I was saying was Devin Haney better be next. If you saying don't just say all this for nothing, Devin Haney better be next.
No, yeah, I don't think it is, and I think I just so happen to, man, I rarely watch the Boxing Voice, but I just so happened to be there that day.
Yeah, me too, bro. Me too.
When they were talking to Calvin Ford, and then they ambushed Calvin Ford with Bill Haney, man, that was real anger, man. And like, I think right now, at a certain point, they're kind of in between. Like what I heard 2 different things. One is they know
they had like some holes over there, bro.
They know that Tank is like, fighting Tank at this point for any fighter is like it's a privilege. It's like it's one of the brightest spots in the sport. And they're like, do we want to give this guy the payday? But on the other end, man, I think Tank is angry, and I don't want to give the direct quote. I mean, I would misquote him, but he basically said, I'm tired of people talking that shit, and I'm gonna it's time to shut people's mouths. So it sounds to me like he's coming for all those that have been, saying this and that. That's how I took it. And then when I saw him tweet Bill Haney on the day of his press conference for Ryan, man, hey, get ready.
I hope so, brother. That's why I'm got my fingers crossed. I hope this was next.
That's how I would see it. I don't like. I think Rachel Donaire explained that we talked about this yesterday, right? About the Top Rank contract and how if you got 3 fights and you got the belts, you got the championship, then you have to give them the right to match in that next fight. Even though he only signed for 3, it's like 3 plus an option, like the right to match, like a restricted free agent. So, you know, I was thinking that through in my mind, my head was turning. I thought, how much would they, you know, a PBC contract is usually, from how they explain it to us is more back end, right? So that means that the guarantee would be low, which, you know, maybe they could match that. So I don't know how that's going to end up working. So maybe that would almost force Devin into a fight with Shakur before he can get to Tank. I don't know.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
wouldn't
I was
mind
saying.
seeing that either.
I was saying that earlier. I say they're gonna try to, cause they, you know, Top Rank want to keep those belts over there at Top Rank. You know what I'm saying? And the way to do that is to make sure that Devin signs another season. You know what I'm saying, with a Top Rank or another, or have that one belt, have that one fight option to put Shakur Stevenson on him. So I don't think we have anything to worry about. I mean, I think these fights are going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I think they're going to happen unless if Devin lose somehow to Shakur and Tank feel like he ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying, to offer him. But Tank don't like the belt, so that wouldn't make sense. So Tank don't care about no damn belt. So that really wouldn't make sense. So Devin Haney says Devin Haney would get murdered if he fights any top 10 fight. But people really don't believe in the ability of Devin Haney, man. Devin Haney a bad motherfucker. Even his boxers will tell you that, bro. I mean, that ain't just coming from some fans. I mean, the boxers really respect Devin, bro. What was that 6-foot guy, Marnie something? Devin beat his ass, bro, in the ring. Marnie what's that guy name? I think he spars with damn, who, man, I can't even remember who he spar with. Damn, I can't remember. Anyway, he was talking about how good Devin is and stuff. You know what I'm saying? He's a bigger dude. You know, he's up at 154. Life is Good said, if we can get Tank versus Devin next, Judah, he says, I said 2K. I said 2K, but we can keep it a gentleman bet, a stack. Damn.
Ooh. Man.
Okay, y'all some real gamblers in the building. You know what I'm saying?
Life is Good times two. God,
man.
My goodness.
God damn, yeah, y'all got that 2K action. Now y'all got to get a house, you know what I'm saying, a couple of dollars, you know. Hey.
I like that. I like that.
A couple of bucks, you know. But shit.
Did we get an answer? Is Judah there? Did he accept the
Judah?
Judah. Yo.
Yeah, my man said, you know what I'm saying? He says, if we get Tank and Devin next, he said he could put 2K or we can keep it a gentleman bet and go a stack on the fight.
Nah,
Life is good.
I'm putting the stack. I'm putting the stack on the fight itself. I ain't betting you a stack and putting the stack up on the fight itself. I don't gamble like that. But I am putting the stack on Devin. The two fights I'm betting on is Devin Haney versus Tank and Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford. And I got a stack on Spence and I'm putting a stack on Devin Haney because I know Devin Haney gonna be the underdog, so I'm gonna win big on that one. But Errol Spence probably gonna be the favorite against Crawford, so I don't know. I don't even know how much I can get back.
He says Jay Washington says Judah Dev will be the underdog, so we're gonna take Vegas money, not nobody in the chat.
Right.
That's true.
But you know, they everybody Lubin mentioned and Tim Tszyu, they mentioned that they can't wait for Errol Spence Jr. to come up at 154. Tim Tszyu, of course, he's talking more shit. That, you know what I'm saying, like he ready with both hands. You know what I'm saying, to fight Errol Spence Jr. if he comes up to 154. And I'm just like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, EJ, do you know who EJ is, bro? You haven't even made your name yet, bro. You got to get past Tony Harrison before you even start talking about EJ. EJ ain't even in the division yet, and they acting like he fooled or something. I was like,
that's the money man. That's why. He's the money man. That's why.
I was like, wow, man, they really, you know, Danny Garcia done already went up to 154 to get him another EJ fight. And see, EJ didn't get that eye down there at 147, but I think at 154 with a little extra weight, I think he'll get that eye this time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, Danny wants to Danny wants the Lara fight because Triple G dropped the WBA belt today. So that means Erislandy Lara is going to be a WBA middleweight champion, and that's the fight that Danny Garcia wanted. So, like we are by the way, like he's been calling for that for a long time. They knew that was coming down the line. We as fans are way behind. Like, so anything that you want, you should if you want to fight, you should just say it online repeatedly. Like if you want Devin versus Tank, keep talking about it. You want Antoine versus Devin, keep talking about it because somebody's paying attention. But you got to understand that these fights cost, they could potentially pay millions of dollars, and however they gather their money, they gather their money. But I mean, what I see is they're actually taking notice. So, give it time, the fights will come.
Mm-hmm.
The fights will come.
Well,
So
I just think it's gonna be a whole. He got so many dudes he can fight at 154, and I think he got a lot of guys he can fight at 147. I just want to see him get to it. You know what I'm saying? Because he said he wanted Errol Spence Jr. I'm talking about. He said that he wanted to fight at least 3 times a year, and he could do that at 154. He could do that. You know what I'm saying? This is his ultimate prime right now. You know what I'm saying? I think, what is he, 33 now? So he goes up to 154. Shit, all them fights gonna be lit. Every last one of them. So he needs to stop clowning around with Terence Crawford, who's not gonna give him access. And go ahead and get a fight in and start, mowing them down. You know what I'm saying? Because we really need to see EJ in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's at 147 or 154, but I just think he got more for 154. They're willing to bang. You know what I'm saying? They're not about that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? About losing the O and all this. I think them guys up there, they ready. They ready to fight. And I think that's the best division for EJ. Because you want to fight against opponents that's not trying to dodge and duck and making excuses and stuff like that. They calling him out. You know what I'm saying? I think that's wonderful for boxing. I think that's the division where EJ really gonna make his name. Even though I think he's good to go right now with 3 belts. I mean, you really can't be. He unified 3 belts, so he go up to 54. Even if he end up fighting Jamel Charlo, that would be the ultimate, cherry on the cake. You know what I'm saying? We get a Errol Spence Jr. Jamel Charlo fight. You know what I'm saying? But you still got Tony Harrison. You still got Tszyu. You still got Danny Garcia. You could fight Keith Thurman up there. You could fight Fundora. You could fight. I mean, he got all these damn options. You know what I'm saying? That he can fight up there. So, man, he need to get to it, bro. Just forget 147. You know what I'm saying? Or pick somebody and go ahead and get to it. You know what I'm saying? Because all this waiting around, man, it's not good for him. Being out the ring is not good for him, even though he's a hard worker and everything. I just want to see him, you know what I'm saying, get active. You know what I'm saying? Life's good said this ain't no monopoly money over here. Still talking about that bet. Be the God says they had Bud the favorite against Spence. You know what I'm saying? That shit that's a lot of the media carries a lot of this hatred toward the PBC, and they know what to say, you know what I'm saying, to troll and everything. They know that's BS, bro. He said Christian G said if Danny gets that WBA from Laura, he said EJ rematch, the EJ rematch could happen. Danny Garcia get that WBA from Laura. Okay, yeah, that's a possibility. And I know Danny really wants it because I think Danny takes he takes his losses to heart, bro. I mean, not that you know every fighter don't, but he has like a pathology behind losing and shit. This nigga, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like the way he look at losing. Like with Keith Thurman, boy, he hated that loss, boy. Everything was about Keith Thurman. Now he lost to EJ. You know what I'm saying? Now he had mental problems, but he want that rematch. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's just the heart of a champion, I guess. Life is good says y'all confident Devin beats Tank, but that money, where's your money is? He says we can't give the bread to Pool Counter. He said I trust Pool. Oh, he says you can get it. Oh yeah, ain't no biggie, bro. You know what I'm saying? He said Sam, they banging at 154 because most of them guys are PBC. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Being on the same network, you know what I'm saying, that helps, make business that much easier. Brandon House says, would say Castano, but they say Castano went up to 160, huh? After the male fight, huh? You know what I'm saying? Wow, that's interesting. It says Samuel Washington go up and whip Castano. Castano says he got with Errol inspiring. Castano said he got with Errol. Oh, well, he beat him in the amateurs. I know that much, but I'm pretty sure EJ, unlike Crawford, he would, because he beat him in the amateurs. I bet you EJ will go for that fight. You know what I'm saying? And we know Castano, he's a bad dude, man. He's highly skilled, bro. He said, be that guy. Said, how does EJ do against Fundora, Lubin, and Tony? Shit, I think he beats them all, but I think those would be wars. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll knock out Lubin. I would have to see that with Tony because Tony got that reach. He can box. You know what I'm saying? I think Fundora, he don't fight tall, so that'll kill him with Spence. He don't fight tall. He bends over, and that'll be a body snatching contest. And I think Spence will get him. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll be hitting harder. He'll be a lot stronger at 154 because he's draining himself down at 147. I think he'll be a lot stronger at 154, and that extra weight, you know what I'm saying, that'll help him. Get them guys up out of there. But I could see him with a decision against Tony because of his work rate. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. What up, Boxing 86 TV in the building? What's happening?
Yo, Mike, check. You hear me good, bro?
Yes, sir.
All right, what up with the pool counter? How you doing, man?
Oh, chilling, bro. Chilling. What's happening with you,
man.
bro?
Good. Chilling, man. And shout out to all the brothers on the panel, too, man. Salute to y'all, bro.
What you got on this fight this weekend?
Talking about Tszyu and Tony Harrison.
Uh-huh.
Man, I think Tony Harrison got an uphill battle, man. He got an uphill battle. His style don't go good with what Tszyu got. Plus, it's over in Australia, so I think Tony obviously is the better boxer. I ain't never seen him outbox, but the worst thing you can have against a real good body puncher is a gas tank issue. He got a gas tank issue, and Tszyu is a real good body puncher. Another bad thing you can have against somebody that gets stronger as the fight go on, like Tszyu do, is have a bad gas tank and have a bad chin, bro. He got both of them. So when you fighting at the level that Tony Harrison is fighting at, that world-class level, where you right there on the cusp of fighting for championships and you fighting the best in the division, you can't have issues with your gas tank and issues with your chin, bro. Them dudes up there is too good. So I think, and then on top of that, if the fight is close, and let's say it's 7-5, and people feel like it's a competitive 8-4, but Tony Harrison won. I mean, we really thinking Tony Harrison about to get the nod over in Australia, bro?
Hell
So
no.
he gotta either stop Tszyu or he gotta put on a Devin Haney type of performance. And I don't know if he can beat Tszyu that badly, bro.
So you think Tim Tszyu pressure is that good?
I think it's good enough to corner Tony Harrison. I mean, like Tony Harrison outboxed Sergio Garcia in his last fight. True enough. Like, ain't nobody, like, he put on a good performance, but just go rewatch the fight. Sergio Garcia was able to get his back against the ropes. He was able to corner him and shit. He was able to land some shots on Tony Harrison, man. He ain't just out this whole moving around like Devin Haney and them, bro. Where dudes just missing the whole fight and all. He ain't doing that, man. He get them back against the ropes. He can get herded to the corner and shit. I've seen it a lot, bro.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier, man. He had these mental lapses, bro. Like, well, he don't just give up 1 or 2 big shots when he have his mental lapse. He give up about 3 or 4. You know.
And then notice, yeah, you're right, bro. And then notice this too. It's something with his camp. It's something with the way he trained, because Bumgarner ain't got no damn gas tank, bro. Like, it's something, whatever they doing over there, bro. Like, whoever coming out that camp, bro, they be getting tired in the middle of the fight, bro.
They must don't do road work. You know what I'm saying? Shit, they must don't.
Bro, cause he trained, like, his daddy taught him. You know what I'm saying? He had mad skills, but he always had a gas tank issue. And now he training Bumgarner. She got mad skills, but now she got a damn gas tank issue and shit. So it's just like it's hard, bro. When that's what I worry about with you, it's just hard to just confidently pick you. Like if this was just in a vacuum and it was like a boxing contest of who just got the better skills, then you gotta have Tony Harrison all day. But when you add into the other shit, the business of boxing, it being in Australia, you add in the gas tank, you add in the chin and shit, stuff that ain't got really nothing to do with the skills of a fighter, bro. Like all that shit go towards Tim Tszyu, man. So it's a true 50-50 fight, and I can't wait to watch it, man.
That's what's up. That's what's up. This shit gonna be lit. And you know, Tank, if you've been watching the press conferences and everything, I know you have. You know what I'm saying? It's on like a pile of neck bones. You know what I'm saying? You think Ryan Garcia got a chance to beat your boy?
I don't, but I hate that Tank got a rehydration clause on him. That's some sucker shit, man. And I love Tank Davis, bro. I do. But what I took away the most from the press conference shit is you put an asterisk on your own fight, and people that don't like you, you just gave them an excuse as to why, you know what I'm saying, why you won and shit. So if he go out there and he starts Tank, you know what I'm saying? I mean, and if he go out there and he starts Ryan, people gonna be like Ryan wasn't himself. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't it like a 10-pound weight difference or something like that? I mean, that's not bad. They ain't like Canelo big.
They're basically doing the IBF rules and shit, like where you can't weigh more than 10 pounds on the day of the weigh-in. They got to weigh in again the day of the fight, and they can't be 10 pounds over 136, so they can't be no more than 146. But bro, you shouldn't you don't need that, bro. You don't need.
Hey, what's crazy knockout is you got a problem with the rehydration clause, and I don't. That shit crazy. I don't, because like I said, I feel like, you know, Ryan, if you got a problem with him saying you can't come in 10 pounds over, how heavy was you planning on coming in? You know what I'm saying? So I really don't have a problem.
I feel you, bro. I just that's always like I didn't like when Floyd did it. I hate it when Canelo do it. It's dangerous, bro. I hate it when Conor Ben tried to do it with Chris Eubanks Jr. I just don't like it in boxing at all. But that's a me thing. So regardless of the fighter, I'm gonna be critical of it, man. Just because like A side shit, that's cool. Like if you want to come out last, if you want the blue corner, if you get to make the most money, if they got to go with your liquor sponsorship, if you get to put all the sponsors on the ring and shit, you walk out last. Like that's A side shit. Like negotiate that shit. But people negotiating things that can be competitive advantages in the fight, bro, I don't like that shit, man. I don't like that shit. Because if it's no big deal, then you just, you know what I'm saying? You just gotta you just fight them at whatever, bro. Like I feel like once you make weight, that whole weight bullying shit, the rehydration shit, like nah, I ain't with that. He basically telling that man how much water he can drink after the weigh-in, or what type or how much food he can eat after the weigh-in. You shouldn't be able to tell nobody that shit, man. If that's the case, don't fight him. If you think he's gonna be too big, then just don't fight him, bro.
Yeah, real quick, just to explain it, you know, you got to read between the lines on this. It's obvious that, and Tank mentioned this before, he said he's 135, he's a lightweight. He's a lightweight fighter. And I'm sure they wanted to fight at 135, but conversely, Ryan said that he cannot make that weight anymore, and he's up. So I think they came up with this deal. Now, I asked the Rise podcast about this yesterday. I sent the super chat. And I asked them to explain it because I understand what's going on. You just gotta think about it and read between the lines, and you'll understand what's going on. But they said that that weight stipulation applies to both fighters, not just Ryan. So Tank also has the 10 pound next day weigh-in. So,
but who implemented the restrictions?
It was Tank.
Hey,
yeah,
what's up? All right, but you see why he doing that though? That's because De La Hoya back in the day was the king of that. He always, everybody he fought, he turned around and he put the restriction on him. You can't rehydrate up. So they just messing with his head, man. So this like a tit for tat thing. But Ryan,
they don't just mess with your head, bro. They don't like if
they mess with everything.
They mess with your body, bro. Like they don't just, that ain't just like I'm playing mind games with you. I could really like let's say Ryan, bro, he could really go like this is some realistic shit. He can get on that motherfucking scale, look like Skeletor in that bitch, and like be weight draining motherfucker. Then on top of that, he can go and try to rehydrate, but not rehydrate too much because he can only weigh 146. So you can literally get a lesser like you can set it up. You're setting it up to where You could legitimately, I don't even
Then he
fuck
should
with
move
Ryan.
up to welterweight. He's
could
a welterweight then. You
legitimately
can't make
hold
the weight.
on.
You can't make the weight.
Like
Check this out.
legitimately
But De
have him
La
out there
Hoya,
looking horrible, bro.
but De La Hoya used to do that to people all the time.
And that
Wouldn't
shit
let them
was dead
rehydrate up.
wrong.
And
That
he was
shit was
dead
dead
wrong for
wrong,
that.
bro.
He was dead
Shit
wrong.
was
And
dead
to
wrong.
me, I kind of don't like it. I understand, like Mikey Garcia. And first of all, what's up to Pool? What's up to the chat? What's up to the panel and all that?
What's going on, Cat?
But check this out, though, man. When you turn around, and I'm with you on that, I can understand when Mikey Garcia went up and fought against Errol Spence. All right, Earl, don't get too heavy on me because you know I'm really a lightweight. But these two guys, they kind of close together. You know, if you got to think about it, he didn't do that when he fought old boy at 140. It wasn't no stipulation on that. He should have let the brother come in and fight at his weight. That's how I feel about it, man. I think that they should have just came in there as warriors and just fight. Like you say, that rehydration clause, that they can, by the 5th round, watch Ryan. He may not even get hit that much, but look at his eyes. He's not going to be the same, bro. He's not going to be the same. He's going to be lagging. His timing going to be off. His footwork going to be a little bit slower. His guard's going to have to drop down because he so tired. By the 5th round, he's going to be exhausted, man. He's never had to do this before. This is his first time doing a rehydration clause. He's not going to be able to do it.
Well, his hero, Canelo, you know what I'm saying? He's the king of that shit. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, Tank is the A side. I mean, that's what he wanted. If you want to fight, you don't have to fight. You don't have to fight with that. You know what I'm saying? You can tell him, hey, you know what I'm saying, renegotiate. But if you sign your name on the dotted line, you know what I'm saying, that you're going to fight like that, guess what? And you're going to put your name and reputation on the line. You know it's you know what the hydration clause say. So, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to fight that fight, guess what? I don't want to hear shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? If you can fight at that weight and you can rehydrate the 146, if you can get that done, bro, it's on and popping. It's on you.
Yeah, I mean, you 100% right, bro. He signed that shit, so, get in there and fight. But just as a fan of the sport, bro, whether it's Tank Davis, Canelo Alvarez, Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather, Errol Spence, whoever A side is, bro, they shouldn't even be trying to put that shit in contracts, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm with you, though. He signed that shit, so y'all get it popping, y'all fight, whatever. I'm here for it. I'm watching that shit. But that's something that, like, I can't let it go without saying that's some shit that you shouldn't even be asking for, bro.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Because what's gonna happen is, like KO said, but since Ryan put that out there in the ether, and like KO said, it's not just Ryan fault because Tank stipulated it, right? So the point is, man, after the fact, we all feel like Tank gonna win, but the Mexican fan base, the Hispanic fan base, is not gonna get that win to Tank. And the worst part about it is you're gonna have a lot of media outlets who jump behind it and try to discredit Tank, saying they're gonna bring it up. They're gonna bring it up.
When you get so much criticism anyway, and a lot of it be unjustified, you don't put yourself in a position where people can actually criticize you justifiably. You don't give them and when you do shit like this, you give them wiggle room. You give them room to like criticize you, and it's legitimate criticism. You get enough illegitimate criticism. You don't need to be making decisions and moving in a way where people can now legitimately criticize you and they actually got a leg to stand on. Because I tell you right now, I done went back and forth with Inside the Square Circle with King Judah. I wouldn't even feel comfortable going back and forth with him in a debate because if he bring this shit up, I'm cooked. Like when you put your fans in a position where they can't take up for you, bro. And that's what I don't like about it, bro. Straight up.
Man, I look at it like my ball, my court, my rules. I'm not gonna make no excuses for these Mexican fighters because they ain't making none for the black fighters. If Canelo make you have to come in at a certain way to do this, you think the Mexican people gonna be over there like, well, man, Canelo, he shouldn't make him have to do that. They ain't giving a shit, man. My ball, my court, my rules, man. If you ain't with it, don't sign the contract.
So is that for the rematch as well?
That's for what? As long as if the control is in my hands, what's the point? What's the point of being the A side if you can't rig the game in your favor a little bit.
Because
What's the point
A
of home
side
court?
mean you get more money, bro. I feel you though. I mean, hey, do your thing, bro. And I ain't even here to try to change your mind, nor will I try. I'm just giving my
Hey,
opinion.
why do the Cowboys want home field during the playoffs?
But they gotta earn that shit. And it's one like there's a difference between home field advantage and the Dallas Cowboys saying we get to tackle
So
you, but you got a 2-hand touch us. There's a whole difference between the competitive advantage and something that's not a competitive advantage.
But are you saying Tank didn't earn it for the rules to be tilted in his favor?
I'm saying no fighter deserves for the rules to be tilted in their favor. Rules should be standard side. Like if I'm a fighter, I don't give a damn how popular I am. I do not deserve the right to tell you how big the ring is when we fight, because that is a competitive advantage. If the A side happens to be a pressure fighter, he can make the ring small just because he's the A side. No, get that shit the fuck out of boxing. If a fighter is the A side, you don't get to tell you what type of boxing gloves you get to wear, bro. If they 8 ounces, let's get it popping. Why you get to pick shit that could help you win? Oh, I'm the A side. I'm more of a boxer. You more of a puncher, so you don't get to wear puncher gloves. You got to wear these boxer gloves right here. Here you go. Wear these just because I'm more popular than you. That's bullshit. And the rehydration clause is worse than all that. You literally tell the man how much water you get to eat. I mean, drink. How much food you get to eat. You literally are putting that in a contract where, hey, bro, instead of that gallon of water that you wanted, since I got this in this contract, bro, you can only drink 32 ounces of water. Hey, instead of that steak that you might have wanted to eat, you got to eat you some chicken breast and shit, because you know you got to weigh in tomorrow too. That shit that can affect the outcome of a fight. You shouldn't be able to negotiate that no matter how popular you are, no matter who you are in a sport, bro. It can literally have an effect on the outcome of the fight, bro. And I want to say,
but you don't have to do that. But you don't have to do that though, knockout. He
No,
ain't got to fight Tank. He ain't got to fight Tank.
I understand that, but Tank shouldn't even be moving like that, bro.
I mean, if the ball in his court, he said his
if I start,
rules.
we got the TKO debate series, bro. If I start running that shit in a way to where I'm finna do a Devin Haney and Tank Davis debate, and I put nothing but Devin Haney fans on the motherfucking panel to be judges and shit, my shit loses its integrity. The win don't mean as much if you get a win.
I understand your sense of fairness, but see, they don't play fair with us. So why we gotta be trying to play fair with them?
When you say they, I mean Canelo do it, Floyd do it. Now Tank is doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like when you say they, like it ain't just Mexicans that been doing it. Other races, black popular fighters is doing it too.
The IBF do it. When it comes to weight,
at some point we gotta want this shit to be a sport. Is all I'm saying, bro. At some point, do we want this shit to be a sport, or we just cool with this wild west bullshit where people got advantages and can do shit that affects the outcome of a fight, bro? Like, how would basketball look if LeBron like, look, bro, I'm old than the motherfucker. In the half court, I'm nice than the motherfucker, but shit, I can't run up and down like I used to. So I'm the 8th side. I'm the most popular hoop in this motherfucker. We playing half court when I step on the court.
Knockout. I grew up playing Sega Genesis. I grew up playing motherfucking Nintendo and motherfucking PlayStation. I love a motherfucking cheat code.
Yo, let me come down a minute with it. That's cool, bro. That's cool, but like we talking about, I'm with KO, bro, because we talking about the highest level of fighting in the world, bro. Like this shit, it's not just about advantages and who can win or lose, bro. These people life on the line. So when you telling one dude that he can't fully hydrate to be his 100% self, in his, his performance depends on him being 100% of himself. But you talking about putting people in danger. If you just think about it like what Canelo was doing, every time they do that, when you become the A side and you able to drain guys before you fight them, you putting all them guys in danger. It's a matter of time before you seriously hurt somebody.
Can I give you guys a totally different angle on this?
Please.
Number one, Ryan Garcia didn't have to take this fight. He didn't have to. Now originally they wanted to, like Tank wanted to fight at lightweight. It's obvious the guy cannot make the weight. But the reality is the reason that Ryan Garcia is in this position in the first place is because Tank is such a strong A side that he doesn't have any leverage. Now, if they matched up Ryan Garcia better, if they gave him the Devin fight, if they gave him some other higher profile fights, if they put him on pay-per-view, they wouldn't be stuck in this situation. But now because Golden Boy's in a situation where they're on a fight-to-fight basis, and they have to prove their worth to the zone now. So now they're ready to make the fight. That's my end of it.
Listen, I ain't mad at nothing you said, bro, because a lot of it is factual. But just simply as someone that is and I'm not saying y'all not either, bro, so I hope y'all don't take it that way. But simply as someone that is just a pure fan of the sport, that want to see the best possible fights I can see, I just want to see everybody at their best. And I want to see if the guy I support at his best can beat the guy that everybody else support at their best. I don't want nobody having to be, hey, man, I'm coming in this motherfucker, I'm Skeletor and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting back up. I'm 60% of myself because I'm tired because I couldn't drink enough water and shit. And then you knock my ass out early in the fight because I ain't got no fucking energy. Like, I'm not trying to see that shit, bro. That ain't good for the sport. That's bullshit to me. Like, I ain't trying to watch no shit like that. I want to it's more gratifying. It's like if you race a motherfucker, bro, I want to beat you head up, bro. I don't want a head start, my nigga. Like, I'm not trying to get a head start in the race and then beat you. That shit is not as gratifying. It don't mean as much unless we start at the same motherfucking starting point. They moving like Tank is basically starting with a head start in the fight, bro. I'm not with that shit. And everybody that know me know I rock heavy with Tank, bro. But this shit, I'm not with, bro, for no fight.
Yeah, like I said, you a totally different type of Tank fan, though, bro. Like, that's what I've been saying, bro. KO is a totally different type of Tank fan. He actually believes in Tank abilities. He don't want to see Tank have no disadvantage. He don't want to see Tank duck nobody. He believes Tank can beat everybody he wants to see. I've been saying it.
So what if this dude got a 30-pound advantage on Tank? That's okay.
Then don't fight him if he weigh in, bro. If he weigh in at the fight y'all let,
goodness
and he come in 30 pounds over and shit, it's on him.
That's what I'm saying, KO. That's what I'm saying. You saying now you telling Tank don't fight him, and Tank just told him if you can't meet my weight, don't fight me,
bro. If you scared of somebody rehydrating up on your ass, then bro, you scared and you just don't want to fight. Take your ass to another weight class, bro.
KO, you saw what Madonna did to Adrian Broner. That boy ain't been the same.
Did Madonna make weight?
Madonna came in with all that extra weight and knocked his fucking head off.
Did Madonna make weight, bro?
Fucking right, he made weight, but when he came in on
fight night,
all that weight by 165.
I'm not doing the weight bully. I'm not doing the weight
bully. Two-way street.
You can't put bully in the weight. Bully and boxing don't go.
It's a two-way street, bro. It's a two-way street.
It is 100%. But if I make weight and you make weight, then bro, we it's on. What we talking about? Unless they're gonna bring back same
Ryan needs to take his ass up there and challenge Boots. You better go challenge Spence. If you can't make the weight, go move up. You know, look for a higher profile fight. That's my point. Or they should have been giving him better fights so he can say, no, Tank, I'm not with that. I'm a A side too. I'm an A side too. We fighting at 140.
Man, Ryan looked like he be about 160.
But we only wanted to go one way. Okay, cool. Okay, if you same for Ryan. If you can't make the weight, then shit, you move up. But if you scared about somebody being bigger than you, then don't fucking fight him.
Well,
again, it's a two-way street. That's my point. That's my point about that. Tank can say the same thing. You know, it's you looking at it from the up. You looking at it looking up, but you need to also look down.
No, I'm looking at it like no one should even ask for that. I don't care who it is. You should not be asking for rehydration clauses. They are dangerous. They do not belong in the sport of boxing. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you this, now, cause you ain't gonna give him credit for the fight if he beat Ryan. You ain't gonna give him credit.
He gonna get credit, but not as much as he would if he just beat him straight up.
Hey, y'all check this out.
If he just beat him straight up, then shit.
Check this out. Hey, check this out.
Better,
I'm from Dallas, right? We play dominoes down here, right?
Shit, me too, bro.
When I go to Detroit, when I go to Detroit to visit, they play a different kind of fucking dominoes, man. I have to play by their fucking rules. And you know what? They coming down here this summer. We having a family reunion in Dallas this summer. Guess what? They playing by Texas rules when they get here.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what I'm saying is my ball, my court, My rules, dog.
But do they get a competitive advantage on you? Y'all are playing by the same rules, and y'all both
Hell
start
yeah,
with
it's a
0.
competitive advantage because I don't know how to play
Okay.
that shit.
Do they get to start with 15 and you start with 0, or do
They
y'all
can
both
call.
start at
Hey, look
0?
here. If you forget to call your money, they can call your money. Like if
I
you
mean,
like they like you score 15, they're like 15, they get your money.
okay, but if they forget to call,
You know,
if they forget to, by your analogy, if they forget to call their money, then you can do the same shit too, right?
but I'm just saying it. But they play by these rules all the time. You understand the speed of the game,
But
playing by a different set of
to play
rules.
by the same? Do you get to play by the same rules though?
Well, I play by their rules when I'm in Detroit. They gonna play by
Yeah,
Texas.
but do
They
you
gonna play
start
by
at
Texas
0?
rules when they come down
But
here.
but see, that's not a competitive advantage though. A
Oh, it
competitive
is a
advantage would be
competitive advantage when you don't
if
know the
you go play in
rules.
Detroit and they get to start with a house already, and you
Man, you
start from
don't
0.
even know the rules though. You understand what I'm saying?
Remember, Tank has
All right, y'all.
the 10-pound limit as well. Tank has the 10 pound.
Let's get Manager Marty in here. What's going on, Manager Marty in the building? What's going on, bro? What you think about this rehydrate clause?
Oh man, first and foremost, man, I want to salute to everybody on the panel right now. I literally just happened to turn YouTube back on, and I saw you guys talking about it just a few minutes, so I might have missed a lot of the show. But I thank you for having me come on, Poor Counter. I just wanted
Oh,
to
no
jump
problem.
on and and talk to you guys. Um, quick little tidbit, and I'm gonna speak a little bit more about this on my live broadcast tomorrow evening. I want everybody on the panel and even the viewers to keep some things in perspective. So number one, when we talk about rehydration clauses, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you guys on the panel, you are all very educated on the sport of boxing, so you probably already know this, but some viewers may not know it. So that's why I wanted to reiterate this. So when you have a catch weight, usually it's standard operating procedures to have a rehydration clause. So it's not like this is something that just never ever happens. When you have a fight of this magnitude and there's a catch weight, I think what happens is the way Ryan Garcia presented it, he may not be used to being on either the B side or having to have, the stipulation against him. So it might sound like it's a negative thing on a fan, on a fan's perspective. But the rehydration clause is usually for one or both of the fighters. So even though Ryan Garcia is presenting that, the rehydration clause could be for Tank Davis as well. I'm not saying it is or not because we haven't heard anything on that side, but usually under standard operating procedures, both fighters will have to undergo a rehydration clause if one of the fighters have the same issue. We got to understand something that both of these guys, technically speaking, from a weight perspective, they're not in the same weight class. Because if they were in the same weight class, technically speaking, it wouldn't have to be a catch weight. So catch weights usually happen when there is a weight disparity. So I just wanted to make sure that that's always the foundation of us talking about the rehydration clause so that we can all be on the same page. Number two, when you look at the people involved, let's talk about the trainers real quick. I'm not going to cook too much on it. But let's look at Joe Goosen, right? Joe Goosen is the trainer for Ryan Garcia. He's a Hall of Fame trainer. This man, I can assure you all of this, will have Ryan Garcia in shape, and he's always had Ryan Garcia in shape ever since he's been with the team with Ryan Garcia. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because if you really look at the rehydration clause, the maximum is what? They can't exceed 146. Is that accurate?
Uh-huh.
Right.
That's it.
So let's put this in proper perspective. Let's say that Ryan Garcia, his last fight was in July, right? I think his last fight was in July with Javier Fortuna, and he weighed in at 140. So let's keep that in perspective. He weighed in at 140, and we don't know what he rehydrated to the next day, but he came in on weight at 140. That was in July. Fast forward to April, which is 9 months later. Let's just hypothetically say he walks around at 150, 155, give or take. So let's say right now he's at 147. Let's just use it as an example. Let's say he's at 147 right now as we speak. He still have a few weeks to basically get to 145 to be able to not rehydrate past 146. So he can come in and make weight the night before the fight at 136, but then his body's going to rehydrate to, let's say, 145. He's still in perfect shape because he's already in shape now. So I know that might look like it's a negative thing from a fan's perspective, but he's already in shape. So the rehydration clause only affect fighters who are really, really out of shape. Ryan Garcia just fought in July, and he has been in shape. Goosen has kept him in shape from that fight to now. So it's not like, no disrespect to Adrian Broner. I'm just using Adrian Broner as an example because Adrian Broner, he balloons up so heavy and he doesn't actively stay in the gym after fights. He basically has to fight the weight in fat camp and then he has to, train for the fight. And so that would be something where the rehydration clause would more so affect somebody like an Adrian Broner. But Ryan Garcia will only have to lose just a few pounds once he comes into weight at 136 because he's already in shape. So that's kind of the difference. The reason why I'm bringing it up is Ryan Garcia is presenting it as if there's a physical advantage that Tank is needing, but I see it a different way. I see it as a psychological advantage from them including the rehydration clause. It's not like physical because they know Ryan gonna make the weight, and they know that he's high, listen now he's giving up. Tank is giving up a few inches in height and in reach. So they're using that from a business perspective as a psychological advantage so that they can play mind games with Ryan Garcia to say, we want you to have to fight the weight and not focus on training. Even though they know that Ryan Garcia is going to come in and weight. So this is all psychological. We've seen this happen historically speaking. I'll give you an example real quick, and I promise you I'll be quiet. Let's look at Bernard Hopkins since he's over there with De La Hoya and them, and he's with Golden Boy. When Bernard Hopkins was a light heavyweight, he wanted to fight Kelly Pavlik in Atlantic City, New Jersey, right? Kelly Pavlik, he fought Jermaine Taylor in that second fight, and he came in at 164. They both weighed in at 164 at a catchweight in the second fight. Right after that, 4 months later, he fought a guy named Gary Lockett, and he made weight because he was defending the middleweight titles at 159. Guess what happened 4 months later when he fought Bernard? He jumped up in weight at a catch weight at 169 the night of the fight. So my point in saying that is that when you look at someone that's strategic as Bernard, Bernard and them knew, okay, Kelly Pavlik got a lot of power. Kelly Pavlik is a big puncher. Pavlik is much younger, but we know Pavlik is drinking alcohol too, and he's putting on extra weight. So what we're going to do psychologically now is we're going to let him come up, come down, come right back up to have a psychological advantage. And Bernard Hopkins did the same thing with Antonio Tarver at light heavyweight, his first fight up there. Oh, Tarver was just shooting a movie. He had to go up there and put that weight on. All right, this is a good time. Let's bring him down a little bit. We'll get the physical advantage plus the psychological advantage. So I'm saying all that to say in history of boxing, it's not that it's just a physical advantage for a guy that's already in shape and he's already inside of that weight class. From 135 to 140, Ryan Garcia been making these weights. In the case of Bernard and Kelly Pavlik, Kelly Pavlik was up 164, coming down 159, jumping back up 169. That's more of an issue physically and psychologically. In this case, though, it's just psychological. That's all it is. And the in the in the in the in the Tank camp, that's why they're doing that. Ryan Garcia don't understand the psychological part of it because he never had to be on the other end of it. But what they're trying to do, and I love Bernard Hopkins, he's from my city, but what he's trying to do is present that, he's presenting that so that the fans can be aware. Hey, listen, y'all, there's a weight disparity, but it's not. These guys are within 5 or 6 pounds of each other, historically speaking, in their last 3 or 4 fights. I digress. I'm sorry to talk too long, y'all. I appreciate it.
Are you
So
good? You good?
so
You
so
educate, bro.
check it out, bro. Like here's the thing with everything you said in respect to you, bro. Like, so number one, just because something been around in boxing for a long time don't mean that it's right. Like corrupt ass judges and shit like that, like all the corruption and all that shit. Just because catch weights and rehydration clauses been around a long time, that don't mean it's right. And then to the point about it only being a psychological advantage, we have no idea what Ryan Garcia walks around there when he's fully in shape. Like, if he's fully in shape, he could still be big and his frame just big to where fully in shape, between 1% and 5% body fat, ready to get ready for a weight cut, he could walk around at 155. And so now, so being in fully shape don't mean he's gonna be 145 pounds. He could be big enough with a 5'10" frame, 71-inch arm reach, like welterweights usually are, or fucking Errol Spence, like a dude that in shape walk around 150, 155, 160. If that's the case, it's so much more than a psychological advantage for him to have to cut all the way down to 135 pounds, 136 pounds, and only get to come up to 146. So that's it. We don't know what it is, but to even put that in a fight, bro, is highly dangerous. It's the same shit that Conor Ben was trying to do to Chris Eubanks Jr. Man, I can't like if you gonna fight him, bro, fight him. If you worried about him being too big, then just don't fight him. Like
So
it is what it is, bro. Because fighters do like Artur Beterbiev, Errol Spence Jr., Terence Crawford, like all these guys at 140. There are certain guys that no matter how great a shape they in, they ain't gonna be down at 145 pounds, 146 pounds. We don't know what Ryan is fully in shape. If he fully in shape in camp for a fight, he could be walking around at 150, 151. Okay, now you got to
so
cut down to 135 from
so KO,
151.
what you think? What you think Ryan normally is on fight night?
Get up to 146. What about that extra 5 pounds that you typically? So you losing 5 pounds of you being totally in shape. You gonna be drained, bro. Like,
What
so
you
it's not
think?
just.
What you think Ryan walking around on fight night? What you think his fight night weight be?
I don't. It's gonna have to be 146 in this case. But he look. I'm telling you right now, in this fight against Fortuna, when they weighed in at 139, that man looked like he hit like on fight night. He looked like he was at least 155, bro. At least.
Look like he about
Yeah,
155.
I want
He
to
look big that night.
since we're saying it don't matter.
So think about that. He looking at it like he looked like he 155 when he was fully in shape. Did his weight cut down to 140. Hopped in there with Javier Fortuna. Looked like he about 155. So that's him fully in shape. Had a whole count. So now let's look at what we're doing in this Tank Davis fight. Fully in shape. I'm in shape. I went through my count. I'm walking around at 155. Y'all asking me to cut 19 pounds. Which, okay, cool. Cut 19 pounds. But I don't get to get that 19 pounds back. I only get to get 10 of it back.
Well, here's
I'm sure Matias would love to fight Ryan Garcia.
They can make your body not be able to take a body shot, bro. Like really study the game, bro.
Well, like that's what I wanted to ask. That's why I was trying to ask for the people saying they don't think it's important at all. How many cases have we had in history where one guy who was maybe in the A side drained another guy, and that guy that was drained actually pulled off the win?
Man, and when it come down to fighting, dog, weight is everything.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's why I know. That's why I think it may be more important than
fighters have always played games when it comes to weight. Everybody wants to be the bigger guy. That's period. That ain't nothing new. It's everything. A pound, man, a pound.
Homie, if weight is everything, then it should not be in the hands of the fighters to negotiate it. If weight is everything, and we want this shit to be a sport, and we want it to be where we get the best possible fights, the best possible competition, see who truly the best is. If weight is so important in a fight, then fighters have no business negotiating it, bro.
So KO, can I give you a perspective on this? KO?
Yeah, talk to me, Marty. Talk to me.
All right. So let me give you this perspective. Because I understand what you said, and you're correct when you say that if Ryan Garcia is 155, he shouldn't have to drain 19 and lose 10 pounds. Let me put this in perspective, though, and I think that we all can agree that the definition of the sweet science of boxing is all about the numbers, and that's what this thing is about. Now let's take that 155 analogy that you gave for Ryan Garcia. Let's say he's 155. He walks around. It wouldn't be fair for Ryan Garcia, who's 155, to get in the ring with Jamel Charlo. Would you agree with that? Or anybody? If what I'm saying is if Ryan Garcia walks around at 155 pounds,
My
is it
bad, Martin. Did
fair?
you want me to answer that,
Oh,
bro, or you were just talking?
yeah, no. It's so yeah. I wanted you to answer. I just wanted you because I
Okay, yeah.
wanted to explain
I
something to you.
got you.
So
If he walk around, if he walk around at 155 and he want to fight Jamel Charlo at 154 and he feel like he can be his best version, only cutting 1 pound and then fighting Jamel, I don't care what, like, because that would be his choice. But I don't care what weight class you fight at. Once you basically, my thing is this, Martin. Once they pick the fight and y'all pick a weight y'all gonna fight at, I don't even really like catch weights, but I'll give you the catch weight shit. If you pick a fight and you say that you're gonna weigh in at this certain weight the day before the fight, after that, you don't get to tell a man how much water to drink, how much food to eat, all that shit, bro. If that's what you worried about, then you don't need to fight him, bro. So I could care less. If he fight Jamel at 154 because he walk around at 155, hey, bro, that's on you, dog. Like, do
But
your thing. Like,
that's what ain't that what catch weight is though? Don't you have to fall within the parameters in order to make a
yes,
catch weight fight?
yes. So that's exactly. I don't know. I see the letter D. So D, right? That's exactly what the point that I was going to make because it would not be fair because remember if Ryan Garcia walks around at 155 and he fight Jamel Charlo who makes weight at 154, he would just lose 1 pound. But guess how many pounds Jamel would have to lose? Because that's the thing, and that's where the catch weight have to come in at. And that's where the rehydration clause come in. Because you know why? Because Jamel Charlo doesn't walk around at 155. Most of
but
these
check this
fighters,
out.
and
Check this out real quick, Martin. Just real quick. We got dudes that fight small that have to cut less weight all the time. Floyd walked around at a welterweight weight. And he was fighting dudes bigger than him all the time. Fucking Manny Pacquiao walked around at damn near 147, 150 pounds, still fighting at 147, still fighting at 154. So that's their choice, though. All I'm saying is you shouldn't be able to put that shit in the contract. If somebody feel like they good enough to fight dudes bigger than them, then do your thing, bro. But if you gonna
but they
put it
have
in
to
the
make it.
contract, you know what I mean? I just ain't with it. But we can agree to disagree.
No,
I just hate
What
yeah.
Tank would have to go up and fight him at his weight then. Because if it's a catch weight fight, you got to fight within the catch weight rules.
No, I don't care if they fight. First of all, they should have fought in the weight class. It's like 100 goddamn weight classes, bro. Like pick a weight
Yeah, I
class,
agree with
135 or 140. They should have fought in the weight class, right? Number
that. I
one.
agree with that. Yep.
And number two, if you go basically, bro, either bring same day weigh-ins back so people can fight at their natural weight and not be able to cut and all this shit, or we let's play by the rules that everybody else got to play with. Like only A side dudes. So since you're more popular, you get to tell me I can't drink and eat. Like that's all I'm saying to y'all. Like,
No, but see,
so think about it. Like Canelo ain't got no feet, bro. Like these are the things that people can negotiate. And manager Marty knows this. Canelo ain't got no feet. He can't move in the ring. He could fight a boxer and be like, "Yo, I'm the A side. You a good boxer with good movement. We about to fight in this sparring size ring. We about to fight in the 10 by 10 by 10 because I'm the A side." Like
no,
what?
it's not like that. That's just what
You
they.
know what I mean?
But it's no, but seriously, KO, it's not as simple as that. I know people think that it's like, oh, the A side get to choose everything. No. There's a commission involved who has to approve these bouts, and they have to protect the safety of all the fighters. So that's why the rehydration clause is there as well, so that there can be an even playing field. And when you talk about ring size and gloves and all of that, everybody has to go through the commission. All the gloves from fighters. I'm not trying to bring this topic up, but I'm just using it as an example that the commission is the authority in these fights. So the commission is not allowed to let one fighter have, let's say, 8-ounce pairs of gloves on and another fighter have 10-ounce pairs of gloves. That's usually how it does not work like that. And there are parameters as far as the minimum and maximum size of an actual ring that the commission they actually regulate that. So an A fighter can't just come in and say, "Hey, I want you to drop down to 25 pounds." And no, it's not as simple as that. The commission is the ones who put certain stipulations inside of these contracts to approve the bout. In other words, is they're not going to let a guy or a woman or a fighter come in the ring literally 20 pounds bigger than the other fighter unless there is, hey, is there a rehydration clause with the minimum of 10 pounds? Is there a catch weight? It's all about safety of the fighters. So I know it might sound like, this is like trying to drain Ryan Garcia so bad. Ryan Garcia is in tip-top shape, and he walks around with a different weight like all other fighters. All of the fighters, believe it or not, this is so true. Most of these fighters walk around, 80% of these fighters walk around at between 10 and 20 pounds higher than the weight class that they are actually in. Bernard Hopkins, Floyd Mayweather, those two guys are like the exception of the rule because they stay in shape and maintain a discipline all year round. That's the thing. And this is why Errol Spence even said he's tired of cutting 15 to 20 pounds to make 147 because he's getting older and it's hard for him to cut that weight the older these guys get. So what I'm saying is it might sound like it's so bad that he's not cutting weight that bad. Ryan Garcia is a natural 135 to 147 pounder. And Tank is a big dude too now. So it's not like these guys are in it's not like Tank is in one division and then Ryan Garcia is in 2 or 3 divisions above Tank. Then it would be like, damn, you wanted to drain him. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I just know, so I know what's about to happen. Tank go out
And
here.
it's
If he beat Ryan,
really
all y'all get prepared for everybody to tell you that don't mean shit because Ryan was weight drained.
if you really look at it though, knockout is only 4 pounds, right? Right?
What's 4 pounds?
The difference. If they came in at 140, if they fought at 140, and it still had a like an IBF hydration clause on it, it's just 4 pounds, right?
I mean, I feel you, bro. I mean, all I'm saying is, bro, you just need to be good enough to where you don't want that shit, bro. Like you shouldn't even want that shit. Like, man, we fight at 135, we fight at 140. Beat your ass.
I really don't even care about that fight that much. You know what I mean? If he ain't fighting Devin or Shakur, I really could care to legs.
But you feel what I'm saying though? Like, bro, like I don't care, bro. I'm gonna beat your ass. We fight at 135, we fight at 140. You can drink all the water you want.
Man, that's that Texas. That's that Texas spirit,
beat your
man.
Ass, bro.
That's that Texas spirit. That's all it is, man.
Come on, bro. Like we run the debate series.
That's that Texas Longhorn shit.
I'll debate you on my shit. I'll debate you on your shit. I'll go to somebody else's shit. Like, what we doing? Yeah. What we doing? So that's just me though, bro. I feel what y'all saying.
I got you. No, I agree with all of y'all.
Look, man. You not wrong, but you not right neither. Knockout.
Hey, what's Tank?
What up, Marty? What up, Marty?
I ain't saying you wrong, bro. I respect your perspective. I'm not even saying nobody's right or wrong on this. I was just giving a basic.
Yeah, he not wrong.
Nah, I appreciate you, bro. You always come with the knowledge. But Marty, like, man, you know what? I'm like, dog, like, beat his ass, bro. Like, I don't want all this extra shit.
Yeah,
because I'm a fan.
All I'm saying is I'm giving Tank full credit. You know what I'm saying? If you go out here and knock them out.
Exactly.
They give full credit. I don't give a damn what they talking about. They're going to say something any goddamn way.
But look,
they always going to say something.
Hey, but pull counter. This could be an opportunity for this rehydration clause to benefit Ryan too. See, I'm gonna bring that perspective up tomorrow night, but it's like, yo, listen, you don't want him to come in rehydrating to 20, 25 pounds. He's going to lose his speed. He's going to lose his lateral movement. His body's not going to feel good. So this is a discipline for him too. Both of these guys can benefit from this, not just Tank now. You know what I mean? And he's already in shape. So to me, this can be a benefit for Ryan to keep him a little honest. You know what I mean? Because you don't want him to come in 20 to 25 pounds bigger. He's going to lose that
Don't
speed.
give him too many gyms. That was a gym right there. Don't give him too many gyms.
I'm sorry. My fault.
But when Tank coming to the ring,
you gotta say that shit for tomorrow. Don't give him too many gyms.
My fault. I got you.
Man, but it's same day way.
You're gonna start hearing channels pop up and saying that shit, bro. You're gonna be like, what?
Hey, KO. People already doing that anyway, bro. So it's all good.
That's part of this shit. I hear that shit all the time, bro.
The weigh in is same day weigh in. So by the time the fight starts, he gonna probably be about 150 anyway. It ain't like he got to weigh in right before he get in the ring.
That's a good question. Like what time do they have to weigh in on Saturday?
They gonna weigh in that morning,
They
bro.
probably
Before
do it.
breakfast.
They probably
Oh,
do it in
Ryan
the
would be
morning.
cool.
They probably do it in the morning. But
Yeah,
here's the thing, though,
they do it in
y'all.
the morning before breakfast after the weigh in, then they go eat. You understand?
So,
So basically,
so I know the Friday the day before, but I'm talking about the one where he got to make sure he only 146.
exactly the morning
Be
of
in
the
the
fight.
morning on Saturday.
Yeah,
They probably do it the morning or the early afternoon because they got to eat breakfast. So they probably try to, make because they don't want the fighters to be like super hungry. Yo, listen, man,
yeah, they gonna
these
do it
guys.
before they eat breakfast.
Yeah, but what they do also, I want to say this because most people don't know this. To put it all in perspective, usually like 2 or 3 days before the weigh-in, they have an unofficial weigh-in, so that they can see exactly where the fighters are. It's unofficial, so the inspectors and them they actually regulate this, but they don't officially announce it. And they just want to make sure all the fighters are where they're supposed to be, so that if you do got to lose something, you got a day or two to be able to get on the unofficial scale the day before the fight.
They think they weigh them in a
Hey
couple
man,
of weeks before the fight too.
Y'all
weigh him in
gonna
a
come
couple
back
of
and
weeks.
be like, knock out you was right. Y'all gonna see if Ryan get to doing a Jaime Munguia start fainting shit on the scale and acting like he about to fall out. Y'all be like, damn,
bro.
knockout was right.
Hey, look, I know the IBF
Yeah,
do same day weigh in. They do it in the morning before those guys go to breakfast.
Yeah,
They do
they
their
try to
weigh
make
in,
sure these guys, make sure these guys
and
eat,
then
man.
they
Because
eat.
look, they drain themselves, y'all. These fighters, all of them, they be draining themselves like for weeks. Like they go 40. Some fighters, man, they go 48 hours without eating, man, just to make weight, and they be like faint, and they be man. It's a lot of sacrifices these fighters they make before they get on that scale. That's why you see them
Damn
walking around with that
Pedialyte be on the
Pedialyte.
stage with him.
That
Yeah, that Pedialyte be on
Pedialyte.
stage with their ass, man.
That Pedialyte. Yeah, that Pedialyte be with them. You know what I mean? Go
But
ahead.
yeah, they normally it'll be like my understanding is that because I have followed that before, like on that IBF, they normally do that stuff in the morning time. So those guys have time. Basically, you have to after the weigh in, you have to that night you have to stay under control. Then the next morning, they normally eat a good breakfast, drink, go relax, drink. The motherfucker gonna be big on fight night. Watch what I tell you. He gonna be big.
Yeah, they both. I ain't going front. I think both of them gonna be big. Both of them guys gonna be husky.
Now Tank been if you've been watching his weigh-ins, he been coming in like 133, 134. He been in shape. And he coming straight from the Garcia fight to this camp.
Yep.
Like he in
gonna be
shape.
real
I think
sharp.
Ryan made a huge mistake not taking the tune up.
Yeah, Tank active. You know what I'm saying? He's real active. So shoot, he got that in his favor. Who y'all got? Who you got knockout winning the fight?
Tank by destruction, bro.
I got an upset unless Ryan develop a serious jab. If he get a good jab, I don't know.
Ryan's issue will be his feet, his head being on the line, and the fact that he ain't never seen nothing like Tank Davis. Tank Davis has a dude with similar dimensions that he figured out how to pick apart in Mario Barrios. And Mario Barrios got a better jab and he got better footwork than Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is more talented, but Tank Davis has fought somebody that at least can give him a Ryan Garcia look. Ryan ain't never fought nobody like Tank, bro. Like ever. Like don't like nothing. You know what I mean? So
I don't think fought nobody.
That's a huge factor, bro. I got Tank though, man. I think he too complete. I think he can walk, so he can do it one or two ways. He can lull Ryan to sleep, walk him into something, and explode in with a counter shot, or he can just walk to Ryan, who can't fight going backwards, take away his jab, power his jab, southpaw to orthodox, which is the open stance. He can just power his jab and open and start with his straight left hand, followed by his right hook, and make that shit land perfectly, bro. So it's just he got too many ways he can beat Ryan. Ryan just got to land something good on Tank, that left hook specifically, and that's the only shot he got. Tank can beat him off the back foot, the front foot. He's by far the better inside fighter. He got too many advantages over Ryan, bro.
I'm just happy it's a fight worth watching, man. It's a fight that I want to see. That seems like everybody want to see it. So I'm tired of seeing these fights, that I don't want to see. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm still pissed off about that Errol and whatever that dude name is. Fuck, I don't even
Man,
want to
you know
call
his
his name
name.
no
You
more.
know his name, man.
You know
You
his
know his
Who
name.
name.
you
It's
got?
just
Who you got, Marty? Who you got?
Well, let me say this first, and then I'll tell you who I got. So we got to give credit to Ryan Garcia because Ryan Garcia, he was the B side. He knew he was the B side. He agreed to the terms, and he's going to fight. Devin Haney did the same thing. He was the B side with Cambosis. He basically deferred to everything top rank and them wanted to do, and he basically agreed to the terms, and they fought. Terence Crawford, on the other hand, he said he agreed, but he ain't signed. So I wanted to put that out there. Anyway,
That's messed up.
No, he agreed to everything.
but anyway,
Everything.
I think that this is going to be a good fight as long as Ryan Garcia jumps out at Tank. You know, Tank starts a little slow, hence the name Tank. Ryan Garcia got to jump out with that jab, move his head, use lateral movement, but he got to press Tank. He got to make Tank back up, and he's got to make Tank respect his reach and his height. If he keeps his chin up in the air, I'm telling you, he's going to sleep within 6 rounds from the left hook or the uppercut. And you heard it first live right here.
Man.
Well, I think he better use that tennis ball technique. You know what I'm saying? What he called him? I forgot what that guy name was. Eddie something. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep that chin down because Tank coming with them uppercuts and he's explosive, man. You know, I don't see how he gonna get his offense off without throwing them that left hook. And I think Tank gonna time him, man. He's gonna time him. You
Man,
know,
Tank is scary. Tank is scary, man.
especially if he hits you to that body, man. He hits you to that body. It's all she wrote.
That
What's
little
going on,
dude.
Schizo Paul? What's happening, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Pull Counter? What's going on, everybody?
Oh, chilling. What you got on all this?
Salute.
Oh, okay. I know y'all kind of off the weight class conversation real quick. I just wanted to add something to it real quick before too long, before y'all got too far away from it. But the way I looked at it when I first heard about it is I felt like, damn, Tank, why'd you do this? Because it put me in the mindset of Floyd, the same way Floyd did with Canelo back when I was a big Floyd fan, and I was like, dang, Floyd, you know they're gonna make excuses now. But the way I looked at it, once I really thought about it, I was like, imagine them at the negotiation table. Ryan's a 140 pounder according to him, so he he probably came at them like, the fight gonna be at 140. This is just all me speculating. And Tank said, well, no, it's going to be at 135. I'm the A side. So in order to give something to Ryan, they said, okay, we can do a catch weight. And in order for Tank to give something back to himself, said, but it's going to be a rehydration clause. So it's, to me, I feel like they both got something gained it with that. One, Ryan got the catch weight because that helps him, and Tank got the rehydration clause because apparently I'm guessing that helps him. But
That's a good point. Good point.
Thank you, brother. And I think that is even because I've been around Javante Davis 2 different times when he fought in Atlanta against Gamboa and when he fought in Atlanta against Barrios. I went to his media workouts and his press conferences. Tank's a big dude. I'm 6'1", and Tank is 5'6", 5'7". He's bigger than me. I'm saying even in shape, he's just a wide stock. He got that stocky body. You know what I'm saying? So I think the weight thing, my point of saying all this is he could possibly be bigger than Ryan, in between fights. So they both got to stick to the same weight limit. It's really even, in my opinion. And the last thing I'm gonna say, Ryan said he came in at 148 on his last fight. So I mean, 146, that's not too bad, man, give or take. So I look at it like that, but I do understand what Knockout was saying about, now it's gonna give people excuses.
Well,
Yeah, I
people gonna
totally
come
agree.
up with it. Oh, go ahead, Marty.
I'm sorry, I was saying pause. Your name Pause, right? Pause.
Yeah, Paul, you
I,
can call me Paul.
Yeah, Paul, I agree with you, and that's one of the perspectives I was providing that it benefits both of the fighters. I mean, because the thing is, Ryan Garcia, he's a natural like 140, between 140 and 147. So he's already been in shape. He's already been in shape, even after his last fight with Fortuna, where he was actually the bigger guy. You see, and so it's a benefit for both of them. But also, I just thought about something too. I think that I'm gonna tell you like this. I wish so it can be a more competitive fight. I wish that De La Hoya wouldn't have kind of went through the media and stalled a little bit, because if you really look at how the sweet science work, the fighter who is more active usually is more sharper. And Tank Davis just fought literally in January. So that means within 90 days, he'll be fighting again. Like he's like, you know how Mike Tyson was in the ring just fighting every 60 to 90 days. But on Ryan Garcia's point, the next time he get in the ring, it's going to be 9 months. So that's something that we got to look at. In other words, is we know Tank starts slow, but Ryan Garcia might start slow a little bit as well, because he's got that 9 month ring rust in him compared to him fighting a guy who just fought literally 90 days ago. You see what I'm saying? So um, I hope that the fight is more competitive in the beginning, because both of these guys need to look sharp in the beginning, particularly Ryan jumping on him. I don't think the weight's going to be an issue for neither one of them, because Joe Goosen is a Hall of Fame trainer. He's been keeping Ryan in shape throughout this whole process. But I think later on, between 6 rounds and 9 rounds, that's when I think Tank's going to be like, all right, I took his best punch. Now I'm going for the knockout. If it doesn't happen either way within the first six between either one of these guys, because Ryan Garcia, he keeps his head up in the air too much, and instead of him pivoting, he takes those 2 steps. And we know in boxing, the first step back that you take, you can take 1 step back or half a step back and then pivot. But if you take 1 step and then the second step on the same line, that's usually when you get caught with something and get knocked out. So we'll see if his defense is going to be improved, but he's going to have great training in his corner. So this is going to be a good fight until it lasts. I think it's going to be a real good fight.
For sure, for sure, for sure.
I
God dang,
totally agree,
Marty.
Manager Marty.
Man, Manager Marty, man, you be bringing that knowledge, bro, to this boxing community, bro. When I seen you on YSM, bro, I was like, who is this dude, man? Who is this dude just snapping with all this knowledge, bro? Stuff I've never heard before behind the scenes, man. I was like, how did you get started in this field, bro? How did you get started? How did you
Yo,
even get backstage?
that's a very good question, and most people don't ask me that. So how I got started was I think people know this already, but I started out when I was young. I went to the gym when I was probably like 15 or 16 years old, and I started training, as an amateur or whatever. But anyway, I just wanted to give back to the sport and make a contribution to give back to the young people in the sport. So I started getting involved with. I knew I wasn't going to get back in the ring, but I just wanted to give the youth, some encouragement and just give back to the sport of boxing, man. So I started to work with USA Boxing, and I went through all the prerequisites to get training and certified and licensed as a amateur boxing judge, referee, and timekeeper, which I still actively do it now. You probably can catch me at a local show on the East Coast somewhere, but I love the sport of boxing, and I wanted to, just make a contribution back to the sport. And then at that time, I owned 2 businesses. And then by me owning 2 businesses, I was like, you know what? I know what I can do to give back to the professional fighters and make a contribution to them. Let me see if I can actually sponsor a fighter or two, to be able to see if I can get my logos on the trunks of the fighters, some advertisement in exchange for, like an endorsement deal. In other words, is hey, I don't have a whole bunch of money to give fighters because, I think fighters should be able to eat in between their fights, especially the local up and coming fighters that's trying to, break through the business. Let me sponsor some of these fighters, and try to give them a couple of dollars, and then see if I can get maybe my logo, on their t-shirts while they're training. They can post it on Instagram, or when they fight, and at the local shows, they have my logo on their trunks and different things of that nature. And one day I got a phone call on Facebook from a professional fighter. And what happened is I was going to the local fights anyway, and I always wear suits and stuff. So people thought naturally that I was a promoter because I was front row. I was just there. I was just a fan, just supporting the sport. And then, of course, I had relationships with certain promoters that would, give me tickets here and there to come and support the program. And one day, this fighter called me on social media, on Facebook, and he says, "Man, I heard you as a promoter, man, and I saw some things on your website, and I heard some great things about you. That you're a stand-up guy, that you always give back to the community and you do some great things in the local community, and I think you should manage me. And I was like, well, I really didn't put no thought into managing nobody. I was maybe I could sponsor you. I give you like $500, maybe $600-700. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And he was like, no, man. I heard some great things about you. People told me some great things about you, man. You a stand up dude and you know the business. Can you help me? Then he asked me, can I manage him? And I was like, well, let me do some research. I don't want to just tell you yes or no over the Facebook. Let's meet up in person. Let me see how you spar. Let me see how you look. Let me talk to some people that know you about your character and whatnot. And I did that. And I already knew the rules and everything. I just never thought about managing. And he gave me an opportunity, just like I gave him an opportunity. But I would say he gave me more of an opportunity, and he helped me break into the business. And the rest is history. And then people start calling me once they start seeing me move one fighter. Then I just start getting licensed in another state, and the rest is history, man. And then now, since I've been on YouTube, people still calling me and emailing me, but they ask me to advise them. I've helped other people get out of really bad contracts, and so people, especially on YouTube, once I became a YouTuber a couple months ago, everybody want to want me to advise them and everything. So not everybody, but I mean, the people that be watching me and they see that I have knowledge, and I like to have integrity in everything I do. And so, the rest is basically history, man. Question though, man.
Yes, sir. I mean, man. I mean, so how many fighters like let's say like when you're about to get your fighter on with somebody, what's the process of a fighter? You know what I'm saying? Getting on a card, or do you just get on a card or headline a card? What's the difference of getting in on somebody else's card or a big headliner or something like that? Let's say if one of your fighters want to get on Errol Spence Jr. card, what would he have to do?
Well, the first thing we have to do is make sure that he stays in shape. Because if he doesn't stay in shape and he wants to get on like let's say use Errol Spence as an example, then he's going to come in there as an opponent. So I would recommend that fighters stay ready so that they won't have to get ready. And then it's all about relationships in this business. Let me say this because I think this is equally as important. Since most of you already know that there's a YouTube. I hate to use the word beef, but there's a YouTube issue with me and another content creator.
Drop the
This
dub on your
business,
boy.
yeah, this business is boxing is a big sport with a very small community. And what I mean by that is it's all about having relationships. So if somebody want me to manage them or advise them, I got to make sure that I know the goals that this fighter have. And that's one of the main questions I ask fighters. What are your goals? Are you really trying to be a world champion? Are you trying to just make a few dollars because you're trying to feed your family? Are you just want to get some experience so that you can say you fulfilled the dream? And then you're going to retire after a few fights. What is your goal? So if a fighter's goal is, let's say, to be a world champion or just be a contender on an undercard of a big pay-per-view event like a Errol Spence, the first thing we have to move this fighter in such a way that's going to line up with the goals as fighter. So in other words is, the first 10 fights, we're going to take it easy because he's still on the job learning, especially if they don't have a pedigree of an amateur boxing background. We got to make sure that this fighter is built for Cuban links. How we know that? You got to get in the ring and you got to fight. And so, of course, after like 9 or 10 fights, we like, okay, all right, cool. Okay, he or she has the goods. Then I'll pick up the phone. I'll call the vice president of, let's say, the ABF, see if we can get a regional title shot, right? And then we start working our way. In other words, there's protocol to the business and there's levels to it. So I can't stick a guy on an undercard, let's say of an Errol Spence, when they haven't proven themselves. If they don't have the connections, if we don't have the contacts, I
So you got
might.
to get them ranked. You got to get them ranked.
Oh yeah, if they talking about world title status, you got to get them ranked. If you talking about regional title status, which comes usually before the world title status, you got to still get them ranked. Um, all that. Let me tell you this: everything about management is about money. So
That's
you
what I
got
was
to
just
remember
thinking.
to get a fighter on. Yeah, any card. I don't care if it's a local show that's at an event at an arena that holds 2,000 people. If this fighter is not promoted by this promoter, I'm the manager. There's some negotiations I'm going to have to make, but I also got to hand the envelope over too now to get this fighter on the card. See, it's business. It ain't personal. So, my thing is as a manager, it might take me a while to recoup my initial investment because this fighter may not want to go past, let's say world championship status or regional level fighting. So it's like, dag, I'm just losing money just to get a fighter to their dream. And here's the thing: when you're managing, I know like 30% or 20% might sound like a lot of money, but when the persons are not there for these fighters, you're really not getting no whole money when you putting out money for training expenses, training equipment, and different things of that nature, which is the responsibility of managers. So it's like, you get into the business knowing that you're going to lose a little bit of money in the beginning as a manager, but at the same time, once you move the fighters the right way and build relationships, some promoters may charge people slot fees. They may say, well, look, pay me $1,000 if you want your fighter on this card. I might say, well, look, I ain't got that, but let me work something out where, you know, I pay you 600, get him on the card, and then we work something out on the back end. These things happen. I'm not exposing the business. I'm telling y'all this the stuff that really be happening. So it's like, yo, it's gonna cost money. Now it might not cost the fighter no money, but it's definitely gonna cost the promoter and or the manager money to move fighters. It's just business, it's not personal. So that's why what I do in between fights for my fighters, I do two things. Well, three actually. Number one, I teach them about the business of being a business. In other words, you are a walking business. And I tell all the fighters that I represent and advise for, you are a walking business. So you are the business. And so now I got to protect you and your assets by helping you get incorporated, LLC'd up for tax purposes. That's the second thing. Help them protect themselves so that they won't have to pay and overpay in taxes. Because when you're a self-employed 1099 entity, 50% of your earnings go to taxes. And so I want to help the fighters save money. And then the third thing I do in between the fights is go out there and get them local sponsorships so that they can benefit from basically what I was trying to do with fighters when I first got in the game, right? So I go to the local businesses and say, hey, give my fighter $2,000. He'll advertise for you in exchange. We'll give you, 2 to 5, 6 tickets at the local show to see him fight, with your logo on his trunks and, different things of that nature. Give him a little bit of incentives so that the fighters can be able to eat, feed their family. Because most of these up and coming fighters, they have 9 to 5 jobs. You know what I mean? Some of these guys, they work. Some of these ladies, they actually have day jobs and they still commit themselves to the gym and sacrifice their time to compete. It's tough. It's tough, man. It's tough. So that's why I always try to help the fighters. Sometimes the manager would say, well, look, here go $500 and I'll get it on the back end. You know what I mean? Just so you can have some money in your pocket. Some managers are really, really big time and they'll pay rent and the card note for the fighters because they know in like 2 more fights, this fighter's gonna get a world championship contention, and then they can, recoup some of that money back. And these things happen. You know what I mean?
So
Yeah,
at any point, do the promotional company comes in and take care of some of that going through the manager, like saying like for hotels and training spots, like when they travel into these big fights, like if you dealing with like top rank somebody like that, what would the process be, for dealing with like like a Keyshawn Davis, I don't know who his manager is, but I mean, how would you be, how does the relationship work between the manager and the promotional company? When they're
Yeah,
training and getting these fights, how does that work?
that's that's a very good question. Well, my job as a manager is always to protect the interests of my fighter first. Not saying I'm gonna go against the promoter and their promotional expectation for the event because I don't have nothing to do with that. My job is to protect the interests of my fighters that I represent. So if we coming in on the card, let's say the A side, on a card that let's say a top rank where my fighter is not with top rank, I know that most of those expenses are going to be on me, the manager, but or some sponsorship money. But if we're coming in and let's say I manage a fighter and I take him over there and broker the deal for him to get signed to Top Rank. Now Top Rank, the promoter has the obligation to make sure that he or she get the hotel expenses paid for, a per diem, airfare for him and the trainer or the cut man included. Those expenses will be incurred on the actual promoter instead of me. So it benefits me, the manager, and the fighter if I can walk him or her into a building where the promotion is a good promoter. It'll help me because those expenses will be on the promoter. It will help the fighter because they have great matchmakers that's going to move that fighter, in the right way to fulfill the dream of the fighter and still be able to make money for the fighter and the promotion. So everybody wins in that scenario. You know what I mean?
And
But if
every
you're the
dime the
B
promoter
side to
spend
any
is
situation,
recouped.
That's what I was
Every
just about to ask that.
every dime
yes,
is like a
absolutely.
record deal. Every dime they spend get recouped, right?
Yeah. But here's the thing. If your fighter that you are signed with, like a promoter is signed in this fighter, and this fighter can fight good, but they can't draw, revenue from ticket sales or let's say viewership, now the
Terence Crawford.
promoter is always in the red. Huh?
I said Terence Crawford.
Yeah, listen, because the promoter has to guarantee that let's say I gotta pay, let's say I'm a promoter, I gotta guarantee this fighter 2 million every time he steps in the ring. But I'm looking at my numbers and we only profiting 500,000. So now I'm always coming in 1.5 million short every time this kid fight, but I still got to pay him 2 million. So this is why when you hear Bob Arum say the money that we lost on Crawford, I could have bought a house in what do you say, Calabasas or Hollywood, the Hills or whatever,
Beverly Hills. Beverly
Beverly
Hills.
Hills, because they got to put up so much bread, and they have to guarantee Crawford. Now remember, it's not just Crawford on that card. Now they got to pay all the opponents, and they got to pay the sides that's that's underneath their banner. They might make a couple of dollars of sponsorship, but all that money goes to the actual putting on of the event. So this is why you have a big timer promotion company like let's say a PBC or Rank. They go and they have the networks pay licensing fees so that they can pay the fighters those purses and everything like that. You know what I'm saying?
So with that said, wouldn't it? Why you think that Crawford wouldn't sign with the PBC when they got the best thing going right now? You know what I'm saying? As far
Well,
as the business.
it's no disrespect to Crawford. I think he's a good fighter, but it's for the same reason that he went over to BLK Prime. And you don't got to take my word for it. Let's go by what Adrian Broner himself said. The same reason he went over there. Because when you with PBC, you got to fight Godzilla. That what Broner said. You got to
Yeah,
fight
it is.
Godzilla.
It is.
But
You know I'm
but when
pulling
you
it at you.
yeah, but that's all right, brother. I see you. I see you. I see you. but look, what did Broner say though? When we go over there with Uncle Daz, we get to choose our fighters. You see? So in other words, it's going to be high reward and low risk. Well, Terence Crawford been used to that his whole career. So it's like, hey, you gonna go over there to PBC? You know you're gonna have to fight Thurman, right? You know you probably got to fight Garcia, right? You know you probably had to fight Spence, right? And if you don't want to fight those guys, it's easier to stay a free agent and go play with this network, this promoter over here with De La Hoya, this small streaming platform with BLK Prime, because you don't have to make that type of commitment. Look at Pacquiao. I always tell people, and I said this on YSM Sports Media months ago, when Pacquiao fought over at when he fought Mayweather, right after that, it was like, yo, you want to fight with PBC, right? Okay, give us 2 to 3 fight deal. You fight these guys. You gonna make the big money. And guess what happened? He fought Broner, he fought Thurman, and he fought Ugas. Look at Devin Haney. It's no different than what PBC did. This is standard in boxing. Look at Devin Haney. Top Rank said, okay, you want to do business with us? No problem. But you know how it is. You want Cambosis? Cool. You give Cambosis twice, and then we going to line you up for Lomachenko. And then after that, we'll figure out if you still want to be here, whatever like that, for Shakur, Stevenson, or whoever, but you got to give us 3 fights. It's no different than what De La Hoya trying to do with Crawford. Okay, we're going to give you Rocher first, little easy joint, give you in there with Virgil, and then hopefully, if it's still available, we'll try to broker the deal with you for Spence. See, this is just standard business because no promoter want to put up all this money to sign somebody one time, and then if it's a success, it's like, damn, how can we get him back to do this all over again so we can make some money? And no promoter want to put up a lot of money for just one fight, and then it goes to shamble, and then they lost money. This is why I didn't understand. No disrespect to Blue Blood and BLK Prime, but I'm just saying I don't understand is if y'all felt that Crawford was marketable and profitable, why would y'all only sign him for one fight and then let him go over there to LA, and then now all of a sudden y'all want to say, well, let's try to see if we can get him back to fight Boots? No. That don't make good business sense at that point. Because y'all lost all this bread talking about y'all paid him 10 million. And then all the other expenses. So my thing is, if the viewership wasn't there, we still don't know what the numbers are, pool counter, but the pay-per-view numbers. But my thing is, if the numbers were there, why let him leave free of charge? Why let him leave? Y'all can do the same thing ESPN do, PBC, and De La Hoya and them at Golden Boy. Sign this kid to a 2 or 3 fight deal, lock him in. Because even if the numbers ain't good the first time you put him on your card, you recoup your initial investment in the second or third fight. It's just good business.
Right.
And
So
Steven Espinoza said that BOK contacted him, but he like what they calling me for? They don't even have Terence Crawford under contracts. What are you calling about Boots for? Well, I mean, we don't need
man, you
y'all to make
ahead
a
of me,
deal.
man. I was just about to say, like, it don't even make sense for Showtime to do any kind of business with BAK Prime. They just lost Adrian Broner. Why would they go to a company with a losing track record? You know what I'm saying? They couldn't
Well,
even
they
secure
try to
the
put
fights with him.
they try to make Boots look bad, saying he ducked Crawford. And
Right.
Steven Espinoza, like, man, the dude, they didn't even have that Boots ducked Crawford, but they didn't even have Crawford signed. They didn't represent Crawford. Basically, what he's saying, they called him, but they didn't even represent Crawford. Like, why are you calling us about Boots when you don't even represent Crawford?
So is it some kind
I
of
think what they was trying to do.
Prime clout chasing or something? They clout chasing Showtime and the PBC?
I'm gonna tell you what I think happened. And this is by all accounts that we heard so far, from what Blue Blood said first, what Bozy said, and then Steven Espinosa said. You put all three of those stories together, and this is what you're going to come out with. The fact of the matter is that we all know that Crawford is not signed to any agreement with BLK Prime. That's a fact. So I think what they was trying to do was try to lure Crawford back in on one end by bringing Boots' name up, and then using the relationship or contact that Blue Blood had with Bozy on the other end, or on the other end at the same time, by trying to appeal to Bozy and them and say, hey, we can get y'all Crawford. But then on the other end, they were saying, hey, Crawford, we can get you. But they never even secured none of the foundation on either side. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because
So
if
it's a
you're going
bluff.
to, yeah, they just trying to see how far they can go with it, so they can be the middlemen, so they can have it on their platform. That's why they kept asking Bozy, "Hey, what's y'all deal looking like over there with Showtime? Y'all locked into something? Y'all got something on paper? Y'all got something in writing? Is it short term, long term? Because we would love to, get Boots on BLK Prime. Okay, if y'all wanted Boots on BLK Prime, and this is the question I asked Blue Blood, if y'all wanted Boots on BLK Prime, why didn't y'all go talk to him in October when y'all signed Crawford? Because David Evanesian wasn't even here yet. He wasn't here yet. So, and guess what? Boots was still ranked by the WBO, right or wrong.
Yeah.
So now, if he was ranked the WBO, y'all would have had more of an appeal to Bozy and them, because they was petitioning the IBF. So that's when y'all should have snuck up on them and said, "Yo, we just signed Crawford, y'all. Y'all number 4 in the WBO, which is 2 slots ahead of David Evanesian, by the way. I know y'all trying to go for the IBF, but we got an opportunity for y'all to get the WBO. We just signed Crawford." That's how you supposed to have done that. And then you're supposed to have done that not by calling Bozy. You're supposed to call Cameron Duncan, the manager. That's how you get business done. You got to follow protocol with this thing here. You can't go and try to do backdoor deals, and then when it's time to talk to Steven Espinosa, he looking at y'all like, what? Y'all ain't even signed. Y'all ain't even got an agreement with Crawford? Man, this conversation don't even have to go a whole hour. I'm gonna end this in 5 minutes. I call Bud myself, and that's what he did. That's facts.
Wow.
Mm-mm.
Wow. So it's shady promotions over there, man. You know what I'm saying?
Janky promoter.
I just show, hey, Blue got himself tied up and all that over there. I know he want to be part of the business, and he might have a good heart, but man, the way they moving, man, the licenses, and they got to do things the right way. I mean, I'm not in the camp. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm just looking at everything from the outside, how it's happening. And it's
Man,
like, it just
I stopped listening to Blue Blood behind that shit. I'm like, man, y'all done
yeah,
came in there and fucked that fight up, boy. Man, I was so pissed off, like, fuck Blue Blood. Nigga, I ain't
yeah,
gonna
but
listen, I ain't
in
listening to that
the end,
shit
it's,
no
it's
more.
still up to Crawford. It's still up to Crawford. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's feeling the pressure.
you gave him a back door. You know what I'm saying? That shit pissed me
Well, he
off
was
so
going to do
bad.
that anyway. He was going to do that anyway. You know what I'm saying? He was just looking for an excuse. That's all.
That's what
He
I'm
was
saying.
going
They
to do it
gave him
anyway.
the excuse. He had nowhere to go though at the time. They gave him an out. You know what I mean? They
Well,
Yeah,
he was
gave
but
going to
him an
find
out.
some kind of way.
yeah, my thing is, e- I'm sorry, Paul Counter. I was just saying,
No,
my
you
thing
good.
is even with Blue Blood, right? Like, cause I don't got no beef with the guy. I mean, I know it's all entertainment and all, but like, just to even give him some advice since he's like he keeps saying he sit at the table, and I'm cool with that. But here's the thing, though, y'all got to do business right. Cause one thing I know about this business, and I said this earlier, this business is like relationship based. And if you have a track record of trying to pull people off of cards and everything like that, people ain't gonna bang with y'all like that
Mhm.
because think about it like this, right? And I know Blue Blood wants to take credit for setting up the David Evanesian fight and
Are
making
you
the
from
phone
there?
calls and stuff. But the thing is, if y'all look at the grand scheme of it, they got David Evanesian off of a card that was already filled with other fighters. So even when they took David Evanesian off of the card to fight Crawford, there were 10 other fighters, 5 other fights with a total of 10 other fighters on that card that David Evanesian was on. All of them, including David Evanesian's opponent, they all lost money that they was counting to feed their family. You feel what I'm saying? That wasn't right. So you got to do good business because this thing is relationship based. And the thing is, I can see if they did that one time, like, I know this ain't right, but at least we were successful. But y'all can't go do the same thing with Ivan Redcatch when he's signed to a promoter, and you can't do it again with Hank Lundy, who had a fight scheduled on February the 4th, and he had obligation to a promoter. And y'all try to do the same thing for a fourth time with Bozy to drag him away from Showtime. Y'all can't do business like this. It's not good business. You know, because people will look at the track record and say, yo, I ain't doing no business with them. Nah. They messing up everybody's livelihood. So you just gotta do good business. That's all I'm saying.
And you would be 100% correct. You know what I'm saying? I just, hate that one of our, people in the boxing community got mixed up with the worst. You know what I'm saying? It would have been better if he did go over the top rank or something like that and do it correctly instead of getting in with, the bottom barrel promotional company that's doing everything, shady, that you're not supposed to be doing in the business. I mean, hell, they just lost Adrian Bronner, bro. That was their cash cow or their main event, and they never did get a fight. Then what's his name? Brian Norman Jr. left. So they can't seem to hold fighters. You know what I'm saying? They can't seem to keep good fighters. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't really produce nothing. I mean, I don't know what their makeup is or who the people that's actually in operations or something, but they can't seem to get anything done. The only fight they got done was Crawford, and which is kind of ironic because he's the hardest person to do business with. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of weird how that worked out. That's why I was thinking Kinahan had his hand in there or something because you know what I'm saying Kinahan, say he can produce some money, but you know what I'm saying? That whole thing is just shady. Anything dealing with BOK Prime just don't seem to work out for nobody, man. And you know what I'm saying? Anytime I see their name linked to something, you know what I'm saying, it comes out with this weird propaganda from Blue Blood. And, you can when you feel the vibe of something that's crooked, man, you know what I'm saying, you just try to stay away from it. And I think they got a janky reputation right now in boxing. So I don't think no go ahead, bro.
And I look at it like when you talking about with dealing with Boots them and Bozy, a bird in the hand versus a bird in the bush. You got a Showtime deal that's working right now. You fighting on one of the premier boxing stations, and you gonna go fuck with some little ragtag upstart? Come on now, who gonna do
Yeah.
that? Ain't no way in the world. And mess around and burn my bridge of Showtime mess with those losers over there, man. mess my career up and get blackballed, mess with those dudes, man. No way. Well, I don't think he'd get blackballed, but I wouldn't. No, I ain't finna.
Let me
You
get that
know,
super chat, bro. Schizo Paul, thank you for that $4.99 in the super chat. He said respect, Pool Counter Boxing Man and Marty and other brothers on the fire panel. Said that's what's up, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the fans. It's all about the boxing over here, bro. No egos. You know what I'm saying? Just really good boxing talk, bro.
Yeah.
But
but
with
yeah,
that said,
Manager Marty had me laughing though when you and Blue y'all went at it though. I was in the motherfucking chat room laughing my ass off, boy, because
Man.
I had heard all that shit about y'all don't love y'all self and all that shit. That nigga was talking shit. He was talking straight trash about people because we didn't want to see no damn Crawford fight David Avenesian. Nigga get mad at us because we don't want to see that garbage. Y'all don't want to support black people and this and that. Like, man, come on, man. Nigga ain't
no,
paying
man,
by.
I think it was just embarrassing for him because Manager Marty he was just dropping dimes and dropping jewels, and he didn't want nobody bringing that narrative. He had the credibility; he couldn't really touch him, man, and it was just kind of embarrassing to see him reach for straws and try to lie. You know what I'm saying? Because he's on the inside. Blue is on the
But
inside,
man,
and Marty's on the
hey,
inside.
hey, look here, man. I don't care if it's ESPN, Top Rank. I don't care if it's the Zone. I don't care if it's PBC. I reserve the right to spend my money on fights I want to watch. I'm not buying no bullshit just because, bro. I'm not finna sit here and watch you fight no damn tomato can and pay $65, $70 to watch this shit. I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? And you get mad at me about it. People get mad or whatever. I felt like Blue was getting mad at us because we didn't want that shit. Like,
Well,
man,
he's a part of it. See, he's thinking because he's a part of it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to support him because of his influence. But
y'all don't rock
the
with Blue.
boxing
Y'all don't
don't work
rock with
like that.
Blue. No.
Well, we do. We rock with Blue, but we don't rock
Yeah.
with them bullshit fights. And he should know that we got our, boxing fans got their own minds, and we move independently in our own way. Now, if it's a good fight, you might get everybody to do something. You know what I'm saying?
Get
On one
everybody
accord,
do something, man.
we might
I
buy some
love.
T-shirts, we might buy some coffee mugs, but if it's a garbage fight, bro, you
Yeah, we ain't
dead.
watching. Look here, I
You
love
dead.
Deontay Wilder, man. I did not buy his last fight. I bought all the Tyson Fury fights. I bought the Ortiz fights. I didn't buy this last fight, bro. I mean, I want to buy, man. If I'm a Errol Spence diehard, but if Errol Spence is gonna fight a tomato can, I'm not paying for that. You can give us
That's
that
right.
shit on Showtime for free, bro. Don't charge me for no tomato can. You know what I'm saying? That shit
No,
that
you're
Top
right.
Rank used to do
You're
with
right.
Pacquiao. That's what Top Rank used to do with Pacquiao all the time. You say what you want to about Mayweather. At least when he charges for a fight, it was a damn decent fight, a competitive fight that you paid for. You know what I mean? He went out and looked for the best opponent or at least the best looking opponent, you know what I mean, on paper. He fought fighters coming off good wins, off good competitive fights. He didn't go out and just smash up tomato cans like Pacquiao did. You know what I mean? Pacquiao, he won a lot of fights, but he fought a lot of tomato cans. Same thing Crawford did. You know what I mean? You look at, you know what I mean? I'm not, I'm a Mayweather fan, but I'm not I'm not crazy about him. But if you look at his record, every fight he fought was basically competitive, ex-champion or champion. I mean, shit, that's all you can ask for. When he got older, he wasn't fighting them young bulls, but you know, I respected his career. He did, he fought some of the best out there. You know what I mean? And that's why Crawford kind of pissed us off so much because what pissed me off about Crawford, Crawford this, he that. He big, he bad. He this, he that. But the motherfucker won't fight nobody. He won't
Hey,
fight a competitive fight.
that's the whole thing. But we're gonna wrap it up. Let's get everybody some last words because I miss my man Calvin. He don't be coming on as much. Bowley. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got some last words, bro? 'Cause I've been on for 6 hours, damn near.
Yeah, real quick, man. I appreciate you letting me on the panel as always. I enjoyed that. I felt like I learned something. Some of the stuff that was being said. You know, sometimes we can say the right thing, but to have that official perspective to come in and add something on it kind of just stamps it. And that was kind of the point that I was trying to drive home. So I think KO was only seeing it one way and thinking about guys going up. But what about the guy who's below? You know, it's like, does Tank have to fight somebody that's 30 pounds heavier on a voluntary? You know, you didn't have to take the fight. You wanted to fight. It's obvious that they gave you that 1 pound, but they wanted to fight at 135. So, you know, I loved all of that.
So yeah, so you like Manager Monty. I want Manager Monty to bring on one of his fighters or something, you know what I'm saying? So he could, you know what I'm saying, get some interviews with some of his fighters and talk about training and stuff like that. See if he down with it. But he definitely be bringing that knowledge, man. You know, y'all, if you ain't subscribed to Manager Marty, make sure y'all go over there, man. Cause that man is an encyclopedia of knowledge behind the scenes. So you know what I'm saying. So what about you, Kevin? You got any last words?
Hey, what's up, bro, man? It's just good to be back on. I don't be on that much because I be doing a lot, but I be listening all the time, and I make a few comments, man. And the shows be fire, man. Like tonight, I'm sitting back listening. I forgot I was on the show, man. I'm just sitting back enjoying the show. So the information that y'all give, man, is always good. I think that that Tony Harrison going against Tszyu, I think that's a 50-50 fight. Reason why I say that, man, is basically it's because if Tony Harrison come in there and fight like he fought Jamel Charlo his first fight, he'll take Tszyu. But like the brother was saying, by the 6th round, he get wore out. If he try to do all that fancy stuff and acting a fool in the ring, he gonna get walked down. It's gonna look like Canelo when he fought against Bivol. It's gonna be a slaughter. So he can go in there and do something big that only Devin Haney went and done. Go in somebody's backyard like that and take that belt. Well, go against him and go ahead and get that win. And that's gonna be hard to do over there. He got to be dominating. If he's not dominating, he done. I think that Tank gonna beat doggone Garcia. Garcia don't use his right a lot. He keep his chin up. Take any prime Mike Tyson video and look at that, and that's how it's gonna look. He gonna knock him out, or he gonna knock him out like Ann Wolf knocked out that Russian chick. It's gonna be nasty, man.
You got a round? You got a round? Give me a round.
I'm going like Manager Marty was saying, bro. I think Tank want to play with him. At first, I say Tank gonna go in there and dominate. I was thinking 3, but I think by round 6, if he ain't hungry, round 9. If he hungry, he gonna eat him up in round 6. If he want to play with his food some more, he gonna beat him in round 9. And one more thing, bro. The last thing I like to say is I want an honest opinion. Do you brothers think if Inu beat Frank Morton, the Mexican and black community and ESPN and everybody else really gonna give Eno his props? But if Frank Morton
ain't gonna beat no Frank, man.
You already know.
Hey,
you already know that boy's fighting his best.
Hey, he's Superman that night. But if Frank Morton walked through Inu, we ain't gonna say Inu wouldn't won nothing. But what would be next for Frank Morton?
Tank,
you have to get a shot. You have to get a shot, bro. I think Shakur, because Shakur said he would fight Frank Martin. I think they should try to get that done if they could get that done.
Oh, and some breaking news came through. I don't know if it's true or not. It keep flashing on my phone from different places saying that De La Hoya said that Bud gonna be fighting against Rocha in June. So let's say if that's possible true, then will Earl go ahead and fight? Will he go ahead and fight Thurman, or will he go up and fight Fundora at 154?
I don't know. Earl finna fight somebody. He trained. He in the gym. Somebody getting
I thought Keith Thurman was next. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But you know, if it's not Keith Thurman or Terence Crawford, I can see that. I can see that move. You know what I'm saying? But I think Fedora's fighting Brian Mendoza, something like that.
Somebody catching ass whooping. I know that DJ in the gym, bro. Somebody getting their ass whooped. Hey, but look, Pool, I'm gonna tell you, man, I enjoy your show. One of your first subscribers, man. And,
oh, really?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been fucking with you for a minute. I've been on here a couple times, but most of the time I just sit in the downstairs. You know what I mean, at the bottom of the house. And but yeah, just like when you be doing these long shows, I love them because I listen for a while. I get offline and take care of my business. I get back on. Y'all niggas still be going. I be like, God damn, that's my boy.
Yes, sir. I don't get
So
hey
when
when I
y'all,
get it in, I try to go. You know what I'm saying? I try to go for hours, as long as I can. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? But
y'all, when you be rocking, you get it rocking, baby. You know what I
so let
mean?
me
It's
get.
like a Texas house party.
Well, I live in Dallas. Maybe one day, goddamn it, we'll get a drink or something.
Yeah, we'll get a drink or something, maybe, man. Maybe may catch you on. You say you play them dominoes, may invite you to a domino. Me and my family, we be having tournaments, man. We be having
They
tournaments.
still.
We be getting it in.
That's cool. They still
Yeah,
doing that.
yeah.
Family still playing cards and everything.
Yeah. We get together, play cards, play dominoes out there in DeSoto, and sometime out there in the Oak Cliff area.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's where I be that's where I was that's where I be working at sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time. Say over there
Oh,
in
okay.
DeSoto. I used to try to catch EJ coming through there. But let me get these super chats. Clean cut with that $9.99. Appreciate that, my brother. He said pool and fantasy supporting the channel. Keep cooking. Much love. That's what's up, my brother. And Mr. AMG in the building once again. Thank you for that $5 super chat. He says I'm late, but salute pool. He said manager Marty and panel. And saying that's what's up, y'all. But we're gonna conclude this episode of Pool
All
Counter
right.
Boxing, man. I like to thank all my 300 for coming through and LeVar Cooper in the building. You know what I'm saying? Over there at what's his name? Damn, that's bad. I can't even remember your boy name that you be on there with LeVar. Um and it's been I'm my old, so y'all got to forgive me. You know what I'm saying? What is his name? Red Boxing? What is it? Damn, man. I know my boy gonna kill me because let's see. I can't remember his name, but y'all subscribe to LeVar. You know what I'm saying? I think he got a channel. You know what I'm saying? What is his name? I'm sorry, y'all. I can't remember his name. I'm too tired. And but y'all, thanks for rocking with me. You know what I'm saying? And we'll see you guys in the next one. And peace out, y'all.